Recorded Books presents Incomplete Solutions by Wole Talabi. Narrated by Delo Gondiran, Tony Tambi, and Greta Jong. Parse, error, reset. I arrived late to the cocktail party wearing a plain black shirt, pressed gray trousers, and buffed black shoes. I am not wearing the waistcoat I had said I would wear when Danya first invited me to the party. I don't know why. Danya hugs me, whispering her disappointment. She'd already pre-approved what everyone would be wearing, optimized for maximum social network shareability, and does not like the unexpected deviation. I don't have enough energy to care, so I smile, forge ahead into the brightly lit penthouse, and say hello to everyone. Most of them are familiar, the usual crowd. Kiss, kiss, hug, hug, handshake, smile. Electro swing music seeps into the space softly without being intrusive, but only just. It is all wearily familiar, like my workstation. I grab a glass of port and settle into a corner of the room near two men talking. One of them is obviously an alter. I can see the electronic stria running through the whites of his eyes. I vaguely recognize him. Dende from Human Resources. I guess he's too sick to come in the flesh, but too scared not to show up for one of Danya's events. She doesn't take it well when people don't honor her invitations. These days, your social profile is everything, even if you need an alter just to keep up with it. A hand settles on my shoulder, and I turn immediately. You shouldn't stare at him like that. The hand belongs to Luisa, an elfin Brazilian expert, with mottled cheeks and red hair like bloodied silk, cascading down to her shoulders. She works as a technical sales rep in Danya's team, and we sort of had a thing last year. Danya did not approve, but Luisa never knew that, of course. Still, nothing lasts long in our social circle without Danya's approval. Luisa and I didn't either. Tonight, she's wearing a coquelicot bodycon dress that clings to her like a jealous lover, and brown contact lenses through which she stares at me, probably gauging how attracted I still am to her. Usually, every part of my body would signal an obvious yes, but today, I feel nothing. Not even animal lust. I wasn't staring, I said dryly. Of course you weren't, she responds, sidling up to me and whispering. I never thought I'd see the day Dende didn't actually come to one of Queen Danya's parties, or any other party for that matter. No matter what else was going on with him, he was always the life of the party. I kind of hoped to see him here at least. Well, technically, he's here, I reply. I mean, it's basically him in there, neurosocial profile and all. And once he syncs with and discards it, it will be just like he was here. Yeah, right, she says tightly. And I remember that she used an alter last year to avoid a 22-hour flight to Brisbane. Everyone appreciates the ability to approximate being in two places at the same time. Then she asks, "You've used one before?" I tell her, I have, actually. It's strange, she says, the experience. Everything about it. And that deadline thing is just super creepy to even think about. She's either referring to the 3-day defect disclosure deadline or the sync and dispose within 90 days deadline. Violating the former voids the warranty, and defaulting on the latter means the alter becomes a separate legal entity and can file for independence. She probably means the latter. Most people do when expressing concerns about the tech. I suppose so. She takes a sip of her drink, something brown with an olive in it. Her movement must have caught Alter Dende's eye, because he glances up from his conversation to see us on looking at him as hard as we can. She waits a while, and then says, "It's not just tonight, though. Clearly you haven't noticed." Noticed what? She watches me, like she's evaluating something, and then continues. Dende. He's been sending his altar everywhere, even to the office, for almost 3 months now. Did you see his last livecast post? I haven't really been keeping up with our little network lately. Warily, I tell her, no. He's grown a ridiculous beard and hasn't left his house in weeks. Rumor is he's resetting. I freeze. All of a sudden, I feel exposed. Resetting is an intensely private matter, like sex, or shitting, or suicide. In fact, it is suicide. Sort of. Lisa asks, did you hear what I said? I exhale. Yes, I did. It's just, he never seemed the type. It's a bit shocking, I say. Though I might understand why, I think. I cycle back mentally and remember hearing that familiar hollow echo in Dende's laughter. Remember seeing the recognizable desperation behind his eyes when he smiled. I think I know the signs. Every person has two versions of themselves. The person they really are, and the person they'd like to be. If those two people are different enough, and the person is self-aware enough, it can cultivate a certain type of hunting, like a blanket of shadows. Some people take that and use it to drive them, to make themselves better. Some people just can't, or try as they might, only fail, so they give up and start over. Custom build a better neurosocial profile, cherry-pick the memories they want to outlive them, and then go quietly into that long good night, letting their altar file for independence and inherit their identity. Reset. Makes you wonder just how well you really know people, doesn't it? Louisa says, adding, I need another drink. Obviously more interested in manufacturing drama than quenching her thirst. The man altar Dende is talking to steps away, and Danya takes his place seemingly seamlessly. Their conversation is animated. By the time I turn, I see Louisa sashaying toward me, a parade of curves and confidence. I can tell what she wants to do, and I play along, not because I want to, but because I am supposed to. This will be a hot gossip item on our social network tomorrow, splashed and recast in dozens of livecast posts and reposts. I parse her actions as they occur, selecting appropriate responses. She reaches me. I wrap my hand around her waist. She puts her hand to my neck. I stoop slightly. Our lips embrace. Her breath in mine. I kiss her as eagerly as I know she wants me to. I feel nothing. I pull away and apologize. And then I exit the penthouse. I walk home. It's just past midnight when I slide into the cool darkness of my air-conditioned flat, sweating and grateful to be free of the oppressive Lagos air, heavy with heat and hope and humidity, even at night. How was the party? My altar asks from his perch on the couch. He sounds just like I do. Same as all the others, I reply. It's strange talking to a variant of me, with a body as close to mine as is legally required. Thinking, with an edited imprint of my neurosocial profile and memories. But you keep going. Why? Habit. You said the same thing about work 2 weeks ago, Alter Me says, his voice a little confused, a little curious. Honestly, I really don't know why I do anything anymore. I pause to shut the door before continuing. When I was younger, I wanted to be important. I wanted my life to mean something. But life is just a pantomime now. Nothing about it feels like it actually matters, or ever will. My alter grunts and shifts on the couch as I remove my shirt and throw it on the floor without looking where it lands. I think he wants to say something, but isn't sure if he should, or if it is his place to. I know because I would be thinking the same thing, if I were in his place. We are similar enough for that emotional approximation to be especially true. He is mostly me, isn't he? I don't turn on the lights. It's been 89 days, alter me reminds me carefully, as I sink into the couch beside him in the darkness. There's uncertainty and restlessness, and not a little yearning in the tone of those few words. I recognize these things from my past, and in that moment, I am finally and absolutely sure. So I say to myself, closing my eyes, I know. I'm done here. You can be me tomorrow.
A short history of migration in 5 fragments of you. 5. Your name is Ashake, and you can tell that you are being taken south because the wind is in your face and the clay-like redness of the soil is slowly becoming a yellow sandiness. The soil is all you see. Everything else is a blur. You scream for help in desperate, high-pitched shrieks, but it seems there's no one willing to save you. Desperation claws at your belly like unanswered hunger. You remember that you had only stopped walking briefly, pausing as you navigated your way back from your mother's farm at the place where the Imu and Bushe pathways met. You'd pause to make the seemingly mundane choice of which route to take when a powerful arm suddenly wrapped itself around your torso, hoisted you onto a sturdy shoulder, and began to run. A moment was all it took. Screaming even louder, you consider that you did not really need to go to the farm today, or any other day for that matter. There was no need for the daughter of the great hunter, Ajiboyede, the niece of the Bale of Olubuse, to go to the farms. Your family has never lacked anything. Your father's lands begin along the banks of River Elebisu and run all the way down to Olubuse's limits, where great big trees stand like soldiers guarding your uncle's territory. But you went anyway, because you like to work with your hands. You enjoy the feel of soil beneath your feet, and you relish the sight of verdant life around you. You decided to go to the farm today because the quiet beauty of the rising sun at dawn had spread over the sky, cloudless and taut, like a drum skin, and called to you. You went seeking nature's touch. Now, you are being carried along a snaking pathway carved into the reeds that stand beside the river like a loyal spouse, a path that takes you far away from home. You writhe and wrestle and fight with all the might you can muster, but it is futile. The hands that have you are iron and do not loosen their grip. You remember the stories that sad visitors from nearby villages would sometimes tell of children who had been kidnapped and sold to strange men from faraway lands. And you wonder if this is what is happening to you. Just then the wind carries the unmistakable briny tang of the ocean air to your nose. You scream louder. 4. Your name is Newton Brooks, and it is your turn to go into the hold and take stock of the human cargo. But you do not want to go into the belly of this wretched whale where men, women, and children are chained and crammed into every available space like beasts. The stench is appalling. Even the walkway is mired in filth. Starved of food, kindness, and humanity, many of them have little choice but to die. You tell the chief mate that you were never meant to be aboard this abomination, that you are no slaver, You are just a man seeking his fortune whose brother-in-law offered him free passage to the new world in exchange for your services as a crewman on his ship. If you had known this was his vessel, you would have refused his kindness. The chief mate spits a garb of something brown and viscous and tells you to stop talking and start counting before he puts a knife in you. He looks angry, but the clearer emotion plastered across his thickly bearded face is impatience. You choose not to test him. You clamber down the hatch reluctantly, carrying a lantern and some rope, and begin to audit the ship's misery, counting corpses and trying to ignore the sunken, accusing eyes of the living that stare back at you. You still your heart, close your mind, and try to do your duty, aware that these eyes will haunt you for years to come. You reach a column and see a young girl lying still on the wooden floor, delicate and angelic, even as she is surrounded on all sides by her own filth. You tally her as dead and turn away, but something gnaws at you, small but persistent in its urging. You turn back and walk toward her, set your lamp on the floor, and take her hand in yours to feel for a pulse. Her eyes open slowly, revealing brown orbs set in a sea of jaundiced yellow. An emotion overwhelms you, something soft and warm and strange, but fundamentally human, that you are frightened of. You decide suddenly in that moment what you will do, knowing what it will cost and that it will change the course of your life forever. 3. You are 12 years old, and you are running through your grandfather's cornfield, laughing, carefree, and wild as a summer breeze. You are being chased by Tom Wiggins, your best friend and the overseer's son. He is desperate to turn the tide in the game of hide and seek that you are currently winning. You bank left, hard, and burst through the curtain of stalks and leaves onto a dirt road. You realize too late that you are going too fast to keep from colliding with the regal man talking with your father and Brutus Wiggins, the overseer. You crash into him clumsily, and he falls to his knees. When you manage to get up and reorient yourself, your father is glaring at you, his caramel skin glimmering in the hazy shine of the afternoon sun. "Amira Brooks, how many times have I got to tell you not to keep running around this here cornfield like you're being chased by the devil, child?" "Sorry, Papa. Time's running real hard behind me and I didn't want to ruin the cucumbers, but I was running too fast to stop and I was going to run into them, so I turned. I'm sorry." The man rises slowly, dusting at his trousers with his calloused hands. He has a thick imperial mustache and his skin is darker than yours, but he reminds you of your white grandfather, whose thick beard and strange mannerisms always make you smile. "That's right," he says with a smile of his own. "I have 2 young boys about your age, and they run around and knock me down so often. I'm used to it now. You're the one I came to see anyway." He looks directly at you, and you decide you like him because he has honest brown eyes. Tom appears from behind the curtain of corn and is seized by Brutus, who takes him by the shoulder and starts to walk with him toward the shed. You hope Tom isn't in trouble because of you. The regal man with the mustache watches them briefly and then asks, "Tell me, Amira, do you like school?" "Of course, I love it," you exclaim eagerly, because it is true. You love learning about things and ideas and numbers, and how, if you put them together in just the right way, they can describe the most amazing things. The man says, "Well, I can't say I'm surprised. Your teacher, Miss Emily, said you were the smartest girl she's ever come across." You blush, and looking more at your father than the man, You say with puffed up cheeks, Miss Emily is wonderful. She taught me some real fancy math called differential calculus, and it's just the most wonderful thing. I see. You watch the old man's eyes dance in their sockets, animated and alive with an idea or a thought or a vision that has seized him like a fit of epilepsy. He says something to your father in deliberately hushed tones. Your father says something back. Then the old man bends over and extends his hand to you. My name is George Elijah Culver, from Michigan, up north. Pleased to meet you, Miss Amira. You take his hand. It is hard, but it is warm. And then he says, how would you like to come with me to Michigan? We have a special boarding school there for bright young colored girls just like yourself, where you can learn about differential calculus and lots more things they won't ever teach you in regular school. Would you like that, Amira? You smile. 2. You are sitting with Akin in his sprightly '62 Opel Commodore, parked beside Iowa State University's Lake Laverne. The Temptations' My Girl is on the radio. It is 2 weeks to Valentine's Day, and the heater is on even though the car is not moving. Somewhere in some recess of your mind, you are wondering how much gas the vehicle is consuming just to keep you both warm. He's telling you something in his lilting Yoruba accent, and you are staring at his face intently, wondering in another little recess of your mind what your grandmother would have said if you told her you are dating someone from West Africa, from Nigeria. The words are spilling out of Akin furiously. Then, unexpectedly, he slows down and, measuring his words, asks, Darla Culver Brooks, will you marry me? Your breath catches, and all your diffused thoughts condense like water vapor from a breath blown against a window in winter. His proposal is unexpected, but not surprising. You have both discussed the possibility for months now, and you have been, in some way, waiting for it, even though you did not know when it would come. You feel tension in your neck and dryness in your throat because you know that what you say next could close the door on choir practice with the lovely girls of First Baptist, on the weekly dinners with your parents, and perhaps, and even perhaps, on the annual Thanksgiving dinner with your large, loving family. You gaze and you wonder just how much your life will change, having only been to Nigeria once and seen it not just for all its beauty and potential, but also its shortcomings. The unknown beckons, and you gaze into its eyes in that moment, wondering about the new friends and colleagues that you will make, the heat and the food and the potential of the country you will call home, and if you will receive the same warmth and love as you have now from the family that will adopt you as their own. And then you stop wondering about things and let yourself be overwhelmed by how happy Akin's proposal makes you feel. How much you want to hold him, make love to him, bear children with him, grow old with him. You let yourself say, yes. Akin leans in to kiss you, his soft brown eyes locked on yours. You let him. Then you kiss him back, urgently. Outside on the lake, the mute swans are gliding along the surface of the water, made vitrescent by the Empyrean caress of a full moon. 1. You stare through the observation panel at the planet's moon, a pale alabaster orb with streaks of bright brown crisscrossing it like the etchings of a great cosmic artist. Up close, with nothing but the blackness of space framing it, the vision is beautiful, almost worth the year-long trip to this satellite that you hope will tell humanity something new about its place in the universe. For some reason you are not entirely sure of, the sight of Jupiter's moon sends a pang of familiar hankering through you. In your pocket is an old picture of you with your family, Brother Femi, Father Akin, and your mother Dala. In it, your father still has his afro. You and your brother are young children, and your mother's hair is dark and braided. She's holding you tight against her chest, and your brother is pulling at her skirt, smiling. You have been thinking a lot about your family. There was not much else to do on this voyage. Now you are about to land on Europa, and the constant thoughts about them have become a longing for them. You wonder if you made the right choice volunteering for this mission. Vitaly, the Russian navigation officer who has become your friend and lover, is floating lazily beside you. Moye? He calls to you. You turn, still thinking about your family, to see him pointing at an electric orange patch splashed against the mostly blue and green background of his display screen. His broad, heavy-set shoulders partly obscure what he is looking at.
There are active cryovolcanoes in our primary landing zone,
He begins. It would be too hot to land there for the next 72 hours or so, but he smiles and points with stark, heavily veined hands to something on his screen. I already asked Agatha to check for alternate landing zones for the Explorer, and she found two that are perfectly safe. We can either head for the Connemara Chaos, which Agatha assures me isn't as bad as it sounds, or we can descend onto the Rima Lenticle, which was our original landing zone before Nairobi Mission Control redirected us anyway. Agatha, you call out into the small empty space around you. Yes, Captain, the AI responds. Which of the landing zones is preferable, given the current and projected conditions over a 72-hour cycle? Both have landing safety factors between 0.8 and 0.9. I already checked, Captain, Vitali says, his face and graying hair illuminated by his display screen. Basically, once you factor in the uncertainty window, there's no significant advantage going either way in terms of safety, so it's really up to you. Where do you feel like going? You reach for your own display screen to check the Explorer's metrics, and the picture you are carrying in your pocket slips out, drifting away from you, and spinning so that in one moment you see yourself and your family, in the next, white emptiness. You freeze and find yourself struck by a kind of clarity. You see yourself for what you are, an aggregation of the choices and decisions of all that have come before you, stretching back into infinity and beyond. All of these choices, uncertain and fearful and hopeful as the people who made them were, all conspired with each other to bring you to this place, to this point, to now. Choices not unlike the one you are about to make. This clarity gives you a comfort you did not know you needed, but you are grateful for. You reach for the picture, take it, and smile. Right, you say. Let's head for the lenticle. Aye, Captain. Batali is smiling too. You suspect he already knew your decision before you made it. You both swipe away your personal display screens, float to the main control panel, and strap yourselves into your chairs. The translucent input surface before you beckons. You key in the landing initialization sequence and begin to descend, rightwards, to Jupiter's sixth moon, with the fortitude of an eternity of humanity behind you.
Drift flux. In space, no one can hear your ship explode, but they can watch. Oshi Akume, priest pilot of the Igodo, sat silently in the pilot module of the control deck, watching a mining ship cleave in two. A sudden release of energy violently ate its way out of the ship. A burst of azure light popped into the space ahead of the Egodo. Despite the distance, it receded, quickly shifted to aquamarine, then turquoise, and then to nothing. A bomb. It had to have been a bomb. The furrows between Osho's eyes deepened as his brows drew down and his eyes narrowed, compressing the vertical tribal marking keloid that ran from his hairline to his nose. The ship was an old one, at least 10 times the size of the Egodo, with the unmistakable bright red and blue insignia of the Confederacy emblazoned across it from end to end. There were only a few giant mining ships left operating in the belt, the last remnants of the first Martian development schemes by the Confederacy, and the only ones still in service that were not built by Transhuman Federation engineers. The clumsy old giants needed the size primarily to store large quantities of fuel and propellant, still completely enslaved to Newton's third law and Tsiolkovsky's equation. Cargo was attached and hauled using spars and rigging, and wombed in lightweight programmable material mesh and insulation to protect fragile items and ward off hot backlighting from the fusion drive. Modern Transhuman Federation mining ships like the Egodo used the Habitable drive to couple to the 0 point and draw vacuum energy, so they didn't have any of those problems. They still hauled their cargo using rigging, though. Not that the Egodo presently carried any cargo. What the hell just happened out there? Osho glanced back to see his engineer floating into the control deck. Liane Adol was a young, tall, muscled and well-proportioned woman with brown eyes and short black hair graying slightly at the crown and temples, as though her front half was aging faster than her back. It was impossible to tell, but beneath her solid frame were genetically altered lungs that allowed her function on only a fraction of the oxygen required by the average unmodified human. Nanoparticle graphscenes in her blood to inhibit loss of consciousness, and a skeleton modified for increased bone density, handy for unscheduled extravehicular repairs. She pushed against the deck wall with her right foot and threw her 6-foot and 4-inch tall frame into the chair beside him, swiping furiously at the space in front of her to draw up trajectory data and estimate the likelihood of their being caught in the debris field. Osho had already visually assessed the situation and decided they were in no reasonable danger. The explosion wasn't nearly big enough or close enough, but Liane Adol was the kind of person that liked to see every single piece of data available before making her decisions. The light from the console illuminated her face, highlighting the small nose that sat symmetrically between two finely sculpted cheekbones. Ship blew up. Osho jutted his bearded chin at the magnified image of the slowly disintegrating ship, set against the unforgiving blackness of space on the view screen, like some kind of perverse modern art display. I've seen accidents before. Structural failures, overheating cores, explosive decouplings, but none of them looked like that. That was a plasma bomb. Had to be. I'd bet my collection of original Majek Fashek vinyls on it. Liane Adol kept swiping as she replied, "Well, it doesn't look like there's going to be much of a debris field. Must have been a targeted, controlled explosion." Osho leaned back in his seat. Whoever set it off must have been trying not to damage the cargo. Maybe they're pirates. He scratched his chin. Or something. There haven't been pirates in the inner belt for years, Osho. Besides, no one is swooping in to loot the cargo. I don't like this. We should call it in to Mars Station ahead of us. Make a report. Osho rolled his eyes. He didn't dislike Liane Adol, per se. He just found her unbearably predictable. Despite her undeniable creativity in keeping the ship's performance optimal, she was still incredibly regimented in her thinking. For every decision presented to her, she only ever had 3 responses in order of preference. 1. Follow the rules. 2. Defer the decision to higher authority. Or 3. Have no opinion on the matter. And now, she was already advocating her second favorite response, even though they still weren't exactly sure what they were looking at. Lynn Adol, in turn, did not like Oshio's impulsive attitude and flamboyant style, but she worked well with him anyway because her life depended on his natural creativity and artificially enhanced reflexes. He was heavily tattooed, an elaborate pattern of images, lines, and whorls that ran all over his dark skin and told the story of his ancestors as far back as his family records detailed. The tattoos, done in late Afro-Mysteric style, covered his right arm from shoulder to fingertips. If his other arm wasn't fully bionic and made of expensive bioplasmium, it would probably have borne the same markings. He wore his black and gray hair in short dreadlocks and tied a band of red and black cloth around his hairline, covering the tip of the vertical scar that marked him as the true-born son of the Idoma people, beneath which sat the Neuralink chip that allowed him to control his bioplasmium arm, and the dozen other embedded machines that augmented his body. His entire appearance was a piece of art dedicated to the spirits of his ancestors, the Aleku. I think the first thing we should do is see if there are any survivors, don't you think? He asked as he sat up in his chair. Besides, we're technically closer to Ceres Station. Leon Adel nodded, ignoring the sugar-coated reprimand, and swiped away the Igodo's diagnostic projection before requesting the ship's AI to send a direct message on the Bell's short-range open channel and scan all other open channels for chatter regarding what happened. Oshio reached forward and pulled up the Public Transhuman Federation shipping schedules and trajectories from their database. The data indicated that the ship that was now mostly just 2 large pieces of wreckage ahead of them was called the Freedom Queen, a rugged hauler for fluids and fine dusts, transporting impure helium-3 scooped from Jupiter's atmosphere to Independence Station, the last Confederacy settlement on Mars. She was essentially a gigantic cylindrical gas tank with a nuclear energy tube running through her long axis. Well, at least she used to be. Igodo has established a link with the broken ship's AI. No signs of life. I think you'll want to take a look at its report. Lean Adele flicked her fingers to expand the light display projection, then swiped it left. It drifted through the space between them and settled in front of Oshio. He tilted his head to the side slightly and raised an eyebrow. This says all crew life signals from Freedom Queen stopped streaming over 20 minutes ago, before the explosion. Leon Adel blinked. Yes. So now I'm wondering, where could the crew have gone? Oshio folded his arms in front of him. That was a good question. Almost as good a question as to why anyone would choose to attack a Confederate hauler in near-space range only a few minutes after the Igodo completed its publicly scheduled uncoupling from the 0 point, came out of drift flux, and switched to auxiliary for a slow, controlled nuclear burn to Mars Station. Pirates would probably have had better timing. Suddenly, the view screen of the Igodo lit up as a multicolored kaleidoscope of numbers and data overlaid it. The AI informed them that they were receiving a sudden and persistent communication packet. It had the certified data signature of the Transhuman Federation and seemed to be originating from Ceres Station. Oshio said, "Well, bad news certainly travels fast out here, doesn't it?" Lean Adel swiped in front of her to accept the transmission. The flowing rivers of colorful data across the screen coalesced into an image of a very serious man in a very serious transhuman Federation uniform of pure black with a gold-trimmed mandarin collar. The uniform was blacker than Oshio's ebony skin, but blended perfectly against the man's own shiny black complexion. It took a few seconds for Oshio to realize he had a goatee. His eyes were a stark white. The officer looked like he had materialized from the star-sprinkled abyssal darkness of unforgiving space beyond the ship, and his eyes were a binary star. Across the breast of his uniform was a lenticular pin shaped like an ancient Zulu shield, complete with two spears crossed behind it. Its smooth black and white surface displayed the yin and yang, stretched to accommodate the unusual shape. Oshio had never seen anyone wearing the official Federation Security Corps chief uniform before. This is Series Station Security Chief Mwanja Mukisa, calling Federation shipping vessel Igodo. We have detected a catastrophic failure of the Confederate hauler Freedom Queen a few thousand kilometers from your scheduled flight path. Change course immediately and report to Series Station. Do not transmit any message to anyone until your report has been formally received at Series Station. I repeat, change course and report to Series Station. Immediately. Do not transmit to any other party. The image disappeared. Well, I guess you're going to get a chance to make that report after all, Oshio quipped. Leon Adolph's voice went low and hoarse. Does that message imply what I think it does? Oshio nodded. Along the surface of his bioplasmium arm, beneath his shirt, faint red lines writhed as if alive, responding to tension from his increased stress levels. He flexed the arm to ease it and thought down his rising cortisol levels. That was not a request. It was an order. Lean Adol's face scrunched up as she spoke, as if she was still trying to process the sentence, hoping desperately that he would contradict the obvious. Oshio kept inspecting the screen. Yes, definitely an order, he confirmed. But if they don't want us to contact anyone, not even the supply station, then that means they probably don't think it was an accident or pirates. They probably think it was a terrorist attack. Oshio finished the sentence for her. They turned away from the view screen at the same time and saw the same thing in each other's eyes. They had heard rumors in the outer belt of anti-Federation rebels and old Confederate militias attacking Federation mining camps and ships. Nothing major, but worrying enough for them to now be concerned. I don't know anyone at Series Station. I'm not sure I want to get involved in all this. We could just make a run for it. Enter Drift Flux again, and be back to Earth in an hour or so. Sort it all out when we get there, Oshio said. Lean Adol recoiled, then snapped back to place, leaning toward him. First of all, we can't disobey direct order from a Federation Security Corps official. Second, she paused to exhale. Drift flux this far into the solar system? Through the belt? We'd never make it out alive. And even if we did, we'd be making ourselves look guilty as sin in the process. He nodded. You're right. Sorry. Bad idea. Quantifiably terrible. Lean Adol kept her palms flat against her thighs as Oshio carefully adjusted the nuclear reaction control system, pulling alongside the mooring cable that was reaching out to them from the largest asteroid in the inner solar system like a possessed umbilical cord. She hated docking or any transitions. She was much happier when they were moving steadily, the cold and dark ocean of space swelling and sweeping against the hull of the Igodo. She sank further into her chair every time Oshio fired a short burst of diverted nuclear thrust, nudging the Igodo into position. Most of Ceres Station lay below the surface, except for the army of cephalopodon mooring cables that held the 100 or so ships that transited through every day. From above, the network of pipelines, cables, equipment, and rigging that kept the series' subterranean areas functioning looked like a glowing technological infection eating its way into the heart of the asteroid, their casings and surfaces lined with bright photovoltaic cells to capture the sunlight that powered their maintenance bots. Man-made parasites, burning alone in the vastness of the dark, that the city beneath may thrive. When the cable had secured the Egodo and all its interlocking sections made it to make a solid strut, Lean Adol and Oshio unbuckled themselves and floated leisurely to the airlock. They moved with tense slowness as they transferred to the orbital elevator. Inside the elevator was an instrument panel to key in arrival codes and a screen displaying a welcome message from the Transhuman Federation. The elevator was transparent and behind them. They could see other smaller asteroids drifting, a couple of ships approaching, and the sun, a small, faraway ball of light. In all their missions through space, only the sun remained constant. Its influence diminished with distance, but constant, unchangeable, like the past, like an ancestor. Osho tapped at the panel, and they started to descend. Lean Adol played with her hair as the elevator descended beneath Ceres' surface. The sun disappeared. Crackling electricity illuminated the darkness of the tunnel around them. "Are you worried, priest pilot?" "No, not really, engineer." He lied. "You don't suppose they think we had something to do with blowing up the Freedom Queen, do you?" Osho thought about that. "I'm sure they will ask." Lean Adol kissed her teeth and stopped playing with her hair. "Bad luck," she muttered. "After hauling supplies halfway to some godforsaken tellurium mining outpost in the Kuiper Belt, we come out of drift to this shit." "Are you okay?" Osho asked. This was the most agitated he'd ever seen Lean Adol, and he didn't like it. Not when they were about to walk into what could easily be a crisis. Lean Adol looked to him, dejectedly, which only made him more worried. "When I was at university, I heard about the pirates. How terrible working the belt had been during that time. But I still wanted to work for Federation shipping because I dreamed of being in drift flux, of seeing the universe. Now the pirates are gone, but there are all these rumors of terrorists. I don't know. I guess I'm just worried that we might get caught up in or blamed for something and lose the Egodo just because some agitated Philistines are probably trying to start a war." The lights around them brightened. Osho exhaled a hot breath. "We didn't do anything. They will question us, find out what we know, and find whoever did this. Plus, no group in the system is actually foolish enough to start a war with the Transhuman Federation." He paused before turning to her. "Do you want to know why I have these tattoos?" He raised his right hand, pulled back his sleeve, and watched her eyes. "I know you've wanted to ask since the first day you saw them." Lean Adol managed a small smile. Even though she knew he was trying to distract her from their present predicament, she didn't mind. She needed the distraction. "Sure, please, tell me. What do they mean?" "I am one of a people called the Idoma, from the Nigerian unit of the Federation. We are an ancient people, and according to Idoma traditions, life is an unending continuum. Always has been. Space, time, energy, matter, spirit, and life are considered as one integral whole. Our understanding of the nature of the cosmos predates modern science and is anchored to a belief that our ancestors are always with us, interacting with the rest of the universe just as we do, but in a different way." "You mean like in an alternate dimension?" Sort of. You can think of it that way. My people believe that death is a process of passing on to this other level of existence. A realm called Okoto, a dimension from which they find new ways to interact with the same space and time we share. Personally, I think that when we are in drift flux, coupled to the universe's 0 point, we are in the boundary between our dimension and Okoto. Therefore, my ancestors can guide my hand, ensure I do not slip out of the vacuum energy probability field and crash into something. The tattoos are just stylistic and hieroglyphic representations of my ancestors and their stories, going as far back as records exist. Lane Adol leaned against the elevator with her right shoulder, pulling at the sleeves of her body-hugging suit. Hold on. You really believe your ancestors exist as part of space? Guide you in drift flux? Osho smiled. Well, no, not really. But it's a good story to tell people who wonder about my tattoos, isn't it? Lane Adol stared at him for a moment before erupting into laughter. Osho laughed with her. The elevator stopped and lights flickered. Their faces recrystallized with seriousness. The elevator door opened to reveal a squad of 6 women and a man, with menacing eyes and holding sleek plasma rifles, all wearing the familiar white uniform of the Transhuman Federation forces. Behind them, the bright mechanical sprawl of the main series station tunnel spread out like the digestive system of a rock and metal animal. Igodo crew, come with us, one of the women said to them in a manner that left no room for questions, only obedience. Her red hair was cropped short. The cool, green eyes and freckles dotting her nose and cheeks seemed out of place on the same face as her hard-set jaw. She turned sharply on her heel, and the others flanked Osho and Lane Adol. They followed the woman. Why do I feel like we're being arrested? Osho queried. None of the officers responded. Lane Adol eyed him nervously. The small party walked about halfway into the main tunnel, before turning to walk down a set of energy-shielded stairs and through a tall doorway that looked like it could withstand a plasma cannon when sealed. A sign on the door read, Transhuman Federation Security Corps Officers. Authorized personnel only. Behind the door, they stood in the center of an octagon with each side bordering a smaller door. The woman in charge walked up to one of the doors and motioned them to enter the office of Series Station Security Chief Mwanja Mukisa. Lane Adol winced when the door shut behind them. The chair behind the desk at the end of the office swiveled around to reveal a man that was certainly not Mwanja Mukisa. At least not the Mwanja Mukisa that had ordered them to Series Station. This man was short and had skin like Osho's, hair cropped close, and a perfectly shaved round chin that, in some strange way, made him look like a preteen. But there was nothing puerile about his voice and his tone when he spoke. Finally, Osho Akume and Lane Adol Ting of the Igodo. Welcome to Series Station. Do you have any idea how much trouble you are in? Osho looked around the office, trying to find something he could use to estimate the identity of the man they were talking to. A photograph, a plaque, something. All he found was an unusually empty wall and some very modern, nanomaterial furniture. We haven't done anything wrong, Lane Adol began. We saw the Freedom Queen destroyed a few minutes after we dropped out of drift flux. We don't know what happened, but we are ready to make a full report. The records inform me. The man, who was not Mwanja Mukisa, paused to stand up straight before continuing, that you just completed a supply run to the Kuiper Belt mines. Are you aware that the Outer Belt is becoming a den of anti-Federation rebels and agitators? he asked, his lips curling up at the corners in a smile. Well, yes, we had some stories, but we have nothing to do with anti-Federation rebels, Lean Adol exclaimed, her voice hoarse from fear, or perhaps something more elemental. Osho shook his head and leaned forward in his chair, his eyes narrowed and focused like a navigation beam. There was something that did not sit quite right with him about the conversation that had quickly become an interrogation. "Where is Officer Mwanja Mukisa?" he asked softly. The man eyed Osho like it was a stain or a miscalculation. It was a look Osho had seen before, and it sent off alarms in his head. But his brain was still running diagnostics to determine exactly why when the man spoke. "You have both been implicated in the destruction of the Freedom Queen by the ship's AI. You will consent to a DNA extraction for further analysis and will remain in remand at Sirius Station until such a time as formal charges are brought against you." Suddenly, Osho realized where he knew that look from. He had seen it once at the Lunar Railgun Transit Station while he was waiting for his lunch to Mars Station. It came from an old Confederacy pilot, one of those born before the Adedivo Drive and the rise of the Transhuman Federation, who couldn't believe that the people whose way of life he had been raised to think was inferior were now running 96% of the solar system's economy, while the Confederacy struggled. Osho had taken an empty seat next to the man and politely smiled at him when their eyes met. There had been no reciprocal smile, only a look like disgust, but much worse. In the man's eyes lurked a powerful primal resentment. The old pilot had risen from his chair and muttered something under his breath that sounded a lot like a word Osho had only ever read about but never actually heard. And now, here was the look again. Osho didn't change his blank expression as he looked at the man that wanted to place him and his now panicky partner under arrest. "You can't hold us here without an official arrest warrant," Osho responded, his voice low as he started to stand up. Panic washed over him when he realized he couldn't. Something cold and solid had wrapped itself around his legs and arms, locking them in place like a vice. He grimaced, and then half a second later shouted, "Leonardo, get out now." But it was too late. She was struggling in place too, her arms and legs enveloped by what looked like a part of the chair as she screamed. "What is going on? Officer! Officer!" He watched part of the back of her chair liquefy, extrude and wrap itself around her neck and mouth, morphing into a solid restraint as she screamed. It had to be programmable material furniture, the last major technological advancement to come from the Confederacy. He felt the cold and liquid material of the chair wrap around his own neck and pull him straight up in the chair as it covered his mouth, too. He heard the voice of the man pretending to be Mwanja Mukisa say, "Good night, priest pilot." There was a hiss, a sickly sweet smell like rotting flowers, a loosening of edges of the world. His eyelids fell. There was darkness, like the embrace of space. Consciousness returned like an explosion. Osho's eyes shot open. The first thing he saw was a small black cube on top of the desk. There was a matrix of light symbols surrounding it, and they seemed to be pulsing, beating out a slow, steady rhythm. He could not turn his head to see if Lean Adol was okay, or if the short man pretending to be Mwanja Mukisa was gone. Osho closed his eyes again and focused, remembering what his body enhancement therapist had told him the day after he had decided to get his melanin genes updated for increased radiation resistance and an improved bioplasmium arm. If you want to access the power booster functions, clear your head. Think exactly how much power you want and what exactly you want it to do. Breathe slowly then apply. He opened his eyes and swung his arm upward. The programmable material restraint broke into 3 clean pieces and scattered across the room. He reached up and ripped the restraints off his neck, glad to see that lean adult was beside him and stirring. As he pulled at the restraints on his feet, he heard the door open and saw a shadow on the floor in the corner of his vision move. It was his only warning. Something hit his thigh, and a shock shot through him with so much ferocity he cried out in pain. The redhead with the green eyes and hard jaw, who had seemed to be the leader of the squad that had met them at the main series elevator, shouted at him, "Freeze! Don't move!" He rolled forward, crashing into the desk as another stun beam stabbed into the chair where he had been. The redhead surged forward, and Oshio, thinking calmly but quickly, rose, lifting the desk high above his head as he did, and flung it at her. It sailed clear of a lean adult, who he could see was fully roused and conscious. The redhead fell to her knees and slid forward, firing another stun beam that missed Oshio by less than an inch. He could hear something like an explosion come from somewhere in the building. "Hey, I'm not the enemy," he called out as he backed into a corner of the office, off balance. Someone was impersonating Officer Mukisa. The redhead leaped up into the air so effortlessly, Oshio was sure she had been edited for agility. Her face was a mask of pure concentration, her eyes like navigation beams. "Freeze!" she ordered, crashing down onto Oshio. She was all over him. He managed to grab onto her right hand, the one that gripped the gun like it were an appendage. He twisted it, and the gun fell, clattering to the ground. He could hear commotion come from outside the room now. Something was happening, and he needed to stop her from fighting him long enough to figure out what it was. Pain shot into his side like lightning as she kneed him in the belly. Her fingers wrapped themselves around his throat, shoving him up against the wall. Her fingernails were a bright red, almost the same as her hair, and long, like claws. They dug into his neck. She was powerful, and she wasn't going to stop unless he made her. With a determined grunt, Oshio grabbed her hand with his bioplasmium arm and pushed down and to the left, forcing her off balance. He was about to administer a kick to her side, but changed his mind midway and kept his foot low instead, clearing her feet out from under her. She came down hard and he fell to the floor with her, pressing down on her shoulder and shouting, "I'm not your enemy." She stopped struggling at that, glaring up at him and breathing heavily. "Then what the hell is going on?" she demanded, her voice still defiant. "I don't know, but from the fact that we were just restrained and drugged by someone pretending to be a security corps officer, I think Siri's station is under attack." He lifted his hand from her shoulder slowly and rose to his feet. "I'm going to free my engineer, okay? Don't shoot us, officer." Her eyes narrowed as she sat up. "Chloe. My name is Chloe." "Chloe. Good. Now my turn to ask a question. What's happening outside?" Oshio asked as he slowed his breathing and grabbed onto the restraints, holding lean Adol in place. "What's all that commotion and why did you attack me?" His voice strained as he broke the restraints. She bounded up to her feet. She was of average height, yes, but with a slender, muscular frame. She moved like a cat and had power disproportionate to her size. Definitely altered. Oshio was sure she would have taken him if he didn't have the arm. She said, "A Confederacy mining ship lost control in the docking elevators, started a fire. At the same time, an urgent distress signal was issued from this room on the old Transhuman Federation comms channel. Where is Officer Mukisa?" "We don't know," Lean Adel said. finally free and staring at Chloe with eyes full of both confusion and anger. "This doesn't make sense," Chloe said, looking around the room as though the missing officer could be in the corner somewhere. Osho thought for a few seconds. The short man had to be an anti-Federation rebel agent, and the burning ship in the docking area had to have been crashed there deliberately. It would be too much of a coincidence otherwise. And if it was not a coincidence, then maybe the destruction of the Freedom Queen was not a coincidence either. But even if the Confederacy was working with the rebels, or the rebels were just rogue former citizens of the Confederacy acting independently, then why would they throw away 2 old and expensive mining ships just to make a pair of unremarkable Federation shipping crew look somewhat guilty of aggression? Unless... He scanned the floor, looking for the pulsing light cube that had been on the table when he woke up. When he found it, it only took him a second to remember where he had seen it before. He turned to Lean Adol and met her hard gaze. Her lips were tight. "What if all this is just a distraction?" he said quickly. "What if they blew up the Freedom Queen just to get us here so they could copy our genetic ID matrices?" "What?" Lean Adol shook her head. "I don't understand. Why us? Why would they want our genetic signatures?" Osho looked down at the floor, feeling Siri's station tremble beneath his feet, like a fearful child. "To access our ship," he announced, as if it were obvious. "They are stealing the Egodo." Chloe looked from him to Lean Adol, and back again in astonishment, as if Lean Adol could make some sense of what he had just said. "And they clearly have Officer Mukisa's genetic signature too, so they would probably be the only ones that can launch during an emergency station shutdown, right?" Lean Adol added. "Like the kind caused by a ship crashing during an attempted docking. Officer Mukisa is probably drugged somewhere or still in their custody. It all has to be deliberate. Has to. Even if it's true. All this just to steal one at a Devo-class drive ship?" Chloe asked, shaking her head as if it would help the pieces fall into place. "No, I don't buy it. I'm sorry, but I have to arrest you until all this is sorted out. I don't care what the specs on that arm of yours are, but if you resist, this time, I will take you." Her eyes focused with determination as she finished her sentence. Lean Adol's face went pale. No. Listen. Why else would they drug us and use the genetic ID copy box? Drive ships use direct pilot and engineer genetic ID systems to gain access to all aspects of the ship. But then, why us? The Egodo is not special. In fact, right now it's got a minor fault. You remember, right? Osho, after we got hit by that nasty rock out in Kuiper, the text told us that the only damage was to the processor relays that pass messages between the genetic ID and ship controls. So right now, the relays aren't quite right, and they could theoretically allow the direct genetic ID system to access all aspects of the ship, including the hard-coded navigation limits, which means if they bypass security, then they can enter drift flux and be halfway across the solar system in a few minutes, and no one would be able to follow them because they could turn off all the velocity safety limits. They can even override the planetary approach limit. Osho finished the sentence for her, his eyes widening. Osho and Lean Adol both turned away from Chloe at the same time and saw the same thing in each other's eyes. They stood silent, hoping they were wrong, but unable to find any doubt that was large enough to obscure the potential danger if what they were both thinking was true. Chloe broke the silence. What? What does that mean? Her voice was like a prod to Oshio's mind, reminding him just how urgent the situation was if they were right. Every second would matter now. We have to get to the Egodo now. He bolted for the office door as he spoke. Whoever is stealing our ship could be trying to turn it into a relativistic kinetic kill vehicle, the kind that can crack a planet open like a walnut. Chloe ran steadily through the corridor beyond to the octagonal office area, doing her best to keep up with Lee and Adol, who was breathlessly explaining it to her as they ran toward the docking elevators. Before the Adadevo drive was invented, all rockets were momentum machines. Mass out in one direction at high velocity, the rocket moves in the opposite direction, she shouted as the sounds of chaos got louder. Ahead of them, Oshio sprinted ahead with fierce determination. The Adadevo drive doesn't do that. It's a reactionless drive that uses vacuum energy directly from space. That's why it can go so fast without having to lug a ton of fuel behind it. But the problem is, if you don't limit it and put controls on how much vacuum energy it uses, the maximum speed it reaches, and how close it can approach planetary bodies, then it can easily be turned into a relativistic kinetic kill vehicle of unimaginable power. They reached the tall, imposing doorway. Lee and Adol stopped talking, catching her breath. She could feel her heart pounding in her throat. Chloe went ahead, and the door opened once she was close enough for it to identify her genetic signature. Oshio nodded, and then accelerated again, and Lee and Adol continued as they ran down the energy-shielded stairs. In a ship like the Egodo, with a glitch that could potentially allow access to the planetary approach limits, some societal lunatic could accelerate the ship to half the speed of light and deliberately crash it into a planet. At that speed, even for a ship as small as the Egodo, the kinetic energy will be in the gigatons. At least 500. We are talking several thousand nuclear warheads worth of concentrated impact force in a single blow. Chloe would have gasped if she wasn't panting so hard already. The trio entered the main Sirius station tunnel and froze. Ahead of them, the lights lining all the elevators leading up to Sirius's docking ports were blinking wildly, and one of them was burning, an unbelievably tall tower of fire, reaching all the way from underground Sirius to the exosphere like an ancient cosmic snake. At the bottom area where the fire raged most fierce, a large group of emergency responders, wearing hermetic mech suits, were attempting to control the blaze by shutting off the oxygen and power supply lines, braving the heat and the smoke. "Chai!" Oshio exclaimed. "Looks worse than I thought. Look for the man that drugged you in Officer Mukisa's office. If he's going for your ship, he must be here somewhere. What if we're too late and they already have the Egodo?" Lee and Adol asked in a whisper. Around them, people flowed. Most were running away, toward the main tunnel, bumping into those that stood still, watching the inferno and the chaos and the commotion. There was one anomalous movement, though. One man at the bottom of one of the blinking elevators, pacing nervously. Chloe was the first to spot him. She noticed that the elevator he was in front of wasn't blinking like the others. Its lights were steady, which meant it was in override, not emergency mode. She looked up and just barely made out a figure standing in the transparent ascending shaft. "There!" she shouted. "There's someone in that elevator." She broke into a run. Oshio and Lee and Adol glanced up to see the elevator ascending. Oshio turned to Lee and Adol. "You need to find the Ansible office on this station and establish communications with the Egodo so that I can reach you once I get on board. If we are right, then we will only have a few minutes or even seconds. Please, go." Lee and Adol nodded her understanding and sprinted back the way they had come. Oshio followed Chloe. The man at the base of the elevator saw them approaching and pulled out an electric stun stick, stance at the ready. "You keep going," Chloe called out. "Get to your ship before they take off. I'll handle this." They had attracted attention now, and the spectators were torn between the roar of the fire and the fight they could see was coming. Chloe dived for the man's feet as she reached him, and they both fell to the ground before he could even bring down his raised stick. She moved in a blur, wrestling and wrapping her body around the man powerfully, like a snake, trying to lock his limbs against his torso. Osho jumped over their writhing mass and into the elevator, tapping at the panel to enter the code they'd been given when they docked earlier. The door sealed and he began to rise. Ascending, he looked up, silently watching first the fragments of ship, cables, fire, lights, and paneling go by, and then as he entered Sirius's exosphere, turning his gaze to the distant sun and the cluster nearby asteroids. The burning elevator remained visible from high above, a specter of destruction, of death, an augury of what was to come. Near the end of the elevator, as it routed his car along the cable tethered to their ship, he came to a sudden stop. As he watched, only a few feet ahead of him, he saw the Egodo's nuclear reaction control system vents fire and the tethering cable start to detach. "Shit," he shouted. "They are initiating launch sequence. They are going to escape." The lights along the flanks of the Egodo went bright blue. The engines were on. In a few seconds, the Egodo would begin to move, exiting Sirius's primary gravity well, and after that, if what he suspected were true, going to drift flux, aimed at a major transhuman Federation outpost, like Mars Station. But without the tethering cable's elevator access, he had been effectively separated from the ship. Soon the airlock would close too, and that would be the end. Just a few feet of space between him and the ship, and there was nothing he could do. There was no way to get on the Egodo. Unless, with his arm powered to maximum and his enhanced melanin protecting his skin, he might just be able to make it. Taking a deep breath and calming himself, he rehearsed the steps in his mind. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There was little to no margin of error. He thought the instructions directly to his bioplasmium arm. 1. Exhaling slowly, so oxygen wouldn't expand and rupture his lung tissue, he braced himself on one end of the elevator, facing the Egodo's airlock. 2. He launched himself forward, shoulder first. The transparent elevator wall shattered explosively. Oxygen rushed out, and cold seized him as momentum kept him drifting towards the airlock. The airlock door began to close, slowly like a sleepy eyelid. He watched it in horror. The darkness on every side of the ship reminded him of what would happen if he didn't make it. Every nightmare he had ever had of dying in space since he had become a priest pilot pounded against his chest. He willed himself to go faster, but he couldn't. He closed his eyes. It was out of his hands now. He only opened his eyes again when he felt his shoulder hit the side of the Egodo. 3. Reaching out before he could bounce away, he stuck his right arm into the airlock and grabbed onto the edge. The low vibration of the ship set his teeth clattering. He yanked, hard, and pulled himself into the ship, hitting the row of spare extravehicular mobility suits and maintenance supplies, just as the airlock door finally fell into place and the ship's pre-exit procedure was completed. The vents opened, and oxygen flooded back into his lungs. He breathed in gasps, wedged in between two EVM suits. He lay there for a moment, as blood pulsed in his head, and a ringing sounded in his ears. Then the increased vibration of the ship reminded him what was happening, and he pushed himself to the main access door. It opened immediately as it scanned his genetic signature. He drifted through the ship, quickly heading for the control room. When he entered, there was someone seated in the engineer's module. The crew-cut hair gave the thief's identity away. "Stop," Osho called, flexing his arm. The man turned, his face as calm as a cliff. He held a small black cube with a matrix of pulsing light symbols around it, just like the one that had been in the office when he awakened. Osho surmised it was the writing device, while the companion left behind in the office had been the reader. "Well, this is unexpected," he remarked. "I knew the drugs wouldn't last long in the bodies of genetically modified space crew like you two. But how did you even escape the progmat restraints? The same way I'm going to crush your windpipe if you dare touch my ship's interface." Osho gestured toward the middle of the control deck. "Get away from the control module and move here. I know what you're up to, and it ends now." The man cocked his head to the side and smiled. "You think you can stop us, mongrel?" The view screen of the Agodo exploded into the colorful array of data that indicated an incoming transmission. It went unanswered. "Shut up and move away from the controls," Osho shouted. "And if you so much as try to issue a command to override the planetary approach limits, I will choke you to death. The world has moved beyond you and your kind. You can't change the march of progress with acts of terror." "No," the man said. "I know I won't change anything. You and your transhuman federation of borderless gene editors and race mixers will continue to take over this system. Technology and economics are on your side. We know that. We've known that ever since your Botswana, Singapore, and Norway units started sharing their gene editing technologies and got your Canada unit to start collaborating with the Nigeria unit to develop the Adadevo drive. You will never turn back from what you think is success. We know. We see clearly." Osho stared at the ranting man in front of him, confused. "Then what are you doing? Why?" "To hurt you," the man replied angrily. Behind him, space flowed steadily by, and the incoming transmission light signals seemed to become more turbulent as the distance between them and Sirius Station increased. "You think you're better than us, but you're not even human anymore. You call us stupid and backward and racist and evil simply because we want to maintain our natural bodies, our way of life, our group identities, and our culture. You insist that we agree to your freedom and justice laws before we join your federation. But what kind of community would we have if everyone from everywhere could go wherever they wanted without screening? What kind of society can we have where everyone does whatever they like with their bodies, their minds? How would we find social cohesion? How would we define ourselves? No. You made us choose between our borders, our culture, our beliefs, and your progress. You forced us to take a stand, and we have paid for it dearly, but this is it. This is what the wrath of real humanity feels like." Osho laughed derisively. "You can't be serious. Everyone in the Federation maintains their culture if they want to. It's just an individual choice now. Just look at me for my ancestors' sake. No. What you wanted was to be dominant in some space, to treat others who'd had their genes edited or their bodies adapted as being less than you, to refuse them the right to live next to you and be themselves, not assimilated. What you wanted was the right to discriminate. Our progress made you uncomfortable. And now you're trying to destroy Mars because we didn't let your isolationist and regressionist confederacy join our transhuman federation and get access to our technologies? That's absurd and stupid and petty. The man growled. I didn't say anything about Mars. Osho shivered. If not Mars, then Earth? Surely they wouldn't dare. The man inhaled deeply and added, It doesn't matter. I don't expect you to understand, and, besides, you're already too late. With those words, the man finally rose from the module and launched himself at Osho. Around them, the lights on the ship dimmed as the tachyon field auto navigation system engaged. Through the view screen and behind the man rapidly approaching him, Osho saw an elliptic hole suddenly appear in the darkness, its edges rimmed with light and bleeding into the fabric of space like an injury to a star. The man must have already overridden the controls and set them on automatic. They were going into drift flux. The man crashed into Osho. He held onto him and turned sharply, swinging the attacker to the other side of the room before punching him square on the jaw. The man's eyes rolled back in his head. Roaring, Osho bounced off the control deck floor and drove his entire body forward toward the wall, trapping the man's head between his bioplasmium shoulder and the wall panel. There was a sharp crack. The man stopped moving. Osho kicked him in the chest, using the momentum to push himself toward his seat in the priest pilot module. His eyes were locked onto the hole in front of him. It narrowed to a point. Just as he settled into the chair, the Egodo went into drift flux. The stars and asteroids and superstructures that had seemed like they were slowly moving by started to rotate. The black, silent fabric of space seemed to curve into a ball, and he was at the center of it, plummeting toward the surface of teeming, rotating stars. No matter how many times he entered it, Osho's mind always felt confused by it. Space didn't make sense in drift flux. There was no time. He had to act quickly. He swiped furiously at the blinking view screen of the Egodo to accept the incoming transmission. Leonardo's face appeared, with Chloe's and several others he didn't recognize standing behind her. Osho! Osho! We just detected a vacuum energy singularity developing. It's drift flux. If you're on board, you need to stop him. Stop him now. Osho grunted. Too late. He swiped away the message and pulled up the Egodo's projected path to see that it was aimed for Earth. It would crash into humanity's home planet at 0.7 C, functional light speed, enough to trigger an extinction-level event. Defensive weapons would be useless against the relativistic kill vehicle going that fast. Even near-orbit impact would have catastrophic consequences. With every passing moment, things became more and more dangerous. Time dilation was starting to kick in, and he had been experiencing shorter time than everyone else was. He needed to get a message out, fast. He swiped at the controls and fired off a message of his own. Leonardo, I'm in flux. Contact Earth Station and tell them the Egodo was set on a kill path, but I have retaken the ship and will attempt to correct. I repeat, I have retaken the ship and will correct. The silence returned, and Osho's mind raced as he swiped through the ship's base code trying to recall what he had been taught about at the Devo-class driveship programming. Everything was confusing, but he needed to do something. There were so many loops and subroutines, and he couldn't tell the functional elements from the damaged relay. His genetic signature allowed him access to even the deepest layer of core programming, but he had no idea what to do to re-establish the maximum speed and planetary approach limits. The blood pulsed in his ears as the ship hurtled toward the earth to smite it like the hand of some petty god. He desperately wished Leonardo was beside him. Screwing with ship code was her thing. Piloting was his thing. Piloting is his thing. He swiped away the source code, pulled up the projected flight path, and began to recalculate. He frowned in focus, his eyes narrowed, and his tribal marking compressed. He began to swipe, adjusting the hundreds of lines that marked out all Class II orbital and transport bodies in motion in the sub-belt solar system. The beating of his heart was thunder. He could not reinstall the limits or change the ship's hard-coded path. The man had damaged the flight path adjustment console. He had been locked out. And even if he dropped out of drift flux now, the ship was already going fast enough to cause major damage. He needed to slow it down. If he could combine a series of unscheduled decouplings with a rapid correction, using the reaction control system, he just might ensure the Egodo didn't crash into the Earth or anything else with enough force to kill billions. And if he was lucky, he wouldn't get himself killed either. He finished his calculations and paused. He closed his eyes and prayed to his ancestors. Nma Aleku, then swiped the calculations in without giving himself time to overthink it. The first decoupling kicked in. The ship groaned with a whine, like a dying beast, shuddering as its Adadivo drive broke connection to the zero-point field of fluctuating energy distribution in space. The ship slowed, and the curve of reality flattened out into the familiar again. But before Osho could even see how close to Earth he was, the ship's thrusters fired as pre-programmed and set it rotating. It spun round on its axis like a mad frisbee at an angular momentum it was never designed to handle. And then for one deathly moment, the elliptic hole of bleeding light reappeared. With a forceful crunch, the ship recoupled, going back into drift flux, with its drive facing the opposite direction, as Osho tried to brake by putting the Egodo in reverse. The Delta V induced a sudden and spectacular curvature of reality. He saw light. He squinted and saw light glaring out from behind a hole in the ball of reality. His head spun. His heart raced against his rib cage. His vision began to blur at the edges. The second decoupling kicked in, and the ship groaned again, the Adadivo drive breaking its connection to the zero point for the second and final time. The maneuver had driven the Egodo's engines far beyond design capacity, and the force of the second decoupling mid-spin had wrecked the drive. Osho was thrown out of his seat, and even his genetic grav scenes couldn't stop him from finally losing his hold on consciousness. The last thing he remembered seeing was a face in the light behind the hole in reality, that perfect circle of nothingness with smoothly curved edges, wisps of light streaming out of it, like God himself was peeping over its edge. When Osho came to, there was water almost up to his neck. He flailed wildly at first, completely confused as to why he had gone from the lovely and strange weightlessness of space to the familiar and dangerous viscosity of water. The view screen was somehow still stubbornly displaying symbols. The paneling all along the left flank of the Egodo's control module had ruptured, and the ship was filling with water fast. He stopped as his senses returned to him. Get out. He had to get out. He took a deep breath and submerged, swimming through familiar passageways to the Egodo's airlock. His skin was covered in cuts that stung so much that he knew he had to be in seawater. He reached the airlock, but it only opened halfway when it read his genetic signature. Damaged. It had to have been damaged. He swam up to take in air and calmed down. The water was almost up to his nose now. Soon the entire ship would be filled with it. He breathed slowly, calming his nerves. Then he resubmerged. He swam back to the partly open door, held onto a rail, and thinking carefully, punched the locked door with his bioplasmium fist like it was an old enemy. It gave. He swam into open water and up toward the shimmering surface. When he surfaced, it was hot and bright, and the sun was dancing a silver line down the skin of the water. His dreadlocks felt heavy on his head. It took him a few seconds to realize he had lost his red headband. In the distance, he heard sounds like voices, like shouts, like earth. He spun around and saw he was floating only a few 100 feet from a beach. Behind the beach line, a lush green island rose, and at its crest sat a beautiful glass bungalow that reflected the sun like a prism. Waves broke over a surrounding group of rocks to the left of the beach. Fishing boats were slowly straggling in through the constellation of rocks. Up and down the beach, there was a smattering of people of all shapes and colors and sizes with their towels and beach balls, their frisbees, and their beach mats rolled up under their arms. There were at least 30 of them, and some of them were shouting. Some of them were waving animatedly at him. Some were pointing up to the sky. He turned again, eyes raised. In the distance, there was a small aircraft approaching. Osho started laughing. He laughed and laughed and laughed. He laughed because a few minutes ago, he had been a third of the way across the solar system, because he had seen the universe bend, because he had performed an impossible maneuver, because he had saved billions of people from a madman, because he had wrestled against the essential forces of the universe, and yet, somehow, he was alive, floating in the ocean beyond the beach on Earth, like some bloody tourist. He laughed and splashed around in the water, like a child, until the aircraft, which turned out to be a transhuman Federation supersonic carrier, arrived, dropped an autonomous winch cable, and hauled him into its metal belly like a morsel of food. Inside, he was attended to by people in medical gear, and completely ensconced in an insulation supersuit. A thin layer of smart nanomaterial that isolated him from his environment to keep him warm and prevent bacterial exchange in his delicate state, and was given a hot cup of rooibos tea. A pale older man with blonde hair and a stiff back, wearing the familiar white uniform of the Transhuman Federation forces with the Zulu shield, yin and yang, and spears emblazoned on its breast, walked up to him and said, "Good to see you're alive, and in one piece, Priest Pilot." "Thank you, Captain Petrov, but call me Stanislav." "Welcome on board there, Nancy. I guess I'm incredibly lucky. Looks like I landed in a nice location," Oshio said, smiling thinly before taking a sip of his tea. "What was that beach, anyway?" The officer smiled at him. "Machangulo Island, just off the coast of Mozambique. Lovely place, perfectly natural, and very popular with tourists from all over the Federation. We're heading to Addis Ababa to meet the Trade Council. Your engineer explained the situation to us, and it seems we all owe you a great debt. And you owe her an equal one. We would have fried you with plasma when you made an unscheduled entry into Earth orbit, if we hadn't already gotten her message." Oshio laughed. "I cannot overstate how glad I am that you didn't do that." Then he added, "I have to thank her when I see her." The captain smiled, a clever look in his eyes. "No need to wait that long. We still have Siri stationed on the emergency answerable channel. She's eager to say hello." Oshio grinned. He followed the officer into the communications room and let him lead him to an answerable console. Oshio sat down, holding his injured belly. Lean Adol's face burst onto the screen in dazzling light symbols. She was more excited than Oshio had ever seen her since they had begun working together. You magnificent bastard. How in the name of everything we've been taught did you pull that off? She asked, her mouth wide. Osho went straight-faced and said, Honestly, I don't know. My ancestors must have reached out from Okoto to guide my hand in flux. They even sent me crashing down at a holiday location. Seriously, I'm telling you, only the ancestors could have pulled off a stunt like that. Lynn Ado's image on the view screen came closer. Her mouth tight, but a suppressed smile leaking from behind her eyes and the edges of her lips. Come on, Oshio. You really think your ancestors were out there? That they guided you in drift flux? Oshio smiled. Well, no, not really. But it will be a good story to tell people who wonder how the hell I survived that insane maneuver, wouldn't it? They both erupted into wild, celebratory laughter that rang across the ocean of space and energy between them. A certain sort of warm magic. I met Ijoma beside the Lagos Lagoon. Errant rays of electric light dancing softly across the heaving surface of the water, so lazily that I almost mistook them for schools of brightly scaled fish swimming too close to the surface. I have always felt a certain sort of warm magic in quiet moments, and in held breaths, and in strangers' smiles, and in the places where land and water kiss. Standing on a pier or a beach, watching the water's ceaseless swirl and sweep. I am always and wholly immersed in that warmth. It comforts me. I suppose I would have become a professional surfer or a lifeguard if those were acceptable things for a young Nigerian man to do with his best years, and if I wasn't so scared of drowning. I could also have studied to become a marine biologist, as a compromise, if that idea had not been diligently deposed by my parents' desire to have yet another lawyer in the family. You can always play with water anytime you want, my retired father told me, so why not just study something useful that can actually make you good money? Like law. And so there I was, a reluctant lawyer sitting alone in Churrasco's, sipping on a Jack Daniels and Coke, watching the water shimmer, when Ijoma sat across the table from me and introduced herself. She spoke with a smile, her rosy cheeks almost spilling over the sides of her face. She asked why I was sitting at a table alone in the open-air bar, and casually, I told her I liked to drink alone because other people talked too much when they drank. She laughed, a rolling musical chortle that shook her braided hair like fronds on a palm tree in the wind, and exposed her geometrically precise piano-key teeth. I smiled thinly, wondering what she was up to. It was Lagos, after all. And beautiful young women did not just approach average-looking, brooding men that drank alone in Churrasco's. When she stopped laughing, she asked me if I didn't mind her and her friends sitting with me. With a sweeping gesture, she guided my vision away from her to take in the rest of the place. It was full of people, eating, drinking, smoking shisha, and weaving the ephemeral bonds of the nighttime revelers that hang around bars and clubs every night only to dissolve at dawn. Sullen waiters and unenthusiastic attendants traipsed about like snails after July rain, carrying trays, drinks, bills, and change to customers as though they were offerings for the dead. There were no free tables. I had come early, at about 6 p.m., just before sunset, and hadn't noticed the place slowly fill up. Lost in myself, I hadn't even noticed the light music and buzz of conversations filled the silence until Ijoma invited me to look around. Sure, you guys can sit here, I said, because it would have been wrong to say anything else, given the circumstances. Thank you, she exclaimed, and turned sharply to signal her coterie with a smile and a wild gesture. Ijoma's friends, whom I saw in the direction of her rapidly beckoning finger, were standing under a high, bright orange lamp. A voluptuous trio of short skirts, high heels, expensive weaves, and too much makeup. For all their obvious and varied efforts, they had somehow ended up looking almost exactly the same. If Ijoma wasn't waving at them, I wouldn't have imagined them to be her posse. Her thin braids, light makeup, lime green tank top with crenulated hem, black tights, and black wedge shoes were very well put together. No doubt, she had a simple elegance to her appearance, and she could have easily walked into any nighttime entertainment establishment and not really been out of place. But she was only well dressed. Her friends were dressed Lagos glamorous. As soon as her friends took their places around the table and offered a few perfunctory thank yous and "you're such a gentleman's," I started to slowly regress into invisibility. At first, they tried to draw me out with small talk, asking me what car I drove and if I had a girlfriend, to which I casually replied, Toyota Corolla, and no. But as the night gathered momentum, their talk drifted towards things of which I had no knowledge and to which I could offer no input. Olaide's boyfriend was cheating on her with some other girl whom they referred to using a variety of colorful language. Chinelo had just been promoted at work and was upset because now she'd have to work in the same team as someone named Tomiwa, who I gathered had, and I quote, been on her case for several months. Nadia announced over margaritas, preening with second-hand affection, that her sister was pregnant, to which they all cheered and oh'd and awed and laughed riotously. After a few strange smiles at jokes I did not understand and excited exclamations I could not genuinely react to, I turned back to the lagoon to watch the light and water dance, their voices mentally tuned down to nothing more than a droning echo. About 3/4 of an hour later, as they were about to request their bill, Ijoma announced that she had left her purse in the car and asked me if I would please walk her to retrieve it. I agreed, and we unmoored ourselves from the table, drifting lazily toward the car park. Walking half a step behind her, I was suddenly aware of a sharp desire, a peculiar, powerful calling, like the pull of the moon on the ocean, or certain kinds of wanderlust. And so I told her, you know, you look effortlessly beautiful, because it was true. Thanks, she said, slowing her pace and smiling. And then she perceptively added, effortlessly? I only used that word because I was wondering why you didn't wear a miniskirt and high heels, since it looks like you guys are going clubbing, I confessed. Not that you need to, it's just, well, you sort of stand out from them. Oh, that's just not really my style, Jare. And to be completely honest, I like being just a little bit different. It's not a conscious thing, you get? I've just always sort of stood out, even when I was a little girl. I'm used to it now, she said, another teasing smile cutting into the softness of her full cheeks. I smiled. I could understand the sentiment. She looked away from me and tucked her braids behind her ears. They curtained her face beautifully when they were down. A fleeting urge to reach over and free them hovered in my head, and then flitted away like a butterfly. I've never really fit in with them, my friends, she offered by way of explanation. I picked up pace to match her quickening strides. We've known each other so long, I look at them and see the kids we used to be. Under all of that hair and makeup, I still see them. Lagos can be somehow, Sha. It molds you into something you don't quite understand if you let it. A chuckle escaped me. We were walking side by side now. I know. Even ordinary everyday traffic can turn you into a raving madman if you let it. Asif, she exclaimed. But I'm a rock. Maybe it's how I was raised, or my father's stubbornness that I inherited, but I can't change. Maybe that's why they need me, to remind them of who we used to be. I love them, and defend them even when other people don't understand because I know who they are deep down. And they let me be me, she continued. They love their rock, misshapen and unchanging as I am. She stopped in front of a blue car and chucked her handbag on his roof before turning over to me, eyes bright with curiosity. So what about you? She asked. Why were you really drinking alone? Seriously. I felt more loquacious than usual, and so I admitted that I enjoyed being alone and being in my own company, especially near water. I told her about the first time I had been to the beach with my family on holiday in Lagos from Abuja. How immediately I stood on the shore and saw wave after magnificent wave crash onto the sandy beach, the enormous bulk washing away patterns and footprints that adorned the coastline. I had become hopelessly and permanently entranced. I described, with a little hesitation and embarrassment, how I had cried when sundown came, and my father insisted that we had to leave before we lost the light and had to brave the dangers of Lagos nighttime driving. I suppose I've never really been a very normal person, I said, almost cringing with unwelcome self-awareness at how puerile the sentence seemed, for all its honesty. My mother once admitted that she thinks I was possessed by a Mami Wata spirit that day. Some days, I think she is right. No, Ijeoma said sharply as she opened her car and sat in the passenger seat, opening up the glove compartment. You're just a soulful guy. It's cool. Most people don't stop to appreciate beauty like that. I mean, people say sunsets and rainbows and waterfalls and stuff are pretty, and they put up all these cool pictures on Facebook and Instagram. But how many people really feel that beauty in their bones or get lost in it like you do? Not many, Abby. No, not many I found, I said, consciously wistful. Still, drinking alone and watching water caress the shore isn't the best way to make friends, as you've probably seen tonight. She laughed and stood up, stuffing several crisp 1,000 naira notes into a brown leather purse. She shut the door, rounded the front of the car with a graceful mince, and stood barely a breath away from me. But do you actually want to make friends? Or are you happy enough just watching the waves alone? She asked. I want to make friends, but not friends I have to pretend to like because it's the normal thing to do. I want friends that understand me, truly. She did something then that was a bit of a smile and a bit of a laugh. Not quite any of the two, as she moved so close to me that I could feel the warmth of her breath on my neck. That's what we all want, Sha. Last. But if you want to make friends, you have to be willing to take a few risks, she said, before adding a moment later. As long as they feel right. And so I kissed her, because it felt right, because the moment demanded it. She fell into the kiss eagerly, locking her lips with mine and allowing my tongue dance a private, gentle waltz with hers. When we pulled away from each other, her breaths were rapid and shallow. She looked at me for a few moments, and then insisted that we hurry back before her friends started to worry. I asked her to give me her number, but she said nothing in response. She just put her hand in mine and pulled me behind her, heading for the cluster of orange lights and noise and water. We reached the table, and she ignored the accusing looks and not very subtle hmms and ehs that her friends heckled us with as she stuffed a few notes from her purse into the bill folder. Once the sour-faced waiter returned to collect it, they all thanked me and took turns hugging and kissing me on the cheek. Ijeoma was the last to go. She lingered when she wrapped her arms around me, and, as she pulled away, she pushed a paper napkin in front of me that I hadn't noticed before, and tapped it twice before joining her friends and disappearing into the darkness, leaving a trail of excited giggles and perfume in their wake. I picked up the napkin and stared at it briefly before entering the number reading on it into my phone. When I was done, I let out a deep breath and spread the napkin out on my open palm until an eddying breeze took it from me and offered it to the lagoon. About 4 months into our clumsy, careless courtship, we had a fight. I'd picked Ijoma up from her parents' house in Osborne Foreshore Estate to attend her former classmate's wedding and was driving her back when we got stuck in traffic. We complained bitterly at first, but when has that ever really made Lagos traffic move any faster than it wanted to? We eventually stopped complaining and, making the best of things, held hands. In the relatively quiet and cool cocoon of the car, insulated from the noise of traffic, we began to speak, as usual, about everything and nothing, of our fears, of feelings, of not belonging, of ice cream, of house music, and of the new Wizkid album, which she had convinced me to listen to, of the old colonial houses in Ikoyi, which we both admired, and of how much Lagos had changed since we were kids. We talked about many things as traffic crawled forward, until we noticed that the sun, setting, had showered the horizon beneath it in bright, mesmerizing orange. And so we both stopped talking and just watched the sun complete its daily descent from the sky. Quiet, hand in hand. It was a perfect moment in an almost perfect day. And it was the moment that Ijoma chose to squeeze my hand and ask, eyes set firmly on the splash of lavender and saffron-painted clouds drifting across the darkening sky. Chuchu, do you love me? I felt a sudden fragility, a brittleness of soul, and an overwhelming need to say something that was, above all else, true. But, and I only realized this later, up to that moment, the elements of the reality of our relationship had been thin and flaky to me. I had believed that we were both content to ride the train of emotions coasting between need and happiness, even without knowing exactly where the next stop would be, or if the train would eventually run out of track. So that afternoon, when she asked me if I loved her, I was forced to analyze our relationship, to comb the filth of my feelings, searching for some unique, warm magic that I could attribute solely to her, paralyzed with a primal fear that I would not find it. The second stretched, and everything I had experienced with her condensed into one thought, given expression in 3 words. I don't know, I said, because they were the truest words my soul would let leave my lips, even though I regretted them the moment I said them. Underneath dark espresso foundation and blush, Ijoma's cheeks swelled and reddened. Her fingers untangled themselves from mine. Wow. She was clearly upset. You don't know? How can you not know? After all that. I love being with you, Ijoma, I blurted, bowing my shoulders, furrowing my brow and returning my abandoned right hand to its place atop the gear stick. But love is a big and complicated word. I don't want to belittle what we have by approximating it before it fully becomes what it can be, what I want it to be. Her upper body tilted towards me and her eyes, underbrows flattened by incredulity, ran along my frame, as though she were scanning me for some hidden clue that would qualify what I had said. The hairs all over my body stood on end. Well, I know I love you. I don't need to approximate anything. I know you do, I said, earnestness raising the timbre of my voice. But I'm not quite sure where I am yet, and I don't want to rush us. Love takes different amounts of time for different people. But when I say it, I want to be absolutely sure. Yes, love should be absolutely sure, she agreed, and the purpose of the repetition was not lost on me. Mercifully, just then, we reached the pinch point of traffic and managed to meander around the broken-down Toyota Camry, the road clear ahead of us. I accelerated. She pulled at the hem of her polka-dot monostrap dress, as though she were newly naked and conscious of herself around me, her full lips pursed, then quivering. I don't want to go home yet, she said, as I careened down Ring Road, a little overeager now that I was free from the enforced crawl of traffic. It's too early. Let's go to your place and watch a movie or something. I knew the request carried with it some hidden agenda, but I only said, Yeah, sure. Turned the radio up and drove us all the way to my flat in Najah in turmoil as I diligently dissected my feelings, searching for something special and big and true. By the time we were in front of my couch, mindless watching something silly on African Magic, I was unsure how much of our relationship was as real a connection as I had believed it to be, and how much was based on convenient lies I had made myself believe because I needed to find someone I could be with, someone that understood me in some way, anyway, someone that didn't think I was weird or crazy. It should have been easy to tell Ijoma I loved her, but it wasn't. It felt like I was reaching for something I didn't quite understand, grasping at wisps of smoke. About 15 minutes into the movie, she said, "It's so sad," even though her tone was so much more so, low and pained, an evincing and unexpressed unhappiness I was sure would soon be let loose. "What is?" "That you don't love me." Her words stung my ears. That's not what I said. I just said I didn't know if I did yet. She snorted, but said nothing to explain the nonverbal comment. She just scowled for a few minutes, mindlessly scrolling through pictures on her phone. "Come on, are you really angry?" I asked, my light tone a bit premature in retrospect. "Yes, I am," she shouted, undamming all the emotions that I had watched build up since the sunset and the question in the car. "Chuchu, it has been 4 months. I love you. I am the only person that listens to you, shares space and time with you, understands you. If you still don't know if you love me, then what do you know? Who do you love?" She raised her delicate left hand and pointed a finger at me. "What do you really want?" "I don't know. But I'm sure I don't want to fight with you right now," I growled in response. "What does that even mean, Sha? You're trying to avoid the issue." "Of course I am," I said. "Look, we have something special, but I don't want to feel like a fraud, like I'm forcing myself to say I love you because I'm supposed to. That word has been used and abused by so many people, especially the kind of people we always tell each other we are never going to be. So yes, I will avoid the issue until I am ready to tackle it. I know the world loves certainty. We all do. But sometimes the right answer is not yes or no. It's just I don't know, or maybe. Are you serious right now? You don't want to feel like a fraud. You, the king of pretense and no feelings. Don't do that turning the table thing again. Don't you do it." I beg," she started, her voice slowly getting louder, angrier. "This is the first time I've asked you to show me any kind of real emotion. I always have to open myself up completely to you before you even open up a little in response to me. Now this one simple thing you can't say? I know you love me. I can see it even if you can't. But I need you to say it to me. I need to hear it. Don't you understand that?" She was leaning forward in her chair now, legs askew behind one of my brown footstools, knuckles as white as a new drum skin. "I will, but at least let me choose when. Please. Just let me have that," I begged, unwilling to exacerbate the situation, unwilling to tell her just how much her question and reactions had shaken me. I was not sure I loved her, but I enjoyed sharing my life with her. That sharing of things and moments was the reason we were together. I thought I had finally found someone that understood me in some way and was willing to share in the things I found magical. To me, that was worth much more than any possible aggrandized and romanticized interpretation of love. That sense of sharing, of not being completely alone in the world. It was a connection I had never made with anyone else, and I was dating her for it. I also expected it to naturally evolve into love, and, even if it did not, I thought it would be enough on its own. But then, Watching her react to my uncertainty, I had seen a new side to Ijoma, one I had been vaguely aware of but had not seen before. It was a powerful and biting need that lurked deep within her, a need to be needed. Witnessing it was, to me, a tectonic adjustment of reality, like biting into a beautiful red velvet cake, only to find its interior writhing with wobbling, wrathful worms and a heinous, harrowing hunger. "Fine," she said, turning away from me. I said nothing. "Okay, look, I'm sorry," she added a moment later. I sighed and stood up, making my way towards her slowly. "Do you remember the night we met?" "Of course I do." She sat up straight in her chair, a gesture of placation, of coming to me as I came to her. Reaching her, I sank to my knees slowly, wedged myself between her legs, kissing the nape of her neck as I descended. My lips hovered over her hips as I whispered my basest thoughts. That night, I wondered, why me? She didn't have to sit with me or ask me to walk her to the car or talk to me or even let me kiss her. She didn't have to give me her number. And I worried for a long time that we were not real, that you were just a girl on a lark or drunk, or going through a phase of flirting for the hell of it. I know I don't admit it, but in many ways, I'm still afraid that one day I'll open my eyes and you'll be gone, and I'll be alone. "Don't be," she started, but I was not finished. "I just want this to be as real as it can be, and I can't force it. I need it to just be until it is, if that makes sense." She pulled my head to her chest and held me there for a moment before disengaging and taking my face in her hands to kiss me gently. "It does. I love you, and I'm sorry I got angry with you," she said. "You're the realest thing in my life." I spoke into her bosom, wondering how easily we had let the argument go. Perhaps it was why we had worked so well together up to that point. Some sort of mutual delusion and willingness to forgo the things we wanted for the things we needed. I continued kissing her, wrapping my arms around her with a desperate sense of devoir, as though the kiss could weld us back together again, heal the hole the evening had dug between us, and perhaps through it, I could appease some small measure of her need for certainty and assurance. Before long, the kiss led to other things in the shadows of my apartment. Our lovemaking was slow, steady and intense, like the lapping of waves at shore on a moonlit evening. I tried to share all that I was with her, reconnect with her completely, but the damage had been done. A crack had appeared in us, exposed the doubt and fear and need plastered beneath the veneer of our relationship that I had constructed for myself. And once it was exposed, I knew my mind would continue to chip at it relentlessly until it was all gone and there was nothing left but the ugly debris of my fear and her unfulfilled needs. Her room was on the 7th floor of the hospital, the renal services unit. I took the stairs even though the elevator was in working condition. Nady had called me 2 days before. I had decided what I was going to do almost immediately, and it had taken me a little over 20 hours to make it there. To first navigate my way through Lagos traffic, then cross the Atlantic Ocean in a pressurized metal tube, and finally pay my way to be expertly meandered through the glass and concrete forest of New York City, all the way to Robert Wood Johnson Hospital. And yet, when I got there, only a few feet away from her, I still felt like I needed a few final moments alone to calm myself. The air in the hospital was sterile, crisp and saturated with the smell of antiseptic, latex, and that unique metallic smell of blood that never completely left a place once it had found its way there. Ijoma always favored woody, earthy smells. When our relationship was still young and unsure of itself, I would hold her and bury my face in her neck to smell the distilled ocean and bottled forest and little essences of earth for sale. So in that moment, climbing up those stairs, the memory of her perfume so powerful that I could almost taste it on my tongue, I felt desperately guilty, even though it had been 3 years since we had ended our relationship. As I walked through the paper-white stairwell doors and into the 7th floor hallway, my shoes were metronomes against the hallway's polished tile. I adjusted the visitor's pass pinned to the lapel of my plaid jacket and wished for a moment that I could go back to the time before things became strained between Ijoma and me. A time when we could share a moment without questioning ourselves and what we were and what we felt and why we felt that way anyway. It was a moment of decanted pain, with a purity that only regret can produce. As I rounded the corner onto the main corridor of the renal ward, I passed by 2 chubby nurses whose faces bore none of the arrogance that, to me, had always seemed typical of all medical professionals, especially in Nigeria. That sense of authority and superiority, which they always wore like armor to protect them from the people they were supposed to care for. These nurses were bare, human. One of them even flashed me a smile, which in some small way helped balm the hurt from my memories. I kept walking until I reached room 714 and paused before going in, collecting myself one final time. The breakup may have been her idea, but it was my fault. I changed after that first fight. Once my mind began to chip away at the illusion of us, searching for something more and not finding it, whatever it was, I became testy, difficult to be with. I know that now. The day we broke up, she told me she did not think I would make a good husband or father. It hurt to hear, even though in many ways, I suspected it was true. I had never really connected with anyone. Not my parents, not my siblings, not even her, although it was the closest I had ever come. I was an emotionally stunted man who found himself lost in silences and at coastlines but could not bring himself to tell his girlfriend he loved her. I peered in through the circular port in the door to room 714. Ijoma was alone in the room, lying beneath crisp, white hospital sheets and surrounded by stark, white walls. She was as pale as a Nigerian woman could be without chemical assistance. Her braided hair was splayed out on the pillow under her head, the end of each braid a little skein, and there were new lines around her eyes that had not been there the last time we spoke, when she had tearfully told me she didn't want to see me again. I held my breath and briefly considered what she wanted to tell me, and if it would change what I had already decided I was going to do. I knocked gently on the door 3 times and then, without waiting for a response, let myself in. Her eyes managed to register a look of joy that strained to let itself be seen from beneath the pallid mask of illness. Subdued as it was, I saw it anyway. Chuchu? Yeah, it's me. You came, she said weakly, sliding her right hand out from under the sheets and patting the space on her left side of the bed, indicating that she wanted me to approach, to sit. I did. 2 ivy lines snaked their way into her arm like twin vines. I took her hand in mine. Her grip was fragile, her voice croaky, and her breath as dry as harmattan air. Of course I did. I would have come sooner, but I needed to get some checks done first. Did you think I wouldn't? I asked. Honestly, I didn't know. I just needed you to know. That's why I asked Nady to call you. If I had done it myself, it would have felt too much like I was exploiting this situation. But I didn't expect. She sighed. I'm just glad you came. Where are your parents? I asked, veering off the course the conversation had started on. They're at Nady's house, upstate. They were here all day and needed to rest, she said, sighing heavily. They are too old for me, and all this my kidney wahala anyway. And I think my mom feels a little bit guilty. RPKD is hereditary, apparently, but it just skipped her on its way to me. This pot of beans, Laisha. It's not her fault. I'm sure she knows that. I began, noticing that she still had the gold necklace I had bought her as a Valentine's Day gift, garlanded around her neck. Besides, hopefully the wahala won't last much longer. You'll get your transplant soon. A weariness settled on her brows and wrinkled them as she said, "The waiting list is fairly long." Her eyes told me what she didn't want to say, that she didn't think that she would make it, that she thought she would die before they found a match, or that they would try to make do with one that was not quite right, which her body would reject, killing her in the process. I squeezed her hand and said nothing. It was not time. Instead, I asked her what she thought of the hospital, and from there our conversation spiraled into 1,000 other things. My trip, the starkness of the room, the kindness of her nurses, the joy she found playing with Nadie's kids when they visited. As she spoke, despite her best efforts to remain cheerful, her words came tinged with a subdued sadness, a distant undercurrent of desperate unhappiness, like the sour aftertaste of unripe mangoes. We spoke until a real thin nurse entered the room and contaminated our conversation. She smiled at us as she took recordings from the dialysis machine Ijoma was attached to, as well as the gallery of monitors that stood beside her bed like bodyguards. Ijoma sighed when the nurse finally departed. "I came here to do 2 things, neither of which are easy," I began, squeezing her hand gently. The look in her eye let me know that she was curious, but would wait for me to explain. I carried on. "The first is to tell you that I did a transplant compatibility test before I came here." Her eyes widened to vitrescent, minimalist Art Deco saucers as she began to realize what I was leading up to. I don't know why. I just had a feeling. And apparently, it was a good feeling, because we're a near-perfect 5-antigen match. It's not a perfect 6, but it's very good. And with immunosuppression drugs, the doctors are absolutely confident it will take, so I paused to take a deep breath, lending an unintentional sense of drama to the announcement. "I'm going to give you one of my kidneys." Her voice was a raspy, shocked whisper. "You can't, Chuchu. You can't do that." I wanted to tell her that I could, and I would because I had to, but I didn't. I just ignored her protests and continued. "Second, I came here to apologize for everything. Not just the breakup, but for most of our relationship. I was never a good boyfriend to you. Not really. I was more concerned with being myself and making you a part of my world than in loving you and being a part of yours in the way you needed me to. So I want to say I'm sorry, because I honestly don't think I ever loved you, and I never should have made you think I did." I felt her grip on my hand become a little bit tighter and looked down at her hand in mine. She had lost so much weight. By the time I looked up again, she was smiling a strange, vast smile that put all her piano key teeth on display and puffed up what was left of her cheeks. "I swear you're a fool, Chuchu," she said, before doing the thing she always did when she had realized something about someone, an expression lost somewhere between smiling and laughter. Confused, I asked her, "What's funny?" And she said, "You are. You're telling me you don't think you love me, and you don't think you ever did?" "Yes," I affirmed, a little cautiously. "Well, that's a stupid thing to say. Olodo, you dated me. You shared a part of yourself that you've never shared with anyone before with me. And even now, you flew all the way here to see me, just because I had someone call to tell you what was going on with me." She slowed a little, the smile on her face firm in its place. "You just told me you want to give me your kidney, even though we broke up 3 years ago. You came all this way because I needed you. You never told me you loved me, but seriously, look at us, Chucho. Look at all this and tell me, what do you even think love is? I remained quiet and said nothing because I was seized then by a vision so vivid. I can never be sure if it truly happened, or if it was the memory of a dream that my mind conjugated with the moment to explain the sudden, unexpected clarity that came over me in its wake. In this vision, I was standing in a dark, open field. Heavy rain a constant curtain all around me. There was a sharp bolt of lightning, the crack of thunder. The sun appeared in the sky with all the unexpectedness of an explosion, turned pure white, then expanded, speeding toward me at what is, even by the plastic standards of a vision, an impossible speed. Blinded and afraid, I shut my eyes, and then there was nothing. Nothing but bright, bright white light. Chuchu, are you okay? Ijoma's voice was floating above me. I realized then that my head was buried in her side, and my cheeks were wet. I had been crying. I am, I said, and meant it. And then I added, I love you, Ijoma. I always have. And I meant that even more. She looked at me, silent, stunned, and still smiling. So I lifted her hand and placed it on my cheek for want of words to say. We stayed that way for a few moments, neither of us saying anything. I expected love to be some sort of new, grand sense of being, elevated beyond the warm magic of comfortable silences, or even the calm, perpetual caress of the ocean along a sandy beach. But that grand feeling had never come to me. Instead, what little magic I could already find in the world only became a little warmer when I shared it with Ijoma. I had, I believed, when we were a couple, settled for that in lieu of love. But there, weeping with her hand on my face, willing despite all reason to give her a kidney, willing to sit by her side until she was whole again, I knew with some hidden sense, like a bird knowing magnetic south, that I had loved her all along and was scared to admit it, not to her, but to myself. In my head, I relived the parts of our lives that intersected. The kisses, the arguments, the love-making, the owambes and the movies, the long drives, and the boisterous nights under the too thin Lagos sky. I assembled them together in a narrative, the story of us, and reviewed it in my head over and over and over, mining each experience for emotion and finding love, not as a single grand bird soaring in the sky of us, but as a kaleidoscope of small, beautiful butterflies flying low to the field, just above the grass. I was not sure how long we stayed that way, but eventually I pulled away, kissed Ijoma's hand, and rose up like a remembered promise, telling her I was going to look for the renal ward clerk and register myself as a living donor and that I would be back soon. She nodded her understanding gently, in tears. I walked out of room 714 a different man than I had walked into it. A man that understood himself a little bit more, a man that no longer looked for great, grand feelings, or was afraid to let himself see the grandeur in small ones. I saw the ocean of love inside, and all around me, where it had been all along, and wondered how I had not seen it before until Ijoma invited me to look around. Necessary and sufficient conditions. The dusty, bumpy road, linking the magnetic Hyper Expressway to Ijebu-Ode, was nothing like the smooth, organized and illuminated tunnels from which it branched out. I focused on the lush green forests that flanked me on each side of the ancient red road, as my brain and my transport pod AI conspired to navigate the way to Professor Olukoya's country home. The burden of vengeance was heavy in my right hand, 2 decades worth of hate compressed into 1 milliliter of clear liquid, held in a small silver tube. I looked through my window, took in the sights of untarnished forest and allowed them sink in. It was only on rare occasions that I got to see nature like this, as yet untamed. It was also strikingly different from the domestic subjugated pockets of greenery that dotted the Lagos supercity complex. 6 solid structures, each one towering 7 kilometers into the sky and imposing a 10 square kilometer footprint on the ground, like giant fingers insolently poking at the eyes of gods, long unworshipped and ancestors long forgotten, in precisely picked parks and conservatories. Above me, the setting sun peeked out cautiously from behind the silver skirt of low-hanging clouds, framing the vast tableau of trees and grass around in a reddish-gray haze. Mesmerized by the sea of endless green, I found myself lost in thought until my transport port AI transmitted an insistent direct message to me through my neural implant, switching to driver direct neural navigation. Take left turn in 2 minutes. Caution. Non-hyper-express terrain. The viscous voice seeped into my consciousness like ether. And even though I knew it was nothing more than a series of electrochemical signals exchanged between the pod and my brain, I still interpreted it as a voice. I had heard good axiological arguments against humanization of neural signals from direct brain-machine interfaces, but I liked that my pod sometimes sounded like a caring aunt, asking me a favor, and other times like brisk and efficient agent giving me instructions, depending on my mood. I focused on the road and, in 2 minutes, did as I was told, thinking the pod through the turn. I felt it in my bones when I reached the professor's home. This particular direct neural message coming not as sound, but as a small pod-induced electromuscular vibration. I was afraid, and my neural implants were adjusting my body's responses accordingly. My life doc readings were all over the place. I needed to calm down, so I breathed slowly, deeply, to calm myself. When my life doc readings settled down, I threw the round-ended silver tube into the pocket of my bodysuit and thought the transport pod to a stop. I pulled my neural engagement key out of the chamfered sync slot and carefully reattached it to the live dock jack in my left arm. Stepping out of the sleek, white pod and into the dizzying heat, I briefly regarded the intricate whorls and arcs in its surface finish that served as its unique identification, wondering if they had any significant correlation to my own fingerprints, and if, when I finally had the blood of this old enemy on my hands, its next owner would insist on having its exteriors changed. Dismissing that thought, I mentally instructed the pod to secure itself before slowly taking the first step toward my revenge. Approaching the veranda of the red brick bungalow that lay before me, I froze a few steps away from the entrance and stood outside for almost a minute, staring at the strange, ancient red brick and wood construct. It must have been 600 or 700 years old. I had never seen anything like it. I was still studying it when I heard a voice call out to me from within the house that looked like it was built with caked blood. "Well, do you want to come in or not?" Yes, sir. Sorry, sir," I responded, a bit too effusively and rather clumsily. I was angry with myself for using the word sir twice in an apology that only consisted of 4 words, and even more disgusted at the act I needed to put on in order to get close enough to do what needed to be done. Flustered, I cantered hastily to the open entrance of the house and through a screen of beads and cowries that hung just past the door that had receded into slats set in the wall. My short-range wireless neural interface auto-connected to the security AI of the house and I felt it as a tightening in my throat. The AI was a powerful security program, but the professor had already pre-approved clearance for me. So he wasn't trying to override my neural pathways and tell my own body to kill or incapacitate me as it would an intruder. The important thing was, I was in. The professor was sitting on a weathered brown sofa, the color of molten clay. Cracks in the leather ran all over it like fractures across a dried-up pond. The sofa seemed as though it were an extension of the old man, with his clean-shaven head, gray beard, and withered brown skin. It was a fitting place for him to die. "Sit down," Professor Olukoya said, pointing at a plain black stool opposite him. As I took a step toward it, it seemed to spontaneously liquefy, morphing into a higher, solid-backed chair. It was a nice piece of high-tech, programmable nanomaterial furniture, the kind our country's nanotech industry had made trillions of dollars from exporting to the rest of the world. I was making eforiro and amala. "Would you like some?" he offered with a tight smile. "No, sir, I'm fine. I ate on the way here," I lied. "Very well then. Let us begin." The professor's voice carried easily, and even though I detected no accent, he still carried the cadence and the speaking manner of a typical Yoruba man, his syllables more sung than pronounced. I took out a rectangular black device from my bodysuit cargo compartment and settled into the nanomaterial chair, face to face with the man who had taken everything that mattered from me. I cleared my throat. "I'm sure my editor already explained to you why I'm here. So I suppose we should just begin," I said, in as professional tone as I could, hoping he didn't notice the gentle undulation of my voice. "Of course, the interview. That is your neural recorder." He gestured toward the black box. "Yes. So when people download your log file to their live docs, they will feel exactly what you felt as you interviewed me." I fought the urge to scream her name and kill him with that querying look plastered onto his face, but I forced myself to remain calm. I needed him to know why. "Yes, sir. It will be just as though they spoke with you themselves, in this place." Interesting. I've personally never cared much for neural shared tech. So many young people only use it for pointless social nonsense. But this seems like a good application for it. Anyway, very good. You can start. I pressed the full res button on the recorder and shivered as it came on, syncing with my neural implant and priming itself to record the full range of my sensory interactions. Ready. "Good evening, Professor Olukoya. It is an honor to finally speak with you." Steady. "It's a pleasure to meet you as well, and also your audience." The old man's excessive smile threatened to colonize his wrinkled face. He was playing to the imagined gallery, focused on projecting as good an impression as possible on his potential audience, and distracted by his own pretensions. "Now, tell me about the issue protocol," I said sharply, sans smile. A sheen of sweat appeared on the professor's head, where his hairline had once held the border. In the cool air of the temperature-regulated brick house, the sweat might as well have been little droplets of acknowledged guilt, condensing confessions, secretions of liquid fear. "What? Excuse me? What kind of... You're not from Timeline magazine, are you?" the old man asked, his voice shaking and betraying his age for the first time. "My name," I began, as I reached for the silver tube in my cargo compartment, "is Yemi Ladipo." The professor's face went hard and white. I snapped to my feet and, in one smooth motion, crossed the space between us, trailing the silver tube full of vengeance and death in my left hand. I landed on top of him, so close I could smell the tobacco on his breath and the cocoa butter on his skin. I pinned down his right forearm with my left knee and held down his left hand with my right. I flicked the cap of the tube to reveal its thin, long needle, like the proboscis of a thirsty mosquito, jammed it into his neck, and squeezed. The professor became a dead man walking. I pulled back to see shock and fear and confusion in his eyes. I expected to see those. What I did not expect was for the confusion to quickly morph into anger, and for something cold and liquid to wrap itself around my throat and solidify into a vice, trying to strangle the life out of me. His face took on a bone-tight grimace as I let go of his hand. Through my retreating vision, I saw him reach under the sofa. I thought quickly, resisting the pain and fear and darkness of suffocation with gritted teeth. I pulled the empty silver tube from the professor's neck and jammed the needle into his left eyeball. There was a scream. I felt the vice around my neck loosen. There was a burst of bright light. A bolt of pain ripped through me at the speed of a malicious thought. I fell back, away from the mewling old man on the brown sofa, clutching his punctured left eye socket, and onto the floor. There was a silver plasma pistol slipping from his right hand, and a black-edged, bloody hole in my belly. He was done for, but so was I. I mentally cycled through the readings of my life doc and, with a thought, commanded my neural interface AI to dump endorphins into my system for the pain. There was no way I could get back to the Lagos Super City Medical Center in time for a rectification specialist to plug the hole in my belly with bioengineered stem cells. I tried to keep pressure on both sides of the hole in my torso, but blood was leaking out between my fingers. I did not want to go into shock. The professor had stopped screaming, and the smell of blood and ozone filled the small space between us. My thoughts drifted to my mother. I wondered what she had been thinking when the professor had sat behind her on the Accra-Beijing hyper-expressway back in 2486 and burned a hole through her brain with plasma hotter than the core temperature of the sun. I struggled to my feet. The pain dulled to a persistent gnawing, and stumbled forward, each step a painful reminder that I was going to die soon. "What did you do to me, boy?" the professor asked from behind the blood-stained sofa. He sounded more like a man asking a technical question to a colleague than a mortally wounded man with one eye dying a slow and painful death. "I injected you with Malcore nanomachines. They will weave the iron in your blood into stable, long-chain molecules until you die or pass out from the pain." He only sighed heavily and asked, "You are Omolara's son?" "Yes, I am," I responded, somewhat less triumphantly than I had imagined I would. He took his time before replying, probably focusing on dumping enough endorphins in his system to stem the tide of pain. Eventually, he struggled up to sit on the floor, propped up against the red brick wall, looked up at me and said, "I regret nothing. I did what I had to do to advance our people." A rill of blood and clear liquid poured down the side of his cheek like unholy tears. Weak, I hobbled past the blood-stained couch and slumped to the ground beside him. "I don't need your regret. I just need you to acknowledge your crime, and then I need you to die." He went silent again for a few seconds, and then he said, unexpectedly, "I carried you when you were born. Did you know that?" Surprised, but unwilling to show it, I focused on my leaking midsection, tore open my bloody bodysuit, and stared at the hole that would kill me. I was sure he was lying. "Of course, you don't remember, but I do," he rasped. 3 months after the end of the Singularity War, just when we'd started rebuilding everything, your mother and I were stationed in Chinosovia. "You were such a small, lovely thing then," he said. "Quiet for a boy, My heart went arrhythmic. The old man was confusing me. I had come prepared for him to plead with me, beg for his life, fight, rage, rampage, apologize, anything except this. I said the only thing I could think to say, which was, "Shut up." He took a hard, long draw of air and looked at me as though all the logic of the world were in his eyes. "You hate me for killing her, but you don't even know why I did it," he managed. I could hear the faint tremble of some long-buried emotion in his words. "Do you?" I wanted to scream that it didn't matter, that nothing he could say would ever justify what he had done. But sitting there on the floor, dying beside him like comrades on the battlefield, it just seemed easier to let him go on speaking. You need to understand, those were the days following the technological singularity and a terrible war with an artificial superintelligence that humanity had created with its own hands. Everyone was afraid of any kind of technology they did not understand. Governments were destroying ideas they had spent billions of dollars investing in, wiping out whole generations' worth of research in a knee-jerk reaction. What does any of this have to do with my mother? Everything, he snapped, as he was seized by a sudden coughing fit. Pressurized blood vessels strained against the flesh of his forehead, and his eyes began to bulge. The nanomachines were wreaking havoc inside him. I felt an urge to tell him to rest and stop talking, but I said nothing because it was such a strange situation, and there was the smell of blood around us, and I was curious to know his reason, to see where he was going with his story. The cough stopped, and he continued speaking. In Chinosovia, we had found the computing cluster that the independent superintelligence had been using. Your mother and I were part of the United Nations task force assigned to assess the data there and, if there was anything related to artificial intelligence, destroy it. That's where we found the issue protocol. The issue protocol. All I knew about it was that it was the code name for a secret my mother had been investigating when she was killed. It was one of the few intelligible fragments of data left in her neural profile after her brain was fried with plasma. That and the fact she was absolutely convinced Professor Olukoya would kill her moments before she died. What was it? I asked. There was a strange tugging sensation coming from my womb with every breath I took, reminding me that I didn't have much longer to live. He coughed and said, it was a detailed methodology for the superintelligence to easily give itself a physical body and self-replicate using programmable nanomaterials. The first quantum wellstone. It was almost complete. We were lucky. If the superintelligence had completed it, humanity would have surely lost the war. When we found it, your mother wanted us to destroy it according to our mandate, but that would have been a terrible waste. An act of people without vision, without ambition. I could not let it happen. He stopped talking, and I turned my head to see if he was still alive. He was shaking. I could tell he had dumped all the endorphins he could afford, and the pain was still permeating through. Soon, he would not be able to talk. The world goes through cycles. He spat the words out through tight lips. It has history, and it goes through cycles. And the history of mankind is the history of technology. When each new technology comes, it comes with a shift in our social and economic systems. There was a time when people like us were treated as subhuman, and either counted off as slaves or colonized because we lacked the technology to defend ourselves. And even after that terrible time, we kept approaching technology and development from the wrong direction, constantly playing catch-up with other nations while they constantly sprinted ahead, leaving us in a constant state of underdevelopment. What we needed to do was stop running a race we had already lost and start preparing for the next race, creating the next technological revolution. And the Singularity War gave us that opportunity on a silver platter. we were presented with a new technology, one with which we, the African people, could build the future on our own terms. Once the initial technology paranoia that was sweeping the world subsided, we had the chance to ride the crest of the technological cycles and socio-economic hegemonies that had perpetually left us disadvantaged and jump into the future headfirst instead of being left clutching at the tail again. He shook his head. So when I insisted we not destroy the quantum wellstone, and Lara said she was going to report me to Accra Operations Office, I did what I had to do. Every blood vessel in his body seemed visible now, and he was shaking more violently. Very soon, there will be too much pain, pressure for him not to vent it out with a scream. You killed my mother, I said, just so you could hide the issue protocol data and bring it back to Henri Odua to share with the rest of Africa? Yes, and I do not regret it. Look at what we built from it, an entirely new industrial age of which we are still the custodians. For the first time in the history of humanity, since mankind first became a global community, a nation of African people had the dominant hegemony on the planet. It was worth it. No, not if it's based on a lie, on theft, on murder. I heard his labored breathing and wincing and wondered how much longer he would hold on. How much longer I could hold on. All great nations are built on some injustice, he rasped. The Mongols built an empire through mass murder. Caesar's disregard for democracy gave us the Roman Empire. The Americans built an agricultural-based economy on slave labor. The Chinese great leap forward came at the cost of mass starvation. I'm sorry, Yemi, but Omolara's stubbornness made her death a necessary and sufficient condition for the African technological renaissance. Angry and too weak to argue with him, I spat out the only thing I could think to say. Fuck you. The edges of the world were blurring, and my life doc readings were no longer making sense in my head. It was not easy for me, he responded, but suffering is always necessary for progress. This is the way of things. I would have loved to tell the professor just what his vision had cost me personally in pain. But even in his agony, holding hands with death, all he wanted to do was explain, not express shame or remorse or anger. In his mind, nothing but an inflexible iron conviction prevailed, and much of my hate for him melted into pity. You're a sad, sad man, I said. He said nothing, but made a sound like a muted whimper. Looking up, I saw a shaft of red sunlight stab into the house through a window, reminding me that there was more world outside. It made me think of the green, green trees and the dusty, bumpy road to Ijebu Ode. Then suddenly, I remembered that if I could just get to the illuminated magnetic hyper expressway, my direct neural link would auto-connect to the National Emergency Services Network, and my life dock distress signal would automatically guide my pod to the nearest rectification specialist station with high priority. Perhaps, if I could find a first aid station here or nearby with enough bioplastic sealant to stop the precious fluid loss, I could remain alive long enough to make it onto the Hyper Express. I rose to my feet and began to hobble towards the beaded entrance, then turned back to face Professor Olukowa. You don't deserve the dignity of dying beside me, he muttered unintelligibly to himself. The nanomachine-induced agony had fully blossomed in his blood. I thought my way fully into the AI of the house, ignoring the noisy emergency signals it was transmitting. Out here in the countryside, it would take at least an hour for someone to manually interpret the signals and dispatch a police android. I requested first aid, and the system guided me to the guest bathroom. just in front of the curtain of beads I had stumbled through on my way in. My vision narrowed to a tunnel. I entered the bathroom with a wince and saw the holographic first aid display panel. It was very modern, the kind I had only seen in the new federal facilities on the 453rd floor of the Lagos Supercity. I thought through it quickly, ignoring the genetic analysis menu and the neural pathway modifier menu, and going right to the inventory menu, where I requested saline solution and bioplastic gel. They slid out through a recess in the wall. I removed my hand from the hole in my belly, trying not to think too much about how close I was to dying already. I took the bioplastic gel and sprayed it into the hole. Coffee-colored foam filled it and blossomed at the charred edges of the wound. In the pause, I considered the kit menus I had just seen and the things the professor had just said. A question crystallized in my mind. I felt my heart start to pound in my chest and tried to use my neural implants to think it back to a steady rhythm. But the question remained. And now I had to know. Even if I died here, I had to know. I thought the display back to the genetic analysis menu. It requested a blood, hair, or saliva sample, a green holo image pointing at a small black circle beside the display panel. I smeared my bloody right hand over it, and the menu lit up with a green progress bar. It only took 3 silent seconds to complete. My ears picked up the call of pigeons to each other outside. My mind followed the steady, insistent static hum of the professor's home network AI. My heart slowed to a sick thud, despite neural regulation. The progress bar reached the maximum, and the results parsed out directly from the kit to my mind, knocking me to the floor and clearing what was left of my vision. Your mother and I were stationed in Chinosovia. I commanded my neural implants to stop blocking the pain, to flood my brain with nociceptin and atriopeptin, induce vasodilation, and flush out the endorphins. It was not easy for me, Yemi. The pain washed over me like salty ocean surf and threw my life dog readings into disarray. I carried you when you were born. Did you know that? I wanted to suffer. I wanted to die. I wanted to lie on that wet bathroom floor and let everything that made me me leak out onto the cold tile floor, bleeding and bleeding until there was none of the horrible man that I now know to be my father left inside me.
Wednesday's story. My story has a strange shape to it. It has a beginning and middle, and of course, I need not tell you that it has an end because it is the nature of all things to end, especially stories. But this story, well, it bunches up in places and twists upon itself in ways that no good story should. The sharpness of its arcs flare and wane in unexpected places because it is a story made of other stories. And there are times when partway through telling it, I could swear I did not truly know it because I am made of so many other stories too. This story is badly shaped, but it is uniquely my story, and the burden of its telling is and always will be mine to bear. My story has 2 beginnings, I believe. One of them, appropriately enough, is another story. The story of Solomon Grundy. My siblings and I have told his story before. We tell his story all the time. We will tell his story again. Men also tell each other the story of Solomon Grundy, but they never tell it well. How can they? They are not made of stories as we are. This is the story men tell of Solomon Grundy. Solomon Grundy,
Born on a Monday, christened on a Tuesday, married on a Wednesday,
ill on Thursday, worse on Friday, died on Saturday, buried on Sunday. That was the end of Solomon Grundy. I've always thought that was a particularly poor story. I mean, I know it's really a children's rhyme, but it's a children's rhyme that purports to tell the story of Solomon Grundy, is it not? Well, consider it. What does it really tell you anyway? Besides the fact that Solomon Grundy was a Christian man who married a presumably Christian woman, fell ill, and then died of some unspecified illness. As far as stories go, it has a good linear shape, but it tells you nothing worth knowing. It doesn't tell you that Solomon Grundy was a tall, kind man, that he had firm, skilled hands possessed with a grim determination, that he loved and he suffered and he laughed and he fought. It doesn't tell you that he was the child of a runaway Ifa priestess-to-be and a caddish English boatswain. It doesn't tell you that he had a shock of curly brown hair and honest brown eyes. It doesn't tell you that he loved his wife more than life itself, and that he held her desperately in his thickly muscled arms as cruel injuries slowly withdrew the life from her. It doesn't tell you that she died a few days and an eternity before he did. And it certainly doesn't tell you that between Wednesday and Thursday, during the long, dry Harmattan of 1916, Solomon Grundy stopped time. What the hell kind of story is that, anyway? This is how my story ends. I stab Solomon Grundy with the emerald time stone, and he stumbles back with a shocked and disbelieving look in his eyes. He falls down and writhes on the floor in pain as the time stone communes with his blood and the gears of time correct themselves in his world, pulling him back into it. The correction becomes a glistening black hole in the floor beneath him that looks like the pupil of an ancient eye behind which despair, disease, and death are waiting for him. He sinks into it muttering her name and is gone with a wet, slimy sound, leaving only the glimmering time stone on the ground. When he opens his eyes, he is back in the forest. It is Thursday, and it is over. In tears, I fall to the floor and cry out. Each wail is an exorcism of personal failure. Each tear is an excision of regret for what I have done. The second beginning of my story is in darkness, a darkness of place and a darkness of mind. At least this is where I think it should begin. I am unsure. My siblings and I have just finished telling a story. It is a strange and sad story, but it is a good story because we told it well. Perhaps we told it too well. A thin layer of it lingers on my skin like patina and irritates me. This is the story we told. A young Calabar girl named Eme was kidnapped and violated in unspeakable ways by a self-appointed holy man. She died of her injuries a few days later, but the holy man went unpunished because he had friends and family in high places. The girl's father mourned all he could, and when that was not enough, he spent all he had in order to take cruel revenge on the holy man. When the deed was done, he found nothing but madness waiting for him on the other side of retribution. He wandered into a forest, naked and insane, and was never heard from or seen again. In the silence after we have told the story, the darkness of it, of the world we chronicle, seeps into my mind and soon becomes overwhelming. I need to do something. To tell is no longer enough. I light myself a cigarette using one of the candles on the table around which we are seated and ask my brother Sunday, who is the most knowledgeable of us all, a question. The Orisha once told me that we can go into the world of men by using the time stone to pierce holes in the spaces between us. Is this true?
He regards me suspiciously.
The turn of his head dragging his long, flowing beard across his kaftan. Wednesday. Pay no attention to anything that falls from the lips of an Orisha. It is not the mandate of days to go into the world of men. The end of his sentence is the beginning of a speech I have heard before. I know it well. My brother's eyes are the clear green of the sea in the places where it kisses a forest island, and his hair is graying at the temples like a cloudy afternoon. His green eyes hold me captive as he tries futilely to make me understand the importance of a principle I have already decided to betray. I understand our place, brother. Truly, I do. I'm only asking if what they say of the time stone is true. I lie to make him stop lecturing. The time stone sits at the center of our table like an exotic ornament, between two ornate pewter candelabra that cradle the candles that provide all the lights we have ever needed. Its emerald edges glint in the candlelight and remind me to look at my brother again. By this time, all our siblings are staring at us, wondering what I am getting at. What will happen? What Sunday will say? Thursday's gaze is hard, like moonbeams falling through cloudless sky and onto a cliff. Tuesday's pale fingers are caught in her lustrous auburn hair, like she was braiding it and suddenly forgot how, giving the confused look she wears on her freckled face a powerful puerility. Friday's stare is intense and focused beneath his thick afro. Saturday seems like she might cry or scream or do something strange that is neither but both at the same time. No one else seated at our grand, intricately patterned mahogany table, our vastly varied faces illuminated by candlelight, looks at me directly. But look they do. The question you ask worries me, sister. Sunday says to me, his eyes overflowing with rebuke and suspicion, as though I were a young boy laughing at his own father's funeral. Saturday turns her face away from us. I say, then worry no longer, brother. I shall ask no more, as I toss my cigarette to the floor and stomp it out with my heel. Very well, he responds stiffly. An awkward silence follows. Let us tell another story, Friday begins. His voice is a roiling bass that makes me feel like my skin is a thin sheet of metal, vibrating with his sound. Monday, choose a story for us to tell and hear. Monday nods gently. I watch him take the tip of his mustache between the thumb and index finger of his right hand and begin to twirl the edge of the thin thing. The lines around his eyes deepen as he considers all the days of the lives of men that have been and will be, seeking out a story for us. He seems to shrink in his fitted pinstripe suit, and then, in an instant, he expands with choice, passing the story we all know he has chosen for us to hear and tell. I close my eyes and receive it violently as a vision. In it, I see a large ochre-skinned man in ripped khakis kneeling in the forest, an injured woman in his arms. She is naked and her skin is the dark purple of bruises. There are multiple stab wounds clustered around her swollen belly. The whites of her eyes are shot through with red, and blood is leaking from her broad nose, her round mouth, the cloudy beds of her short fingernails. The vision starts to warp as Monday begins to tell his part of the tale, speaking the story into existence locking the events that have occurred and will occur into place. I feel like ash is blowing into my mouth. The heat from the candles is burning my thin skin. I struggle to hold on to the vision, but the story has become a sea of pain and sadness, choppy and gray. Monday says, Edward Grundy only ever set foot on the soil of the land that would become Nigeria once. He arrived aboard the RMS Ananke in June of 1896, and after offloading his vessel's cargo at the port of Lagos, he and his crewmates went off to a local colonial tavern for drinks and rest. There, drunk and taken with well-aged lust, Edward set his eyes on a young woman who worked in the kitchens. Her name was Bamigbala, and he forced himself upon her behind the lounge. By the time the RMS Ananke sailed off for Liverpool 3 days later, he had forgotten the incident, and Bamigbala was with child. She put to bed 9 months later on a Monday. Monday stopped speaking, and my head feels light, like the petal of an old flower. Tuesday clears her throat, readying herself for her part of the story. Then she says, the tavern owner, the Viscount Sidney Phillips, was livid when he discovered Bamigbala's pregnancy and the circumstance by which it came to be. But he did not cast her out, for he had taken her in as a runaway several months ago and did not wish to have the death of an Englishman's child, any Englishman's child, on his hands. And so when the child was born, he named him Solomon, in the hope that he would be wiser than his father, gave him his father's family name, and had him baptized into the body of Christ on a Tuesday. Tuesday stops and turns to me. I close my eyes, resisting the story, but instinct and duty move my lips and I begin to speak. Solomon grew up well and strong, mentored by the Viscount, and well cared for by his loving mother. She taught him the names of the roots and the trees and the rivers and the wind, while the Viscount taught him archery and bookkeeping and loyalty and an Englishman's confidence. The Viscount's head servants began to fear that their master would leave the management of his property and affairs to Solomon when he retired, for the tavern had grown to become a famous lodging, and it was clear that in all of Lagos, the Viscount would find no fitter hands to manage it than Solomon's. They plotted against Solomon in secret. In time, Solomon fell in love with one of the Viscountess's handmaids, Atinuke, and she with him. They would often go into the forest, where he would show her the secrets his mother had shown him, the ways of conversing with the old spirits, of communion with the youthful winds, of dancing with the senescent rivers. Some nights they would swim and drink fresh palm wine and make love under the moon's tender gaze before returning to the lodging. Eventually, with the Viscount's blessing, they were married on a... I freeze mid-sentence because I know what comes next, what Thursday will say when I stop. This is a dark, dark story, full of pain and suffering. I keep thinking I can stop the pain from blooming on the horizon of their reality like an evil sun rising. I know it is not my place. The story will happen, is happening, has already happened. Ours is but to hear and tell. I know, and yet I am overcome with the need to try to stop this terrible story from being. I open my eyes and conclude that it must be done. This is the time, and this is the story. Sunday, sensing something strange in my sudden silence, shoots me a sharp look, and we lock eyes. A frown of unease chiseled onto his face and a grimace of determination onto mine. I act before he can, leaping out of my chair and onto the table. I seize the time stone from its silver base, raise it high above my head, and bring it down onto the table, stabbing the narrowed, empty space between Sunday and myself. Everything stops. A hyperborean frost grips my hand, and I let go of the time stone. It remains in its place, suspended above the heavy table. Monday is caught mid-protest, his lips parted. Sunday is atop the table, his right hand reaching for me and his face crumpled. Tuesday's mouth hangs open, and Thursday's chin rests on the tip of his palms. Friday is halfway between sitting and standing. Saturday's arms are thrown in front of her in some strange motion. All their eyes are locked onto me, but they are all frozen in place, like statues. In the wounded space between Sunday and I, a filmy blackness is spreading like poisoned blood. It expands and expands and expands until it is a hole wide enough for 3 gluttonous men to fall through. I remove the time stone from the center of it slowly. The blackness ripples but does not retreat. I dip my fingers into the darkness, and the chill I felt initially returns like a persistent suitor. This time, I do not withdraw from its frosty caress. I lean forward, letting my hand sink deeper and deeper. Beyond the cold is warmth, the warmth and humidity of tropical night. I continue to lean in until my face is only half a breath away from the blackness, and then I let myself fall into the inky sea that fills the hole I have carved between worlds, focused only on the image in the vision from Monday's story, using the pain of its characters as a beacon to guide me to a reality shore nearby. The dark, woody, warm forest wraps itself beneath my feet, above my head, before my eyes. It greets me in the ancient way, with a touch of wind and falling leaves, and tells me that its name is Okemeji, because it has swallowed 2 hills. I offer it greetings and ask it where the man carrying the wounded woman in his arms is, was, or will be. I am not sure where exactly I have inserted myself into the story. I only know that I have arrived, as I must, on a Wednesday. Okemeji tells me that there is a couple bathing together in the river that flows between its 2 hills. It asks me why I have come and why I seek them. Clutching the time stone close to my chest, I simply say, it is an urgent and desperate matter. I realize that I am near the beginning of the bad part of the story, the parts near the end of Wednesday and the start of Thursday, but feel that I may yet be able to save Solomon and Atinuke from the suffering that is to come. I beg Okemeji to guide me to them quickly, and it answers reluctantly with the falling of a branch from a nearby Iroko tree. The branch is thick and brown and solid and seems shaped like a man in the dim light of the night forest. It begins to bend and twist and warp, as though it is writhing in pain or pleasure or perhaps both. The branch's body becomes definitively human, old, wrinkled, and very hairy. The old man that was a branch rises to his feet on stilt-like legs, leaning forward as though he is always about to fall over. His face is not at all handsome. It looks like a face that has been cut away from one man, stretched over the skull of another, and weathered in the desert sun, forced to fit, distorted, beaten, ugly. He stretches his arm forward, and it instantly begins to burn like the finest quality firewood, illuminating the dark forest before us. This is the Iroko man. We have told his story before. We tell his story all the time. We will tell his story again, my siblings and I. The Iroko man is a cruel man, as cruel as tree can be. This is the story of the Iroko man. There was once a village where the women had been barren for many years and had forgotten the sound of crying children. The women of this cursed village stripped themselves naked and went together into the forest seeking the venerable and powerful Iroko to beg for help, for children. The tree that was the Iroko man asked what gifts they would offer him if he indeed chose to help them. The naked and barren women desperately cried out the names of the things they possessed, hoping one of them would entice the Iroko man to aid them. Yams, kola nut, mangoes, goats, mirrors, palm wine. One of these women, Olurombi, being the poor wife of a wood carver and owning nothing of value, feared that the Iroko man would heed all but her, and so she promised that once she began to bear children, she would bring the Iroko man her first child. The Iroko man agreed. Within a year, the barren women were barren no more, and the most beautiful of all the children was the daughter born to Olurombi. When the other women took their promised gifts to the Iroko man, Olurombi did not take her beloved daughter. She bore 3 more children. Several years passed, and as time went by, so did memory. One day, Olurombi, forgetting her debt, passed through the forest on her way to visit her sister, and the Iroko man seized her for what was owed to him. He changed her into a small, sad bird and cursed her to sit on the branches of his tree singing. One promised kola nut, one promised a goat, one promised yams, but Olurombi promised her child. The woodcarver went seeking his lost wife, and when he heard the bird's song, it occurred to him what must have happened. He went home and carved a doll of fine dark wood so that it resembled a real human child, placed a gold chain bearing his daughter's initials around its neck, and wrapped it in beautiful ashoke. Then he went into the forest and laid it at the foot of the tree in order to trick the Iroko man into believing it was Olurombe's child. When men tell the story of the Iroko man, they say he took the doll into the body of his tree, tricked into believing he had Olurombi's daughter, and returned Olurombi to her former form. They say she returned home and never entered the forest again, living happily ever after. This is a lie. When I and my siblings tell the story of the Iroko man, we tell the truth, that he laughed at the woodcarver's attempted trickery. How can a tree be tricked with wood? That he only took their wooden doll and returned Olurombi to her former state as part of a trick of his own. That he let her go only so that she could watch as he possessed her husband's body in the dead of night, and using the woodcarver's hands, hard and steady as an Iroko tree, strangled their 3 children. That the Iroko man, still possessing Olurombi's husband, beat Olurombi to death with a log of sandalwood and carved his name into her belly with a chisel. That only when this was all done did the Iroko man leave the mind of Olurombi's husband to witness the work of his hands. Weeping followed, then insanity, and soon after, suicide. The Iroko man is a cruel man, as cruel as tree can be. I am sorry. This story is not the story of the Iroko man, is it? This is my story, And this is the part of it where the wrinkled and naked Iroko man is leading me to the river bank where Solomon and Atinuke are bathing. His wooden hand aflame to guide our way, and his back bent like a sickle, like a talon, like an unkept promise. I watch him walk wonderingly as he silently leads me past trees taller and older than any of the men who walk the earth, past a group of cherubic abiku seated upon a rock playing a game I do not know, and whom I greet in the ancient way, past a blur of leaves and branches and vines and wild creatures, some of whom I have told stories of, will tell stories of, past the paths and windings and elements of the forest itself, on my way to intercept the story of Solomon Grundy. When we reach a clearing through which I can see the moon-polished river flowing by, the Iroko man stops and turns to me. His eyes are closed. His wooden hand is burned almost to the elbow, and beneath the flame, it glows the bright red of good charcoal. He opens his eyes. We stare at each other until a sentence takes his face and squeezes its words through his mouth. "They just left here," he says, then adds, "You should not have come." I have no chance to answer. The Iroko man is gone with his words. In the distance, toward the half-full moon, I can see silhouettes of people. There are more than two of them, and it looks like they are either dancing or fighting. I think on the Iroko man's words and consider the sight ahead of me, and deep within, in my bone places, I know they are fighting, and I am already too late. This is the part of the story that leads to my vision. The part of the story Thursday would have told if I had not used the time stone to cleave the essence of things upon which all stories are written. There was a sudden thunderclap so loud I believed for a second that the earth beneath my feet was split in two. Around me, a curtain of water begins to crash down angrily from the sky. I start to run along the river bank toward the silhouettes, and I call out to Okemeji to help me. "Eater of hills, crown of the earth, please stop them!" I beg him to stop the fighting men before they inflict the pain and suffering Monday's chosen story has led to. Okemeji does not answer me. The forest knows I have broken the author's law to be here, that I am perpetrating an abomination by attempting to amend the time stream, by trying to change the story. This is the thing about stories, regardless of who tells them or how they are told. Every story is created by someone, the author and the finisher of its characters' feats. Authors do not like their stories changed. My legs sink into the wet soil with every step, and loose twigs slap against my flesh, slowing me down. I run and run, and the silhouettes grow and grow until I can hear the thud of the men's fists striking against each other's flesh. The sky flashes electric white fangs and growls angrily like a guard dog, protecting the story from me. I know I am too late, but I keep running toward them anyway, my mascara running down my face like poisoned tears. Each time my foot sinks into the forest floor, it seems an eternity passes. I am slow. I do not know how to be in time, having existed outside it for so long, and I am being slowed even more by someone, something, everything. Eventually, I come close enough to the silhouettes to make out three men. They are wrestling like a newborn, six-legged animal, learning to walk. Solomon Grundy is the center of the beast. I recognize him from his story. He is a large man, larger than the two attempting to subdue him. His ochre skin is slick with sweat and his Ankara shirt is torn. He pushes one of the men away from him and throws a punch into the man's gut that doubles him over. The other man has his hand around Solomon's throat and is attempting to choke him. I reach them and launch myself, the only weapon I have, at the man doubled over, tackling him to the wet, grassy ground and evening the odds. From the ground, I see Solomon lift his second attacker and throw the man over his shoulder. I climb onto the chest of the man I have engaged. His face displays the tribal markings of the Assassin's Guild, and in the blood-colored whites of his eyes, I can see his entire life, his story, up to and beyond the point where he and his friend accept 18 shillings from Viscount Philip's head servants to kill Solomon and Atinuke. I clasp my hands together, interlocking my fingers, and pound his face with all the strength I can muster. With every strike, I alter the shape of his story. With every hit, I try my best to change what was, is, would have been of him. The wind howls its disapproval. My siblings and I know a lot about stories. For example, for a story to have a good shape, it must, generally speaking, be composed of 3 parts: the introduction, the conflict, and the resolution. The resolution need not be satisfactory for the story to be well shaped. When I stop hitting the man, it is almost midnight. It is still raining and I no longer hear the sounds of struggle. I rise to my feet and turn to see Solomon kneeling beside the body of a woman, cradling her head in his arms. She is Atinuke, his wife. She is naked and she is dying. There is a constellation of gaping pink stab wounds surrounding her prominent navel, like so many unnatural lips. I have failed. I raise my right arm, my muddy and wet sleeves weighing it down, and reach out to them as though I could will her not to die, will the end of her story to change. "Who are you?" Solomon asks, without looking up from the body of the woman he loves. "I am no one," I say, then add, "I am sorry. I should not have come here." Solomon pleads, his voice breaking like falling glass. "Help her. Help us." "I can't." I start to explain. Solomon looks up and stares at me, truly stares at me through his big, wet brown eyes, and despite, or perhaps because of, his pain, he sees me for what I truly am. There is an understanding in them that no man should have. There is the discernment that comes from constant interaction with Elegba, the messenger, the teacher. His mother has taught him more than just the rudiments of Ifa divination. She has taught him to confer comfortably with the Orisha, to see the truth of spirit things. Then he says in a language older than the forest, "Please, Wednesday, you can help. You have power beyond this world. Help me." Something like lightning traces my veins when he speaks my true name and pleads with me in the ancient way. I wish desperately that I could have entered their story in time to save her. I say, "I'm sorry." And I mean it more than I have meant or will ever mean anything. Okay, Meiji will not help me. Nothing in this world will. I have been neutralized like a child locked in a cage made of old giant's bones. There is now no power I can call upon here. There is nothing I can do now but go back and try to use the time stone to enter this story again. Perhaps in a different place. Perhaps at a different time. But even as I think this, I already know that I will never be able to change it, that the forest and the rain and the trees and the Orisha and the author and finisher of all stories, that is also the maker of worlds, will make sure that I never change this story, try as I might. This is the middle of this story. It is one of many. None of them are good. This is what happens in every middle of this story. Realizing that I have achieved, am achieving, will achieve nothing, I turn away from Solomon and his dying wife, pull out the time stone and jam its pointed end into the ground beneath me. Where the stone pierces the earth, a hole appears, shimmering around the edges and expands rapidly, exhaling in all directions, consuming the soil and the leaves and the water with the empty, slimy blackness that is the hole between worlds. The rain does not stop. Where the raindrops hit the blackness, they bounce away like diamonds, as pale as the reflected moonlight, but only half as bright. I lean into the darkness, ready to go back when I feel a weight crash into me, throwing me into the dark pool of non-time, non-space head first. Around me, I feel a cold, liquid embrace. I see Solomon Grundy's face, silent but eloquent in its grim determination. We spin and we swirl and we blur and we fall as everything that makes us us races across the emptiness until we tumble out of the blackness and onto the stone floor of the room where my frozen siblings wait for me like potent gargoyles. We stare at each other in the stone room, Solomon and I. He should not be here. He cannot be here, out of time. If he is, then it means that time in his world has stopped, paused, waiting for him to return to it. Because just as a river cannot flow without the water that defines it, the time stream on which his story is written cannot go on without him. Solomon's arms tense and his eyes are fixed on the time stone in my hand. He has seen what it is through gifted eyes blinded by pain, and he thinks he can use it to go back, to re-enter his own story and save her. But he is wrong. He is as wrong as I was when I first tried to change his story. Even more, much more. In some middles of this story, Solomon charges at me head first, so I swing my right arm behind me sharply, clutching the time stone like it is my own heart, and let his skull crash into my belly, throwing me back against the cold stone wall. In some other middles of this story, Solomon walks up to me and reaches for the time stone, trying to wrestle it from my vice-tight grip and pushing me back while pleading with me softly but insistently to let him have it, to let him try to save her. In at least one middle of this story, Solomon sidesteps his way to the table as he asks me what will happen if he uses the time stone to re-enter his own story. While I am answering, he suddenly picks up the empty silver housing for the time stone and throws it at me. I stumble back into the wall, off balance. Before I can react, his left hand is wrapped around my throat and his right is twisting mine, trying to make me let go of the time stone. I am not cruel. I am perhaps unwise and impulsive, but I am not cruel. I really wanted to save him, prevent the loss and the pain that now drives him to do this terrible thing. You must believe me. I could not tell and hear his story without feeling his pain, completely and truly. But I cannot let him have the time stone. It's an unspeakable thing in the hands of any man, the power to enter the spaces between stories, and I will do what I have to in order to keep it out of his hands. There is a story men tell of the folly in trying to help another when one is not supposed to. This is that story. A hunter was walking through the forest after he had just killed an ostrich, rare and special game, which he was taking home for his wife to cook. He came upon a dragon trapped beneath a fallen iroko tree. The dragon groaned and wailed in pain, for he could not free himself from his plight. The hunter was weary, but filled with pity at the great beast reduced to such a state. He observed for a while with keen eyes, and then he took mercy upon the beast and helped raise the fallen tree, freeing the dragon. Once free, the dragon growled and grabbed him, pulling the hunter's head towards its maw. The hunter protested, but the dragon only said, "All dragons eat men. It is our role in this world. It was not your place to free me. No good deed goes unpunished." The hunter pleaded desperately, reminding the dragon of his kindness until the dragon finally relented and agreed that he would wait and let the next 3 travelers they met in the forest decide the hunter's fate. The first traveler was a tired old horse. The horse said that when she was young, she carried her crippled master wherever he desired. But when she grew old, her bones tired and weary, her master cast her aside in favor of a new horse. The horse told the dragon to eat the hunter for his naivety and reminded him that no good deed goes unpunished. The next traveler was a tired old dog. The dog, when told the events that had occurred and asked what should become of the hunter, said that when he was young, he herded for his master, but then when his teeth fell out, his master threw him out. For it is the nature of men to replace the things they use without care or kindness. The dog told the dragon to eat the hunter for his naivety and reminded him that no good deed goes unpunished. The third traveler was a young tortoise. The tortoise considered the situation and then said it could not decide unless it saw things exactly as they were initially, for reconstruction is better than testimony. The dragon put its neck below the iroko branch, and the hunter trapped it beneath the tree as it was before. The dragon then asked the tortoise its opinion now that it could see the situation. The tortoise only turned to the hunter and said, "You're free now. Go." The hunter, overcome with gratitude, told the tortoise to come home and share the rare and delicious ostrich meat with he and his wife as thanks for saving his life. The tortoise agreed and went home with the hunter. When the hunter told his wife what happened, she was enraged, insisting that there was no need to share precious ostrich meat with the tortoise. She insisted that if they killed the tortoise, there would be more ostrich meat for them, and they could also have delicious tortoise soup for a week. The hunter argued with her for a while, but in the end, being a hunter, he did what came naturally to him. What his role in life dictated he do. He killed the tortoise, who with his dying breath croaked, "Indeed, no good deed goes unpunished." I have never liked that story, but it is all I can think about whenever I reach this part of my own story, Solomon Grundy's story, where a desperate and wild Solomon is trying to wring the life from me. The feel of his fingers around my neck is uncomfortable and painful as an unrequited kindness. All the middles of this story converge at this point. Solomon pulls back, and then pain explodes in my side. Solomon's arm ripples as he punches me in the gut. I watch the waves of skin ride his body as everything seems to slow down, even though that is not possible in this place. It only seems slow because I am suddenly hyper-aware of what is happening to me, and I am resolved to stop it. I am not a skilled fighter. I have never been in combat before this story. But I have told many stories of great warriors, and little bits of their skill have settled somewhere in the essence of me, like fine layers of dust deposited over many, many years. All great warriors move like dancers. Every disciplined fighter is elegant. I lean back into the wall and brace myself against it, lift my knee to my chest, and throw my right foot forward in a vicious front kick that crashes into his chest like heartbreak, shoving him back and away from me. I slide forward and jam the pointed end of the emerald stone into Solomon's belly, creating an instant waterfall of blood. He stumbles back with a shocked and disbelieving look in his eyes. He falls down and writhes on the floor in pain as the time stone communes with his blood and the gears of time correct themselves in his world, pulling him back into... Wait, I'm sorry. I've already told you how this story ends, haven't I? Forgive me. The shape of my story makes it easy to get lost. Although I must say, no story truly ends where it does. We choose our endings, and I only end this one here because this is the point at which it merges again with the story men tell of Solomon Grundy. His wound becomes infected. He suffers a fever and delirium, dies, and is buried soon after, just as the rhyme says. There is nothing interesting to tell beyond the ending I have chosen for you, and even the most interesting parts of my story, Solomon Grundy's story, once ended, like the soft, diffused darkness of dawn, will eventually become pale and fade to the eternal salty gray of lost memory. So, if I have already told you how the story ends, then which part of the story is this now? I am not sure. I think this is the part of the story between the last written word and the bottom of the page on which it is written, the space between the breath with which a narrator exhales the final word of the story and his next in which there is no story, the distance between the height at which belief has been suspended and the solid, hard floor of reality, the empty, fluid places where for what is even less than a moment, the characters, the audience, the narrator, and the author of a story can all become equally real to one another, become intimately aware of one another, and maybe, just maybe, even become one another, depending on the shape of the story. The harmonic resonance of a judo anabody. The spindly, sleek ship hurtled forward at hyperliminal speed, blurring its own intricately patterned design in 6 dimensions and wrecking the fabric of space-time in its wake. Its captain adjusted the dial on the control panel, accelerating the ship 3,000 light speed units faster in Planck time. Reality shifted. The sphere that was chasing the ship matched their maneuver and kept the distance, if it could still be called that, between them, unchanged. The sphere suddenly added an extra-dimensional rotation to its motion and burst ahead with a surge of energy that set off a singularity event behind it. It slammed itself against the ship finally, throwing off gigantic streams of pure energy, and latched onto it with long, spiny hydra-like tendrils that branched into manifold others. The sphere began to consume the ship in a dazzling display of fractured light and twisted gravity, tendrils reaching into it like the fingers of some monstrous creature seeking sustenance. The ship's captain, in a panic, condensed every aspect of themselves into one place for the first time since they'd first gained super-sentience. They could not let the ship be taken. If the object it carried fell into the hands of the beings that controlled the sphere, every conscious aspect of the universe could become a weapon in their hands. It was better if all was lost, destroyed forever. The object pulsed, a thought in agreement with them. They resonated with resolve. This would be the final act of the Great War. It had to be done. The captain pushed a gray dot above the main control panel, and the universe stood still for the most minuscule of moments before a bright azure stream of pure plasma tore its way through the core of the ship, expanding at imperceivable speeds. In a flash, it obliterated the ship, the sphere, and everything within a 500-galaxy radius before finally pausing to allow something like an explosion occur. Time and space became shrapnel. Pressure and temperature became meaningless abstractions in a bubble of broken reality. The universe trembled. Ejiro! Ejiro Guinea! Her mother was in the kitchen. She could tell because once she stopped reading and allowed her senses to re-engage with her environment, she could smell the unique crayfish, atarico, rijije spice, and beletete leaf combination that told her mother was preparing banga soup. Other dishes too, perhaps, and that meant her mother probably needed help. Ma, come and help me take these tomatoes to grind in Auntie Imoke's house. Ejiro tossed her copy of the passport of Malam Ilia onto the bed and sighed. I'm coming, Mommy. She hated being interrupted when she was fully immersed in a book, especially one as fascinating as Malam Ilia. But mothers could not be ignored by their preteen daughters. Life in Nigeria simply did not work that way, especially not in Wari, oil company family camp or not. The price for any sort of perceived misbehavior or disrespect would be paid in vicious slaps and caustic insults, perhaps even, if her mother felt sufficiently offended, in lashes of the dreaded water cane. Dr. Do-Good. She rose, threw a faded Okrika Tina Turner concert t-shirt over her red and yellow wrapper-clad body, slid her feet into her brown sandals, and ambled her way from her room to the kitchen, where her mother was waiting with a ladle in her right hand, a bowl of half-made eba in her left, and a frown on her face. Her hair was matted to her forehead, and sweat rolled down her rosy cheeks in little rills. Ejiro, since when did I call you? Sorry, Mommy. I was wearing my shirt. Eh? Your shirt, her mother parroted, the frown on her face adjusting to allow some skepticism to be seen. Your shirt. 5 minutes just to wear shirt. Ejiro tensed and said, Sorry, Mommy. Then waited for something to happen, but no slaps or rebukes came. Okay, I have heard. Take these tomatoes to grind, her mother said, pointing at a green plastic bucket filled with plump tomatoes and onions and chili peppers. Ejiro released the breath she hadn't realized she was holding, the fear she developed for her mother who'd become more and more of a disciplinarian as she'd approached puberty, had driven a wedge between them so large that she often wasn't sure if her mother still loved her or was merely tolerating her out of a sense of duty. But this had been the state of things for so long now that it rarely saddened her anymore. The tomatoes made up at least 70% of the bucket load her mother was directing her attention to. It looked heavy. Ejiro sucked back an involuntary sigh that tried to escape her and lifted the bucket, simultaneously reaching for the cover and a piece of cloth on the floor beside it. "Are Daddy's friends coming again tonight?" Ejiro asked. Her father had been receiving guests every day for the last week, which usually meant that there was some trouble between the local community and the management of his former employers, and he was planning to do something about it. He'd retired early from a career in oil and gas law after his first novel became a surprise international bestseller. But he'd refused to move out of the company camp, opting instead for the simple life and continued service to his hometown. He'd paid out the employee house loan he took from the company and became an activist and informal community organizer and liaison, much to his former employer's chagrin. "How is it your business, Ejiro? Are you a busybody now?" Her mother was clearly agitated and not in the mood for answering questions for some reason, so Ejiro muttered, "Sorry, Mommy," again, and made for the front door. "Make sure Auntie Imoke puts it inside the grinder 3 times, oh. Let it be smooth," her mother called out just before the door shut behind her. "Yes, Mommy." Ejiro carried her burden into the scorching heat of Wari in July. It was evening already, but it still felt like God himself was trying to bake the entire city and had been trying to do so for a couple of months. If the heat kept up, perhaps they'd be fully cooked by September. The asphalt road shimmered in places where it had begun to liquefy. Ejiro stood in front of the house for a while, contemplating her route, searching her mind for the path of least resistance. Auntie Imoke's house was only 20 minutes away walking along the main road. Not very far, but Ejiro wanted to return to her book as soon as possible, and so she was considering the old shortcut she and Femi Ladipo, her neighbor and current best friend, had used often when they were still in primary school. It was a crude path that ran through the bushes in front of their houses, past the small stream and the backyard of Auntie Imoke's house, to the football field beside their primary school, and linked to the main estate road that went all the way to the company offices like a sort of secret yellow brick road. Ejiro estimated that it would only take about 5 minutes on that path to reach Auntie Imoke's house. She made her decision swiftly and headed for the spot where she remembered the entrance to the shortcut to be. Behind the hedges, 2 houses from the end of their cul-de-sac. She found it nearly invisible. Nature, in its patient, unfailing way, had begun to reclaim what belonged to it after they stopped using it. Placing the bucket full of tomatoes, peppers, and onions on her head, a small pad of folded cloth between her crown and the base of the bucket, Ejiro ignored the overgrowth and the tall grass and started walking along what was left of the shortcut. She had only gone a few hundred yards into the bush when she heard a whir. At first she assumed it to be one of the susurrations of the bush choir, that strange melange of bush baby cries, cricket chirrs, and other assorted animal noises. But after a few seconds, she realized it was no natural sound. It had the characteristic modulation of something heavy, spinning violently and off-center, and it seemed to be getting louder. Ejiro stopped moving. She waited and looked around her. over the surrounding grass, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. It seemed to be coming from above. She looked up, scanning the pale blue, cloudless sky, and then she saw it. Actually, she did not see it per se. What she saw was the trail of condensing water vapor that followed it, a geometrically precise tail riding the air. The spinning object crashed into the bush only a few yards away from the path ahead of Ijudo and threw up a 10-foot-tall plume of sand, dust, grass, and water vapor, leaving a small crater where all these things had been. Ijudo gasped and stood rooted to the spot, transfixed by what she had just witnessed, wondering if she had imagined it or if an object had truly fallen from the sky. When shock finally let go of her mind, she crouched, took the bucket off her head, and placed it on the path beside her. For a second, she was sure she would turn and run back home, but something powerful drew her to the place where the object had fallen, like she was caught in an intense magnetic field, or lost in the plot of a particularly compelling story. Adjusting her wrapper, she approached the site of the crash slowly, cautiously, trampling over grass that bowed away from the crater. When she reached the center of the small crater, she saw the object. It was a small, bluish metal item, rectangular, with smooth edges, about the size of a Sony Walkman, but flat, like plywood. Intricate patterns were carved onto it, strange, ornate designs, unlike any Ijudo had ever seen, read about, or even heard of. She thought it looked like it was meant to fit into something else, something larger. Perhaps it was a controller for equipment from the oil processing plant, or a component of some aircraft's fuselage, or something else. It didn't give off any steam, and there were no streams of condensing vapor around it anymore. Somehow, it called to her, soundlessly, but insistently. Little pulses in her mind that made her want to take it into her hands. Compelled, Ijudo reached out to touch it. The moment her thin fingers made contact with the object, a wave of something electric went through her, and the world around her suddenly exploded into a hazy, woolly, and indistinct womb of pseudo-reality, as if space and time around her had become fluid. Ijudo gasped. She felt diaphanous, as if her body were constantly melting into and out of her environment in some kind of unnatural equilibrium. It was the most bizarre feeling Ijudo had ever experienced in her life, and it produced a sensation so anomalous that her mind, desperate to anchor itself, reached out for something familiar. She found herself thinking of home, of being back in her room, of reading her book. And then, just like that, she was there, lying on her bed, her book held in front of her, and the smell of degraded paper, adhesive and ink in her nose, as her eyes consumed the words of Melam Ilya's final contender for the hand of Zara, the daughter of the Prince of Tuaregs. Your knife can do nothing to me. I have swallowed the medicine against steel. But Ijudo was still in the bush, too. She could see the injured grass and soil surrounding the object in her hands superimposed over the words of the book, could still smell the distress chemicals released by the damaged grass, as well as the comforting scent of the old paper. It was no illusion. All her senses were aware of what was happening in both places. She was in both places at the same time. Her head spun with the realization. It was impossible, but it was happening. She was basking in inconceivability. She was experiencing a multiplicity of self. She was in two places at the same time. She was in two places at the same time. When she sensed something like approval from the object in her mind, the strangeness of it made her pull her hand away. Regular reality recrystallized around her. She was herself again, just herself, in the bush, only in the bush. Ijiro's mouth hung open like one of the roasted fishes on a spike that she saw at Efodun Market. Ejiro ruminated on the moment that had just gone by, within the embrace of which she had achieved what felt like some measure of omnipresence. And even though the object seemed to have a sort of life of its own, and she had no idea what it had just done to her, she knew she liked it. She liked it a lot, and she knew the first person she just had to tell about it as soon as she finished grinding the tomatoes and peppers for her mother. Night had fallen, and Ejiro was sitting on the floor in the narrow corridor just outside the living room of their 3-bedroom bungalow, anxiously waiting for her father's meeting to end so that she could tell him about the strange object she'd picked up on the way to Auntie Imoke's house. He was the only one who would believe her story. He always listened to her. Her mother, if she told her about the object, would think either she was insane or that the object belonged to an evil spirit and she was in need of prayers and deliverance at the hands of their local pastor. The object, now wrapped in the piece of old Ankara cloth that she'd used as a pad between her head and the bucket, was under her bed. She could almost feel its presence pulsing against her mind, calling her back to it, asking for contact again. Her father's meeting had been going on for almost 2 hours, and her mother had already served the eba and banga soup, as well as white rice and chicken stew for those who preferred it almost 45 minutes ago. The guests had eaten without pausing their discussions. Ejiro put her book down for the umpteenth time and peered into the living room through the partly closed door. Most of the people in the room were men with afros and beards, holding large brown bottles of Gulda beer. They were clustered in a sort of circle around her father, who pointed at a piece of paper on a stool in front of him. "We can block the entrance here," her father said calmly. Ejiro knew her father well enough to see how hard he was working to keep his hands from shaking as they roved over the paper. He was not as confident as he wanted to appear. "If we get our people to block the main road here, just after the junction between the estate and town, there is no other way for the state administrator to reach the office. He will miss the opening ceremony. They won't be able to ignore us anymore, and the journalists coming for the event will have an opportunity to capture the whole protest. That will get the message across." Everyone nodded, except for one woman, the only woman among them who had straight black hair and skin like polished wood. "And how can we be sure the administrator's men won't just beat us or use tear gas or, God forbid, open fire?" she asked. "This is a military government, not a bunch of professional politicians, remember? And we don't have a demonstration permit." Ejiro's father replied, "I know. Just look at the results of the last 42 analyses. we've done on Wadi River. Things are desperate. In fact, just go near the riverbank and look at your reflection. Oil, heavy metals. Our people are dying slowly and they don't even know it. We have to make a stand. Now. Tabuno, I know all that, but that is not a plan, no, the woman retorted. We all understand the situation. We want clean water too, and we will show up with our people tomorrow to demand it. But we cannot come and go and die. What do we do if they open fire? He sighed. True. It's a risk, but I've considered it. It's not likely. Abacha is trying to get the American government to support his upcoming elections and his supposedly peaceful transition now. Brigadier Asuru in Benin already told me all soldiers have been told to calm down and minimize negative press. Abacha really doesn't want it to look like the military is being aggressive again. The company's security administrator knows this. This is our best chance. We have to take it. Ejiro turned back to her book. They argued on for another half hour before the meeting was finally over. Even then, none of them was in a hurry to leave. They finished their beers, complimented her mother's cooking, made small talk. Then they made their way out in small, sober groups. Ejiro was annoyed that they were taking so long. The woman with the straight hair and the polished wood skin was the last to leave. When all the guests had finally gone, her mother asked her to help clear up the used dishes. She grumbled, but she did it anyway, sneaking a swig of some leftover beer from one of the guests' bottles as she loaded the tray. The taste was vile, but she relished the way it made her feel, like an adult, like someone who could and should have important discussions with her father, someone who was capable of handling great, profound powers. After depositing the last tray of dishes in the kitchen, she went over to her father, who was still in the living room, and stretched out her hand to offer him a half-eaten packet of Oaken biscuits she'd taken from the kitchen. He usually smiled when she did things like that. He didn't smile this time. Ejiro, what do you want? He asked, frowning. Aren't you supposed to be helping your mother wash plates in the kitchen? The silent call of the object thrummed against her mind. Yes, Daddy, I will wash the plates, but I wanted to tell you something first. It's really important. He stared into her earnest eyes for a moment, then reached out and took the packet of pale brown biscuits from her, holding it up to the yellowed bulb as if he were inspecting it. The wrapper was transparent with blue and red patterns on it. The biscuits themselves were plain and circular, but had small holes through it. He took one out and ate it before forcing a smile. Tell me quick then, he said, pulling her toward him gently so she could place her elbows on his shoulders. I found something today, Ejiro said, almost whispering. Something that fell from the sky. It's special. When I touched it, I was in more than one place at the same time. It was like the magic in one of your books, the one with the spirit boy in Lagos. Her father took a deep breath and then laughed. He laughed until he started to cough, choking on the biscuit. He kept laughing until the coughs stopped, and then he stood up. Ejiro, my dear, you have a wonderful imagination. Do you want to help me write my next novel? Or even, you know what? Write your own. Be famous like Flora Nwakpa. He laughed. But you can tell me more about this thing you found tomorrow, okay? I have to go to my room now. Ejido's face flushed with frustration. Daddy, I'm serious. It's real. I can show you the magic thing. It's under my bed. I can... Please, Ejido. Her father had already started walking toward the door. Just show me tomorrow evening. I need to sleep now. I am tired, and I have a long day ahead of me tomorrow. Ejido's heart thumped in her chest. She had to say something to make him listen to her. The call of the object to her mind was building. Building. Daddy, please listen. I was like a spirit. I could... That's enough, Ejido. There was an edge to his voice now. I said tomorrow. Finish washing the plates and go to bed. She shut her eyes and bit her trembling lower lip. Her father paused at the door, and the light from the sodium bulb in the corridor poured around him, turning him into a framed silhouette as he called out to her mother in the kitchen. Mama Ejiro. Dear? I'm going to rest. I have a headache. His hand hung by his side. It was shaking. Okay, dear, I'm coming, her mother responded. He disappeared into the corridor, into the light. Ejiro stood in the living room and tried not to let the thoughts that were forming in her head take root as the mental vibration slowly evened out to a dull throb. Why did her father not want to listen to her? He always listened to her. Was her story really so ridiculous? So unbelievable? Or was it just the thing he and his friends were going to do tomorrow? The thing they had discussed at the meeting that unnerved him so much he couldn't pay attention to her? It had to be. That was the only narrative she could string together that made sense. Still, the object that had fallen from the sky was important. She had to tell him. He would know what to do with it. But if he wouldn't listen now, then she had no choice. She would have to tell Femi tomorrow. The next morning, she was in Femi's house. Her mother had dropped her off there before going to work, since it was a school holiday and her father had left home before dawn to organize the big rally, as she'd called it just before kissing him goodbye and begging him to please be careful. Ejiro held the cup of iced Bonvita that Femi's mother had made for her a quarter of an hour ago close to her face, allowing the streams of condensing air around it to cool her cheeks. Femi's mother was seated at the head of the dining table behind the main couch where she and Femi sat. Ejiro could feel the now familiar pulsing in the back of her mind. Outside, the sun was a bright, beautiful orb high in the sky. Inside, the television was a bright, beautiful distraction set in a wood-grain frame. Femi had put in a VHS copy of The Princess Bride. When she arrived, and they were pretending to watch it, even though they'd both seen it over a dozen times already, Ejiro took another sip of her Bonvita. Eventually, just as the elaborate forced wedding of Princess Buttercup to Prince Humperdinck began on screen, Femi's mother got up and went into the kitchen. Ejiro and Femi looked back at the table and then at each other. Now, Femi cried, his voice almost breaking with effort to keep low. Show me. Ejiro reached into her backpack and pulled out the bulky wad of cloth within which the strange object that had fallen from the sky was enwombed. She set it on the small stretch of brown felt couch between them and unwrapped it slowly to reveal the rectangular object with the unfamiliar ornate patterns. It sat between them, pulsing against Ejiro's mind like an unanswered question. Looking Femi in the eye, Ejiro noticed that something about his demeanor changed when he saw it. His joyful excitement had been replaced with puzzlement and something approximating apprehension. "That's it?" he asked. "Yes," Ejiro said, eager. "It's like magic. Just touch it with your bare hand." The object pulsed agreement directly into her brain. "I thought it would have light around it, like power or a force field or something." Ejiro pointed at it, jabbing her finger in its direction. "Just touch it. You'll see." "Okay." Femi started to reach for the object, then paused. "You said it would make me be in two places at once?" he whispered. "Yes. But which other place will I go to?" "I don't know. Wherever you think about." "Even places I haven't been to before?" "I don't know," Ejiro said. "Just think of a place you've been to before and wish you were there again or something." Femi's apprehension appeared to be sublimating into fear. "Just hold it before your mom comes back, Femi. You'll see," Ejiro said, annoyed at his hesitation. "You'll see what I mean." Femi drew back his hand a little bit. "But what if something bad happens?" "Just touch it, Femi," she hissed. She grabbed the object from its place between them, feeling the pulse in her mind surge and fluidize her as she did so, and pressed it onto the soft, dark skin of Femi's outstretched hand. Ejiro's mind had lost its form again, but this time it was not as it had been the first time. Now, even more than having her very essence in flux, she felt projected. Her mind, her memory, and her thoughts flowed out of her like a river that was separate from her, but to which she still had access. She looked at Femi and saw herself as she never had before. Her face was smooth, dark, and smooth, and beautiful. Her eyes bright as stars. Her braided hair was lovely. She felt a primal attraction to herself that made no sense, and in that moment, she knew. She knew she was seeing herself as he did. She was him. He was her. Femi and her and Femi, they had blurred. "What is happening?" they asked themselves silently. Their voice was no longer a vocalization. There was no manipulation of the vibration of air. It was telepathic, the perception of their own thoughts. "I don't know. This is new." They looked at each other, the sensation like that of being on both sides of a mirror. It was unsettling, and they felt fear burble through them from the Femi aspect of themselves. The Ejiro aspect of them tightened her hand around the Femi aspect, and he calmed down instantly. "Think of a place, any place but here." The Femi aspect thought of his father's office, where his father had taken him after school last week, given him ice cream, and allowed him to watch Yo Raps on MTV. They gasped together at the suddenness of the bifurcation of perception that occurred then, the sensation of them being in the Femi aspect's father's office, sitting on the black leather office chair, staring at the turned-off television screen, a black mirror that reflected nothing. In both the office and the living room of Femi's house, they smiled. "It works!" they exclaimed joyously to themselves. "It works! Two places at the same time." Hearing a loud, steady noise coming from outside the office, they projected themselves up from the office chair and walked toward the window. Staring down, they saw a crowd of people carrying placards and cardboard signs, chanting in unison. In front of them, a group of about 40 menacing soldiers stood beside a fleet of white Isuzu Tiger pickup trucks, behind which was a long queue of cars and pedestrians, the oil plant workers and the government officials trying to get to the office, to the opening ceremony of their new office wing. The soldiers glared at the protesters while a small distance away, on a road just off the main thoroughfare, a group of journalists had made their way into the space between the workers and the soldiers and were taking photographs.
At the front,
Only a foot ahead of the main bulk of protesters, the Ijiro aspect of them saw her father pumping his fists in time to the chants, apparently orchestrating. They were then seized by a shared vision. They saw themselves standing at the front of the line of protesters with the Ijiro aspect's father, and they were aflame. They stood, burning, yet they were not consumed. The fire seemed to pulse, as if it were breathing. The Ijiro aspect saw herself weep tears of bright orange flame that fell from her eyes in sync with the pulsing. The Femi aspect saw himself exhale breathfuls of thick black smoke. And then, as suddenly as it came, the vision was gone, and they could see the protesters again. The suddenness of the transition and the sensory overload it induced shocked the Femi aspect so much that he let go of the object and they disengaged. The separation occurred suddenly, a confounding compression to center, each consciousness falling into its owner like a collapsing star. Ejiro felt momentarily
disoriented.
pushed too quickly back into her own self, but still in both places at once. Femi's face in front of her was frozen in a rictus of shock superimposed over the image of her father and the protesters. She let go of the object, and it fell to the couch with a soft bump. Reality normalized. On screen, the movie was still playing.
Having just reached the part where Wesley had finally rescued Princess Buttercup and was telling Inigo Montoya
That he thought he would make a wonderful Dread Pirate Roberts. "Wow," Femi whispered, his face not moving much. Ejiro did not say anything. Just a moment prior, they had shared one consciousness, and the object had revealed something profound but mysterious to them. So she already knew what Femi was thinking, and he already knew what she was thinking too. They shared the pulse now, the sensation of something like a wave breaking on the shore of their minds. They did not need any more words, but they used them anyway, out of habit, to confirm their thoughts to each other. "We can get there if we take the shortcut," Femi muttered. "Aren't you scared anymore?" Ejiro asked, remembering the sensation that had washed over her when they were joined. "I don't know." "But you felt it. You saw it. You know what we are going to do." "Thank you," Ejiro said, expressing a calmness that she knew came not truly from within her, but from the object. And a new sort of knowing, a knowing of the thing it was using her to accomplish, using them to accomplish. Femi nodded and smiled. "Let's go." The two children ran like they would die if they stopped. They bounded through the bush path, each falling step synchronized with or perhaps by the pulsing of the object that bounced around in Ejiro's backpack, no longer touching them, but still driving them. They sped past the small crater the object had created when it first arrived without even taking notice. By the time they reached the end of the road on the right of the football field, where the shortcut ended, they could see that the protest had mutated from the mildly agitated standoff they'd experienced from the window of Femi's father's office into something more frenzied. The soldiers were pacing, rifles in hand. Ejiro and Femi ducked behind a hedge of rough hibiscus at the border of the bush, behind a large gutter. "It would be hard to get near," Femi said, his eyes scanning the area for a path they could take to the front of the crowd without being seen instantly. Of course, there wasn't one. Ejido's father had chosen this road wisely, wide, with a block of officers on one side and thick bush on the other. "What do we?" Ejido started, but the pulsing in her mind connected her to Femi's, and she stopped. Then, together, "We wait." They watched the crowd in the distance grow more agitated, heard the chanting get louder. A soldier with a pistol in one hand and a megaphone in the other, who appeared to be in command, put the megaphone to his mouth, pointed at Ejido's father and shouted, "Oya, enough. All of you clear away from here now. Now, I said, clear out." The protesters reduced the volume of their chants. He repeated the command. No one moved. The commanding soldier dropped the megaphone to the floor, unlatched a koboko from his belt, waved it at his brigade, and stepped forward into the space between the two opposing sides. At the flick of his whip, the soldiers hastily resolved themselves into 3 rows of about a dozen each. Some of the protesters stepped back, but Ejiro's father did not move. The advancing commander stopped about 3 feet from Ejiro's father. Her father did not back down, but his hand was now visibly shaking. "Tell your people to move before we move you," the commander said, snarling. "Oga, I don't want trouble, but government must stop allowing these people to poison our water. No cleanup, no oil." The crowd took up the chant again, louder now, inspired by their leader. "No cleanup, no oil." The soldier's face calcified at the defiant disobedience. It was obvious that he wasn't used to having his commands ignored. The heat of his anger radiated out, threatening to consume the tense crowd of protesters. "Boys," he hissed, waving the whip forward, "clear these bloody civilians away from my sight." The first row of soldiers marched toward the protesters, and one of them hit Ejiro's father in the belly with the butt of his rifle. The protesters began shouting. The soldiers hit others in the front, lashing at them with kobokos and rifle butts. A few of the protesters started to retreat, falling over those behind them. The journalists scrambled forward, their bulky cameras snapping away. Ejiro and Femi felt the pulsing in their minds amplify, the pressure of their thoughts concentrated into a single word. Now. They broke out from behind the bushes, running for the crowd of protesters from which a few people had begun to flee. One man in a short-sleeved white button-up shirt ran past them, turning his head in surprise and tripping over his own feet. Another man with a mustache stopped short when the children passed him, disbelief seizing his face. A woman's voice ahead of them yelled, "Get those children out of here!" But her cry was indistinguishable from the cacophony of other desperate, angered, and defiant shouts being taken up around them. Everyone was screaming something different, like the builders at Babel, confounded by an irate god, except in this case, they were not unable, just unwilling to understand each other. "No cleanup, no oil. Bloody civilian. Aluta, continua. Bastard. Zombie, oh, zombie. Move out. Get out. We no go gree. The children pressed through the dense crowd, aiming for Ijiro's father, their minds united in purpose by the pulsing, the persistent and powerful pulsing that was like an echo of the merging and omnipresence induced by the alien object that Ijiro was now reaching into her bag for. Ahead of them, through the mass of bodies, Ejiro saw her father being pulled by a group of soldiers, their rough hands around his neck and arms, while his friends, including the woman with the polished wood skin and straight hair, held on to his waist and thighs. Her heart pounded louder in time with the object's increased pulsing and Femi's heavy breathing, like two musicians practicing strange music to the beat of an otherworldly metronome. She finally extracted the ornate blue object from her bag and immediately joined hands with Femi. The last thing Ijiro saw as herself was the widening of her father's eyes when he noticed her weaving through the protesters, sprinting toward him. Ejiro's and Femi's consciousnesses pressed together as their hands did, fusing. The object's pulse amplitude modulated itself low to something like a silence of minds, an absolute absence of selves, and then an explosion of new being. They entered the indistinct womb of fluidized reality, where they were both themselves and more. This time, it was not shocking or surprising to them, but comforting, like returning home. Holding hands, they flung themselves into the mass of people struggling over her father. As flesh touched flesh, they were struck with an awareness of the Ijiro's aspect's father and what he was doing here with a soldier's arm around his neck and his people's hands around his waist, people for whom he was willing to risk everything because of the call of blood, the contract of kin, the bond of belonging to each other in some profoundly elemental way and trying to help one another. They accepted her father as a new aspect, widening to accommodate him. And once they did, the flood began. They were aware of everyone touching her father, the soldiers, the protesters, all of them. Human minds evolved so long for rigid independence and separateness became liquid and ran together. Panic and care and love and fear and joy and violence and hope and hate and confusion and everything flowed into place, feeding a new thing, the new them. Supersentience ignited like fire through the Ijiro aspect of the new
and growing them.
Then it spread through all that were in contact through skin, moving through brains, writhing around minds, twisting past perceptions, reaching out for everyone, compelling all aspects to reach out and touch more, connect with more. Their consciousnesses were like oxygen feeding a fire, allowing it to burn brighter and brighter. Many of the spectators and journalists ran away once they saw the struggling people stop and touch one another without saying a word. A few stood around, confused. At the center of the new and wonderful them, mind white hot with new knowledge, new being, and new understanding, the core aspect that was Ejiro Anabori pulsed, calming the other new aspects of themselves, and through perfect resonance with her, they felt it. They knew what they were and what they would become. They thought of all the places they had ever been, and they were there, in an instant, all of them at the same time. The dusty streets of Kinsina City, the rooftops of Bamako, the crowded Rumo Okoro market, the pale mirror surface of Lagos Lagoon. More, so much more. They saw what their fellow humans were doing to one another, and it offended them. The disunity, the disappointment with discord, and the need to unify that the object radiated was amplified as it flowed from the core Ijido aspect and into them all. The drive moved through them like breath, an inhalation of disapproval at dissonance, an exhalation of desire for more unification. In, out, in, out. They saw what they had to do, how they had to spread themselves until the day the sun would rise over a new earth, a unified humanity, a world completely changed. In that perfect resonance, the Ijiro aspect smiled. She closed her eyes as the ornate alien object that had fallen like an angel from the sky physically melded into her, unraveling itself like bad knitting before wrapping around and weaving back into the flesh of her forearm. Her fingers trembled as trepidation and anticipation waltzed gracefully with one another in her heart. As it became one with her, she knew then that its ornate patterns were a palimpsest, the superimposed personal markings, like fingerprints, of all the previous core aspects of what she was becoming, her ancient and alien predecessors, also tasked with a great and singular duty: unify. When the object was fully physically one with the Ijido aspect, they all let go of each other, no longer needing physical contact. The critical mind mass had been reached, and they were linked forever, unique aspects of a new creature. Some of the aspects were unsure what had happened exactly, but they all knew, as clearly as the Ejiro aspect pulsed it to them.
that nothing would be the same again.
And with that knowledge, they resonated.
Crocodile Arc. Before my mother died, she used to tell me old Yoruba folk tales while we huddled around the lower platform heating vents or waited in line for rations. As with all good Yoruba stories, they were always garnished with proverbs. That's the unique thing about our stories, isn't it? The proverbs. Well, that and the tortoises. The ubiquitous tortoises. And even though, as anyone who has ever read the Achebe classics knows, proverbs are the palm oil with which words are eaten. Sometimes it's the palm oil that stains your clothes and stays with you long after the hunger has passed. My point is, many of those proverbs stuck with me long after I had forgot the stories she'd used them to tell. Some even stuck with me long after she died. But one of them will probably stay with me forever. It goes, Onini oju mati on latin kenganje, domba sitigeje, oju manti oun latifisile. What that all means, once you manage to translate it, is something like this. The crocodile always says it is shy to bite, but once it has bitten, it is shy to let go. It will probably stay with me forever because it has come to describe what happened to me. Not that I'm saying I'm a literal or metaphorical crocodile, or any sort of crocodile really. It's just a proverb. Actually, maybe I am a crocodile, and maybe, just maybe, crocodile nature is human nature too. But I'm not being clear. I suppose if I'm going to tell you this story, then I have to tell you about Ariana Maka. By the time I met Ariana Maka in person, she was 21. and we'd already been friends for 2 years. Our first encounter was online, in a government-sanctioned voice-based chat room. Her family was rich. They lived up in the chancel, where gravity had been artificially adjusted to original Earth levels for the deacons, the ushers, the committee of saints, and of course, those who gave the greatest offering to the prophet. Her profile avatar was beautiful but grim. In it, she wore a crop top and lay in a plush, purple-sheeted bed, unsmiling. I had seen it before, that look. It was common with the girls in the chancel, the ones brave or bored enough to serve the open void space anyway. But there was something uniquely fiery and intangible about her that fascinated me in the bizarre way that fires fascinate moths. I gazed at her avatar on my Potterport for a few minutes, twiddling my thumbs, and then I swiped right on her profile and sent her a private virtual reality message. "Hi," I said. It only took her 3 minutes to reply. "Hey there," she responded. The voice and image that projected into my mind were so clear, I knew immediately that she was using a full VR resolution Potterpod model that most people down on the platform would kill me for having, assuming I could ever afford it. She was short, at about 5.5 feet, with wide central hips visible behind the flowing silver gown she wore in her VR avatar. She had a mane of wild natural hair that looked like bunched up brambles, and her eyes were oak brown. My Potterpod model was a cheap second-hand, so I probably just looked like a nondescript, boxy, and angular stock character, wearing platform rags in her mind. "What's it like, living up in the Sky Dome, with the blessed rich folk, saints, and the prophet?" I asked, trying for sharp charm since I could obviously not impress her with my looks. "Boring. That's why I'm in here, chatting with lowly platformers like you." The sarcasm slid smoothly off her high-resolution tongue and into the virtual reality we were sharing. I laughed, and we exchanged a few more VRMs about what it meant to be the last ones left, to be the future of the human race. Once she sensed that I shared some of her own sentiments, she ported me into a shielded virtual reality share space that she and her friends had ridden out of the government-based void space network. It was only later that I realized she had been looking specifically for someone like me. Everyone there was of varying resolutions, standing awkwardly in that dark corner of electronic shared reality. They remained silent as Ariana Maka introduced me to them one by one, and when she was done, the messages started to come, cautiously at first, then in a flurry as I echoed them as my thoughts too. Finally, Ariana Maka told me what they were planning to do and how they planned to do it. I was intrigued. I was excited. They encouraged me to join them. They said that they would need my help when the time came. This arc is a corrupt, elitist system, and we have the chance to change it, Elegbede said to me, gesturing energetically with his hands. His avatar presented a high-resolution, big, bulky, and solid fella with broad shoulders, brown hair just verging on black, and the kind of face I was sure people would describe as intimidating if they saw it in reality. He did most of the talking after I ported in. But we would need someone from the lower platforms to set things in motion. Someone the people of the platform will listen to, follow. The kind of person we can make you if you join us, Ariana Maka added. Her voice was soft and pleading, in spite of the harsh, warping effect of the electronic VR filter, convincing the prophet's eavesdropping spies that all we said was benign. I asked to be given a moment, and thought myself out of the shielded void space, back into the reality of my platform bunk. I took in the dark, cramped monochromatic space, a dilapidated old metal board on the door, bearing an efficiently ugly poster that reminded us that 2077 is our year of divine direction. Above it, the ubiquitous image of Prophet and Prophet Mrs. smiled down on our squalid and overcrowded quarters. The other 12 people I shared ARC platform sector A589 with were also all plugged into their own portaports, killing time until ration distribution. They were probably chatting up random girls on the void space chat rooms or worshipping in one of the Prophet's many VR centers and praying that they would be chosen this year in the annual Blessing of the 12 ceremony, where 12 platformers would be declared saints and asked to go up into the chancel and serve the Prophet, helping to find a new home for our species and leaving this meaninglessness behind. And make no mistake, that was what it was, meaningless. I looked back down at my portaport, shook my head, and thought myself back into the shielded void space. Okay, count me in, I said. I know now that it was a mistake, but I was 16. I was an orphan. I was a lower platformer. I was bored, and my life seemed to have no purpose. I didn't know what I was getting into. But even though all those things are true, now that I've had time to think about it, I think the real reason I agreed to their insane plan was that Ariana Maka was just beautiful and interesting enough for me to be that stupid. Ariana Maka told me she loved me on the day we took the Ark. The same day, she also told me she was the Prophet's daughter, and that Earth was still standing, that it had never been destroyed. It also happened to be the first day that we met in person. We were in the bright electronic embrace of the sanctum, the Ark's control bridge, and she had plugged her external mod disk into the Ark's central control systems. The centrifugal artificial gravity generators, the air and water processing units, the Prophet's central void space network. We were taking control of it all. And once the override was complete, and the people of the Ark heard my voice, we would control them too. Outside, Elegbede and the others stood guard. They had killed the path to the sanctum for us, and were defending it while we jacked into the system and took over. I had prepared meticulously for the day. I had read books, studied revolutionary histories of old Earth, wormed my way into the right circles, seeded dissent in the hearts of the Prophet's lackeys, and even become youth leader of the Lower Ark Church with the help of Ariana Maka and her rebel friends. I was primed to topple the government, expose the Prophet and his coterie. So you can imagine that being told that the Earth was still standing, and that my handler and best friend was both in love with me and the daughter of the man I had learned to loathe, especially at such an inopportune time, threw my mind into something of a tailspin. No, I said, because it was the only thing I could think to say. I loved her. I always had, but how could she be the Prophet's daughter? And why was she telling me then? Everything in my head was hazy, woolly, and unsubstantial. Ariana Maka made a strange, confused noise that sounded like, huh? So I repeated my own confused objection. No, Ariana Maka, no. Not like this, I said. Not now. Her words seemed stuck in her throat for a moment, like a fluid behind a pipe constriction. And then, when enough pressure had built up, they exploded out of her. I'm sorry. It just came out of me. It's all just coming now. I mean, it's been 2 years, and today when I saw you, really saw you, it made everything real. I really want real. I don't care about taking control of the Ark anymore. I want to go back to Earth, to have a real, normal life with you. I grunted in confusion. What? Earth is gone. What are you talking about? She quickly flicked her eyes from me to her black mud disk, plugged into the central control panel, and the motion of her eyes pulled mine with them. I looked at the panel, and we both saw we had 6 minutes and 13 seconds before the program completed the override. Around us, the electric datascape blinked streams of binary rainbows. She turned back to me. Hasn't it ever bothered you? She started to explain with a question. Such a uniquely Nigerian thing to do. That all the survivors of the Earth's destruction happen to be members of the same church? She pronounced the word survivors, as though it was not the appropriate word for what we were. Yes, it's a bit odd, but that is just because God revealed to the prophet the coming of the asteroid in a vision, back when his heart was still clean, before the power corrupted him. I crossed my arms. Why are you asking me anyway? This is basic Sunday school shit, and you are his daughter. She shook her head, and her hair shook with it. My father has never had a clean heart. He has never spoken to God. This ark is not just unjust, it is a lie. There was no asteroid. Well, not really. She stared straight ahead and spoke efficiently, forcefully, as if the words had to come out of her then and there, or they would explode inside her. The way one blurts out things that have been kept secret for too long. Asteroids used to hit Earth all the time, like maybe once a century or so. Everyone knew it. And every few centuries, a massive asteroid would come by the planet and plop down harmlessly in an ocean or some Arctic wasteland. Sometimes scientists only spotted these asteroids like maybe days or a week before they made their close approaches to Earth. She paused for breath, glanced behind me, and pressed on. My father knew all this. So when a really big one was spotted near Pluto, on a trajectory towards Earth, and no one was sure how close it would come to us, he started all this shit about God ending the world, and he being some modern-day Noah. He rallied his followers with massive offering collections, built the ark, and brought us all into orbit here, around Mars. He wasn't the only one, you know. Some governments did it too, hedging their bets. But the asteroid just passed by Earth. It was a biosphere-altering event for sure, but it didn't destroy anything. Everyone went back once it passed, but my father? He just did not want to admit that he had been wrong to his followers. That his God had been wrong. So he made up the stories you heard, and created the fake recordings you have seen of the Earth's destruction. No. The exclamation snuck its way out of me and made Ariana Maka jump. I turned around, hyperventilating, and saw that we had only 1 minute and 40 seconds before the full override completed. I tried to say something, but found I was only gasping until I said it again. No. It's true, she assured me. No. I repeated the word, letting it explode like a bomb in front of me. No. Another explosion. No, no, no. A chain reaction. I was shaking. I reached out and leaned on the sanctum wall. The cool, smooth flow of the datascape passing through my hands in front of the metal paneling. My head was spinning. I understood then why my mother had given up everything she had to the prophet as offering just to be allowed a place on the ark. She was pregnant at the time. But Earth? It was there. We had been stuck on a metal tube in space because one man refused to admit he had been wrong about his divine delusions. My mother had died because of his lie. It was all too much. I will show you. Once the override is done, you will see. How did you know the truth? I said, turning back to her. I overheard him speaking about it with the deacons 3 years ago. That was when I joined the movement. And you chose to keep it from me? From us? I stopped. Why? She advanced on me with arms slightly spread, ambient light caressing her figure. She stopped an inch from my nose. There was a rush of warm blood through my ears. My heartbeat rattled despite my shock and fear. I love you, she said. And it seemed to be a little bit of a declaration and a little bit of an apology, but not quite either. I just want to live a normal life. On Earth. With you. I stared down at her, breathing hard, until it occurred to me that I did not even know if I wanted this thing. whatever it was she was proposing, promising. Earth was a myth, an Eden from a Genesis story, a folk tale told by the first ones in the belly of the lower platforms by the heating vents to children. It was green, it was wet, it was paradise, they said, and I had read. But in my mind, it might as well have been Oduduwa's Ile-Ife or Plato's Atlantis. I had no qualia for it, no sense of reference, and that scared me. I had been born on the Ark, raised and orphaned on the lower platforms. Even if Ariana Maka was speaking the truth, what waited for us back on Earth? I had no idea. I had not been afraid to die taking the Ark, but when I thought about this Earth that had been dead to me and was now risen again, I felt fear like a living creature claw its way from my belly to my heart and squeezed tight. I pushed away from her and blinked rapidly, realizing the mod device would soon finalize its override. I asked her, "Who else knows about Earth?" Her brow furrowed briefly, and then she said, "No one, just my father, his wife, and 3 deacons. Maybe a few of the older saints. My mother is in the choir, but she doesn't know anything." "Good. Let's keep it that way," I said, quickly, the fear and the countdown forcing the words from me. "Don't tell anyone anything. We can go back to Earth once we have control," I said. "But not all of us," I didn't say. We were seconds away from taking over the Ark, seconds away from being able to take everything that made up our unjust world and make it pure. I had a devoted following of people from the lower platform who believed in the visions of the glorious future I had sold them. There would be a revolt. That much was certain. What came after was less clear. But I did not want Ariana Maka to know that. So I kissed her eagerly, enough for her to think all was well, and set my mind back to the revolution. Behind me, the timer ran down to 0. The flowing rivers of data in the sanctum halted around us, then exploded in a kaleidoscope of numbers and logic, green and yellow, and blue, and white, and silver and orange, the colors flickering and flaring in fanciful fits as they first separated from and then merged back into one another to reconstitute the river of data and logic that controlled the Ark, their new commands in place. I pulled away from Ariana Maka and spoke into the vocaphone, slowly, with what I imagined to be a stately voice that propagated throughout the Ark, piercing into ears and virtual realities alike, through podopods and inline earphones, throwing revolution and uncertainty into the prophet's carefully constructed world of lies. Our revolution lasted all of 13 minutes. I guess the prophet had grown complacent with his security, his control. Once we took control of the Ark, his lackeys surrendered without even as much as a good fight. Perhaps he had begun to believe in his own myth, his own lie, and thought no one would ever usurp him. Perhaps he'd started to think he really was the god he had invented. Perhaps we had planned the entire thing perfectly, if such a thing can be said of any coup. Perhaps we were just lucky. I don't know. He cursed us all, of course, before we turned off his private vocaphone and killed him. He said that we were children of the devil, that Satan had sent us to destroy and confuse what was left of humanity. He called upon all his people in the chancel and implored those on the platforms to rise up and smite us, to pray that God would show them our true forms. The platformers were too busy eating the in vitro steak we had sent to them from the Chancellor Biotech Food Labs to listen. We killed him in his own bed, choked him with his own collar, under a blood-proof sheet. 13 minutes to take the Ark. Another hour or so to quell the minor prophet loyalists and the opportunists. 2 hours after Ariana Maka told me she loved me, I was holding her hand in the sanctum and speaking into my portapod, Legbede, and the rest of our movement. I told them what she had told me about Earth. I did not tell them that she wanted to go back. but I asked if it was possible anyway. Does anyone know how to disengage from orbit and pilot this thing? I asked the void space full of high-resolution avatars that controlled the Ark. I think I do, Bamidele, the youngest one of our group said, with unusual seriousness. Raluchuku, who was overseeing the food labs for now, and knew him from when they were just spoiled kids living in the chancel, nodded sharply. A quick shake of her head to indicate she thought so too. She seemed nervous, even in virtual reality. I think they all were. Elegbede spoke up. Good. As long as someone has some idea, we will do it. We will go back to Earth. We will take our people home. No more of this foolish, delusional Israelite journey in space. You don't do, I beg. No one said anything. Everyone waited for me to speak. I knew it. I had watched the balance of power in our group shift as they taught me what I needed to know to become a figure of myth and reverence down on the platforms while they plotted and planned up in the chancel. They had watched as the fabric of my personality had slowly been straightened, dyed, and embroidered with knowledge, power, and self-awareness. They knew that the people of the platform would heed no one but me, believe no one but me, and without me, there would be chaos. The problem was, I knew it too. I had taken my first few bites. I knew the taste of power. This is a democracy now, Legbe, I said. We will take a vote. But Earth... Ariana Maka started suddenly before stopping herself. I did not look at her, but I noted the other voices, especially Bamidele's murmuring. I pressed on. Earth is home to the prophet, to our parents, to the people that created this corrupt system we risked everything to change. Not to me and not to you. Not to us. I have never seen its sky or touched its soil. Neither have more than 3/4 of the people on this ark. Why do we want to give up this world we now have the power to remake into something wonderful, for an uncertain one we have no power over? Elegbede chuckled. You've been reading and watching too many histories, friend. What makes you think anyone will want to stay here when they know that all of humanity awaits us? That we are not the last of our kind, eh? With that statement and question, he showed his bourgeoisie, and that was his mistake. The others knew it was a mistake too, I think, even if they didn't know exactly why. So I pressed the issue, and eventually, they agreed that a vote was the democratic thing to do. I knew they would. They believed in freedom and democracy and all that shit, and that was why they had risked everything for revolution. We agreed we would reveal the information to our people on the Ark and let them make their decision. We would vote to decide if we wanted to go back to Earth. I just made sure that Elegbede agreed to be the one to make the announcement. He was our leader, after all, I insisted. Of course, he agreed without thinking it through all the way to the end. He always did enjoy talking, hearing the sound of his own voice. Although I suspected Ariana Maka knew what I was trying to do by the way she unclasped her hand from mine during the discussion. Although most of them thought the vote could go either way, I already knew what would happen. I was a lower platformer when it came down to it. Born and raised, you understand? And I had felt that exact same fear that I knew would squeeze their hearts the moment they were told about the unknown. The same fear that had kept them, us, believing in the prophet and enduring his faith of deprivation in spite of our squalor. Fear. It was like a shadow to a platformer, and I knew it well. In the end, when we went to a vote, of course no one believed. No one wanted to. I had spent 2 years slowly convincing them to stop bathing in the rain of lies and unfairness coming down from the chancel. There was no way they would believe Elegbede. It was the wrong message, at the wrong time, from the wrong messenger. It all came back to Ariana Maka in the end. She forced my hand. They forced my hand. I only did what had to be done. To quote another of my mother's memorable proverbs from a story, Ibere kolonise, afieni toba fiori tiodopin, which I think means starting a thing is not as crucial as seeing it through to completion. I think it came from a story she told me about the tortoise, the squirrel, and the leopard. In the story, the tortoise tricks the other animals. At the end of the story, the tortoise's mother dies. Ayanamaka, Elegbede, and 3 others convince Ralichukwu to try to sneak into the sanctum, free us from Mars' gravitational embrace, and set course for Earth. If not for Bamidele's quick thinking and timely warning, they might have even succeeded. They had tried to subvert the will of the people. I had to have them killed, and have it done publicly. What else was I to do? I did not turn away at her execution. We had equalized the gravity in the entire arc, so that from chancel to platform, everyone had to adjust. But we had the gravity in the central chancel area reset back to Earth levels for the execution, to prevent any possible blood globules leaking out of the dioxide helmets and floating up and into crevices between the paneling. The 5 convicted of treason were made to kneel in the center of a circle that included many of their friends and comrades in the lavish chancel central area, where the prophet used to bless and ordain his selected saints. It was a blue and brown room at the apogee of the chancel, with retractable rows of silver panel seats. I was not unfamiliar with Power Theater, although I don't think anyone had ever been executed there. I made a speech. It was a good speech, I think. There was much cheering. In this speech, I proclaimed the importance of the will of the people over the will of any individual, over love, over everything, over even life itself. The prophet took away our right to decide our own fates for decades, I said. We will not have it taken again, by anyone. Never again, came the chanting response of the circle. Never again, never again, never again. It went on until the crowd and the entire arc was worked up to a red, pulsing frenzy. Elegbede spat, but said nothing. Sometimes I wonder what he was thinking in those moments before the dioxide helmet went over his head. Arianamaka's thoughts were clearly written in her eyes like program logic in a flowing datascape. She hated me. Perhaps it was for spurning her love. Of course, there was some of that, but I doubt there had been much love there to begin with. Besides, there were rumors she had given herself to Elegbede before they made their attempt. I think she wanted to go to Earth more than she wanted anything else, and she had betrayed first her father with me, and then me with Elegbede for the chance. She probably thought I was an opportunist who had used her to gain power, and maybe she was right, in a way. But I did not set upon this path with the intention of having things turn out the way they did. It's just that there is no predicting the results when you court chaos, is there? And she did most of the courting. Everything changed in the sanctum on the day we took the ark. Maybe too many things changed at the same time. I don't know. But I do know this. We had begun with one purpose: equality and fairness for the people of the ark. A classless system of what we believed was left of humanity in space, and an end to the prophet's elitism and dictatorship. I had committed to it hastily, yes, driven primarily by youthful exuberance and Arianamaka's beauty, yes. But I had committed to it completely, even if my commitment was partly corrupted in the end by greed and fear. Still, the hate almost burned my eyes as she gazed at me from her place on the intricately patterned floor paneling of the chancel, at the center of one of its silver worlds. Bamidele had volunteered to be the executioner. He placed the dioxide helmet over her head last, and then he turned on the carbon dioxide recirculation tube. Hypercapnia first caressed, and then seized her. She didn't even try to call out my name as she choked and coughed, her lungs begging for oxygen. I watched the fire in her eyes dim and die, and I felt something in me die with it, but I did not look away until all the embers were gone. I could not show weakness. I cannot show weakness. The same fear that keeps me here, even after seeing the prophet's records and realizing that all Arianamaka said about Earth was true, keeps me up at rest time. Fear, and that first bite. I have seen how Bamidele looks at me. I have seen how he speaks to the same set of people that had initially tried to counter our revolution all the time in their own void space chat rooms. I know he always volunteers to work the rations distributions, and he likes to talk, make himself heard and seen. He makes the people like him. That's exactly why I have to get rid of him now. I have read enough histories of old Earth to know what comes next, so I also know what must be done. There was always only one tortoise in every one of my mother's stories. There can be only one crocodile on this ark. Nested. You die. You awaken in a sterile, white room that looks like it has been painted in 50 shades of blank, with 1,000 different pigments of nothing. The vacuous starkness of it makes you uneasy, and you feel alien within yourself. You bring your hands up to your face, and you see nothing. Or perhaps you see right through yourself. You are sure of nothing here, not even that you are. Here. A man walks in through a door that you are sure is not really there, wearing what appears to be a long, flowing robe made of pure light. His face is leathery and wrinkled. He is calm. He moves toward you slowly, and without the unevenness of motion characteristic of footsteps, as though he is gliding along some invisible pre-selected path. There's a smile plastered on his face that refuses to decline as he tends toward you. You cannot tell how long it takes him to reach you, but when he does, he stops right in front of you, barely a breath away, and tilts his head to the side silently. You do not like the silence, and so you break it. You ask him if he is God, and he asks you not to be silly. He begins to talk to you. He confirms that you are dead, and he tells you that your notions of an afterlife are meaningless abstractions conjured up by a sentient creation seeking meaning and purpose for its existence. You, he says, are the ghost in the human machine. You find what is left of your mind addled, and so you ask him what he means. He laughs. It's not a cruel or haughty laugh, but it makes what you think is your skin crawl and makes you feel small and puerile nevertheless. And then the thought of skin fills you with a mirth all of your own as you attempt to raise your hand again to your face and see nothing. You laugh with him briefly. The birth of your own mirth comes at the peak of his, and somehow both die together. When both of you conclude your laughter, he explains to you what you are. He uses words that are only vaguely familiar to you. You recognize them as the technical jargon of a field of study with which you are unfamiliar. But you gather that he's telling you that he made you. You are his creation. You understand, but you refuse to believe it, even before it fully makes landfall on the shores of your brain. You tell him what he has just told you is impossible, and he asks you why. You cannot think of any good answer. He asked you what you thought would happen when you died. You tell him, ignoring his mild smile, the kind you remember your father used to have on his face when you try to convince him of something just before telling you exactly why it could not be so. He tells you that it is not so. You ask this white-bearded man with the coat of many spectra and the permanent smile about animals and plants and the other life forms that are spread across the planet. He tells you that you are unique. You are a change agent. You and your kind. He tells you that he created you to help him find something. He is trying to understand where he came from. All of a sudden, you realize that you no longer want to be in this place, and so you ask him what happens next. He tells you that you have a choice. You can be deleted permanently or plugged back into the system as part of another being he will create. The experience from your previous run might be useful to the new one, he says. You think of dreams, instinct, déjà vu, and past lives, but say nothing of them. You simply tell him to plug you back in. He smiles and asks you why you are all afraid of the nothingness, why none of you ever chooses to be deleted permanently. Do you remember what came before your birth? He asks. If there was nothing before, why do you all believe something must come after? He inquires further. You cannot respond, and so you try to turn away from him, but you cannot really do anything here. He smiles again, turns and glides out of the room through the door that is not there. The room begins to shrink, and before long, it is the size of you. There is an impossibly loud noise like an explosion, made of other explosions. And then, all of a sudden, there is nothing. You are nothing. Being nothing, you have no way of knowing that a few moments after he steps back into his own segment of existence, he suffers what his kind calls, roughly translated, a core collapse, not unlike what you would have called a heart attack. He dies. He awakens in a room that looks like it has been built with bricks of emptiness, held together by the stuff vacuums are made of. There is an ethereal, fluffy quality to it that makes him feel like he is in a dream, and the strangeness of it all makes him giddy. He tries to shut his 3 eyes, but nothing happens. He cannot feel any sensation on his scales. He cannot adjust his balance with his tail. He can do nothing except be in that place, and he is confounded by the nature of his being. There. There is a sudden brightness, like a projection from a faraway place, and an image made of hazy numbers blossoms out of the center of the light to constitute the head of a being. The head is ovoid, scaled, has 3 eyes, and is smiling. He asks the being before him if it is the Supreme Creator, and it asks him not to be silly. The Last Lagosian. The motorcycle broke down about halfway between the Surulere and Lagos Island exits, near the end of what was left the third mainland bridge. Akin clambered up the sputtering and clanking machine. Oloshi! The exclamation echoed, bouncing off 1,000 dusty surfaces, and returned, cursing back at him in his own voice. Akin stared ahead in frustration. The bridge was slightly warped and crumpled, as though a malevolent giant had started to squeeze it at both ends, and then changed his mind before doing any real damage. The dull heat haze limited his visibility to a few dozen meters, but he could see protruding slabs of broken concrete, the husks of long burned-out vehicles, crumbling skeletons, and rubble spread around. A study in devastation, finished in fine harmattan dust and ambitious weeds. Thirsty cracks ran all along asphalt, splitting and reuniting at multiple points, maliciously spiderwebbing it without rendering it completely impassable. Beyond the empty lagoon, and the dust and the haze, the remains of the island waited. He slung his beaten leather bag over his shoulder, adjusted his fraying belt, and started walking. He kept to the raised left side of the bridge, beside the barrier rail, toward Lagos Island. There was no sound except for the crunch of his boots on road and rubble, some birds chirping, the groaning of distant concrete and metal, and the slopping of low, thick mud against the piers below. Akin felt like he was an explorer on the surface of some ancient, alien moon. He had not crossed Third Mainland Bridge since before the event, and he had been dreading the day he would cross it again. There was a time he used to cross the bridge every day. It had been the most convenient way to get from his 2-bedroom apartment in Oworonshoki at the southern edge of the city to his office in the small, ocean-reclaimed landmass that was Eco Atlantic, the area that was supposed to be Lagos's commercial future back when the world still made sense, when the sky wasn't barren. Back then, he had aspirations to eventually save enough money to buy a nice plot of land on the island, or even, if he were really lucky, move abroad to start a new life. Even then, he had been afraid to cross the bridge. Incompetent drivers, impatient and inconsiderate drivers, drivers falling asleep at the wheel. Those were the things he had feared then. Now, there were no more drivers, no more people. Now that things had fallen apart, he only feared that the bridge would not hold, that some loose, sun-baked segment of the structure would give way and he would fall to his death. As he walked, he kept an eye out for any fallen motorcycles. Perhaps some Okada man had been unfortunate enough to be on the bridge when the event occurred, but not unfortunate enough to crash into anything. Something he could pick up and continue his journey with. He strode past a black Range Rover SUV with deflated tires and a broken windscreen. In the front seat sat the desiccated remains of a man, neck twisted at an impossible angle. In the back was the dried-out husk of a woman cradling the skeletal remains of a baby. Rotten fabric clinging to their bones. Akin fought the urge to retch as bile rose to his throat. He couldn't afford to lose the fluids. He thought he'd already wept all the tears he could spare, thought he had gotten used to it all, but the sight threatened to break him all over again. In that instant, there was nothing he wanted more in the world than not to be alone anymore, to hold hands with another human being and find comfort through shared suffering. He was weary of being the only guest at the city's wake. The burden of grieving was too great to bear. Steeling himself, he turned away from the sight and walked faster, focusing on the asphalt and concrete ahead of him. There was no time to mourn the long dead. The end of the world had come and gone. The only thing that mattered now was finding clean water. It had been years since rain had fallen in Lagos. 2 years almost to the day. The day when, just few minutes past 5 p.m., West Africa time, on a humid Monday evening, the sullen sky had exploded into brilliant alien green. The unnatural light had lingered for a few seconds, and then crashed down to the ground, like a waterfall of light. With lightfall came death. People died where they stood without even a chance to scream. Cars crashed into each other on the expressway. Buildings groaned. Planes fell from the sky. Electronic devices stopped working. And water rose. Columns of water climbed from the oceans and the rivers, towering miles into the air and spinning with a terrifying symmetry, like impossibly large fingers reaching for something beyond the stratosphere. And then, a few minutes later, it was all over. The event had occurred suddenly and without warning, leaving nothing but death, confusion, and thirst in its wake. Akin maintained a steady pace, his back lightly bent to an almost slouch, and his wide forehead gleaming in the sunlight. He had the Colt Series 70 pistol he had lifted from the broken corpse of a police officer near Herbert Macaulay Road, tucked between his jeans and his belt. The wooden handle of a machete jutted out of his bag over his shoulder. He had needed it in the mad and desperate days following the event, when the few survivors had fought each other for what little water was left. He didn't need to fight anyone for anything anymore. It had been more than 3 months since he set eyes on another living human being. But parts of the city had become home to surviving monkeys, snakes, and even a few wild dogs made rabid by thirst and dust, so he always kept his weapons with him. Presently, he came upon an overturned black and yellow Damfo, lying on its side like an exhausted giant mechanical bee. It had veered off the main bridge and crashed into the barrier rail, cutting off his path, its belly facing the lagoon. Beside it, two of the bridge's spans had separated by a clean seam, almost a meter along. Akin stared at the gap for a few seconds and decided not to try for a jump across the gap, even though he felt like he could make it. Instead, he stepped back, grabbed the top of the mangled bus, and hauled himself onto it, the tail of his oversized polo shirt flapping behind him. He stepped over the metal carcass, watching carefully for glass and jagged metal. Lowering himself down on the other side, his foot came down on something hard and brittle. It broke. Akin looked down to see he had stepped on the femur of a skeleton that lay crushed under the bus. He cringed. It was an ill omen. He surveyed the area, and turning left, found himself face to face with a dusty black Yamaha motorcycle which, like the bus, lay on its side. There was caked blood on the seat. The key was still in the ignition. "Please, Baba God," he exclaimed as he rushed to it and raised it up onto its two unsteady rubber feet. The fuel gauge indicated the tank was about half full. "Please, please, just work." He turned the key, and the engine whimpered. He turned it again, and it sputtered. He turned it 3 more times, and it choked each time. Then, on the 4th turn, it finally rode to life, coughing as it crouched on the crumbling bridge, like a proud but fatally wounded animal, determined not to die quietly. Overwhelmed, he broke into familiar song. "Baba, Baba, Baba, Eseo Baba, Eseo Baba, Baba Adupe Baba." He stopped singing when the dust started to scratch against the back of his throat, reminding him that it had been almost 16 hours since he drank any water. Akin licked his chapped lips and climbed onto the rumbling Yamaha. He revved the engine twice and eased it back, away from the wrecked Damfo and the skeleton of the person who had owned it before him. He let the Yamaha crunch along the debris and carnage of the long drive down, all the way past the abutment on the Lagos Island end of the bridge, and then slowed to a stop as the stark emptiness beyond the heat haze and dust was eroded by the vista of the crumbling skyscrapers of the marina, standing like broken glass and concrete teeth at the mouth of the city. He left the bike running and stationary while he surveyed his surroundings. Sharp streaks of harsh sunlight glinted off the glass-skinned buildings closest to caked mud banks of the lagoon. A crumbling billboard in the distance insisted, "Eko oni bajeo," oblivious to the fact that it already had. The broken city echoed the rough growling of the bike beneath him. A solitary pied crow scudded across his vision, a linear black and white blur that quickly faded into the space between the outline of 2 skyscrapers. Akin shook his head. Nature was adjusting to life after the event, after mankind. All the vain monuments the people of Lagos had built to their own existence, nature would reclaim. Slowly, patiently. He eased back down onto the bike, thinking of the thirst and the desperate plan that had finally brought him to the island. Accelerating gently, he drove down the relatively flat and smooth rest of the bridge, navigating his way between wrecked vehicles. He downshifted when he hit the steep grade running up the west side of Ring Road, and bore down on the throttle as he headed for Victoria Island, grateful for the air against his skin. When he reached his destination, he slowed to a crawl. The metal security gate in front of the Palms shopping mall had been rudely torn away from the concrete pillars it was set into. Akin squeezed the Yamaha through the small pathway meant for pedestrians and rolled past the parking lot, all the way up to the main mall entrance. The sun was baking his skin. He clambered up the bike and stepped through the left pane of the broken glass doors, as always. Dozens of near-death experiences had given him enough material to build up easy superstitions. Always enter buildings through the left and never disturb the bones of the dead, if you could help it. He headed toward the storage area of ShopRite, where they usually kept a stock of items including bottled water that he was desperately hoping no other survivors had gotten to after the event. He had been foraging for and subsisting on old supermarket stock like it on the mainland for months until he couldn't find any more, forcing his migration to the island. Akin walked easily, gentle footfalls padded by dust. He had almost reached the last display aisle before the storage area entrance when he heard the sound. It came from behind him, a harsh crepitation that tore through the fabric of silence. He froze. It sounded like a very sick man coughing through deteriorating lungs. Akin's breath scraped against his throat, gritty and dry. Blood pulsed against the side of his head. He whipped out the Colt from its wedge between his jeans and belt and turned sharply on his heel, calling out, "Who dey there?" The only response that came was the hollow echo of his voice. "I say, who dey there? Come out now before I shoot." There was a sound like the shuffling of feet. Then another harsh, scraping cough. This time, Akin followed it to what had once been a hot food counter on his right. The source of the sound was hiding behind it. "If you don't come out now, I will." "Don't shoot, please. I'm coming." The young man who emerged from behind the glass and metal counter was frightfully thin. His hair was a cluster of ratty knots, and his eyes were sunken, rheumy orbs. He must have been underground somewhere when the event occurred, just like Akin. Most of the survivors had been. He was wearing a shirt that hung on him like excess skin on bones, a pair of filthy shorts, and tattered Adidas trainers, brown under the dust. He held his hands up as he took unsteady steps toward Akin. "Who are you?" Akin asked, his voice shaking with shock. He had gotten used to not seeing anyone alive, and the sight of this man was jarring. "My name is Chuka," the man said, then coughed again. He turned around very slowly, like a rotisserie under Akin's burning glare, and when he was face to face with Akin again, he slowly lowered his hands to his sides and patted down his pockets before putting them up again. "I don't have any weapons. Please, don't kill me." "Where have you been hiding since the event?" Akin asked, letting a little curiosity temper his caution, now that it seemed the man was mostly harmless and only about half a step beyond death's reach. "Aja, I came down to the island yesterday night when my food finished." "Did you drive?" "I walked." "You walked all the way from Aja?" Akin asked, surprised. "Na so we see am, my brother. When food finish, wetin man go do?" Akin cautiously nodded his understanding. He had also been compelled to move from the mainland to the island when he'd exhausted his water supply. Well, that and his plan to finally leave Lagos. "Are you alone?" Akin asked. "Yes." "What have you been drinking? Do you have clean water?" Akin didn't want to ask the man any questions about his cough, about his health, about what he had been through, until he was reasonably sure he could trust him. Water was far more important than empathy in these latter days. "Coke," Chuka said. "There was a broken-down supply trailer near my house, but it is finished now." Akin scanned Chuka's face, saw the tension in his neck and the hopeful look in his eye, and decided he was either lying or living something out. Akin decided to show him some small measure of kindness to put him at ease before pressing further. "You can put your hands down," he said. Chuka's real thin hand slumped heavily to his sides, and a smile started to cut its way across his face. Thank you. Please, I haven't seen anyone for weeks. Can you tell me? You didn't answer my last question. Akin barked at him. Do you have clean water? And don't you dare lie to me. Chuka's face was suddenly tense. He closed his eyes and swayed unsteadily. Another cough erupted from him, and he wiped the back of his hand across his forehead as he pleaded. Please, I take God beg you. Please don't take it from me. It's all I have. Take what? Akin took one step closer to Chuka, keeping the sleek cold barrel pointed at the frail man's heart. Tell me, now. Chuka stood there silently, staring at the ground in abstraction. Akin tightened his grip on the Colt. He didn't want to shoot the man, but he was prepared to, if it came to it. In the half-light of the supermarket, dust motes floated about like strange, lifeless fireflies. Then Chuka said, without looking up, The water generator. Show me, Akin demanded. Chuka's face was a grim mask. He turned, gesturing for Akin to follow, and stepped back behind the food counter to show him what looked like a small power generator. The kind most people in Lagos had referred to as "I better pass my neighbor." There were two small plastic jars and what looked like a green gas cylinder attached to it via a serpentine system of transparent tubes. The patina of death had settled on everything, reducing the transparency, but it looked like there was clean water in one of the plastic jars and dirty yellow water in the other. The bizarre contraption reminded Akin of the times his sister had been on dialysis, tubes snaking their way in and out of her like creeper vines. Is that it? Yes. Chuka knelt down by the generator unit and touched it with a rake-thin hand. I took it from my supervisor's office. It can turn urine into drinking water and even generate small power too. Akin's face hardened. Do I look like a fool? Don't lie to me. We are probably the only two people remaining in this Lagos, and I'm the one with the gun, so don't bloody lie to me. I'm not lying. Chuka mewed desperately, his voice winding up to a whine as he reached for the generator unit and pushed 3 buttons in succession. Watch. Akin stepped back, preparing himself for a trick. Years of living in Lagos and surviving the strange days after the event had taught him to actively distrust anything that sounded too good to be true. At Chuka's touch, the generator started with a low mechanical grumble, building up to a low hum. The transparent tubes began to shake, vibrating with fluid flow. The sound was surprisingly muted. As Akin watched, the yellow liquid in the jar on the left began to deplete, and the level of clear liquid in the other began to rise. Slowly, but definitely. That's piss, Chuka said, pointing at the jar with the yellow liquid as the generator buzzed away. The other one is water. Akin, his face scrunched up, asked, How? I was doing my MBA in Lagos Business School when my supervisor's daughter invented this thing. It uses an electrolytic cell to separate the hydrogen in the piss. The hydrogen is then filtered and dried here. Chuka paused to point at a small plastic cylinder that connected the tube to the gas cylinder. The hydrogen reacts with air, powers the generator, and produces the clean water as waste. Drink it, Akin said, without lowering his gun. Chuka looked up at him, disappointment sketched across his face in ugly lines. My brother, Nawao, it's just the 2 of us here. I won't lie to you. Why don't you believe? Drink it, Akin commanded, refusing to let the small bubble of hope welling inside of him to become a spring. Chuka coughed again and made a show of turning off the generator. He disconnected and opened the water jar as he spoke without looking at Akin. I swear to God Almighty, I'm not lying. My project was to find a way to help them commercialize the product and sell to one Audiobook company. He coughed again, a harsh and grating cough that lasted a few seconds before quieting down. Now it's the only reason I'm still alive. With this, once I get a little clean water or anything to drink, really, it can last for weeks. It's not perfect. I get a little running stomach every now and then, but it won't kill me like the thirst will. Then he put the jar to his lips and took a long drink of the fluid, which looked much clearer without being seen through the film of dust on the jar. When he was done, Chuka put down the jar and licked his lips, turning to stare at Akin, a small, wet smile dancing around the corners of his mouth. Do you believe me now? They stared at each other for almost a full minute, a small piece of time, made unnaturally heavy by the intensity of each man's considerations. Akin took 2 steps forward, slowly lowered his gun, and dropped to his knees one at a time. He tucked the Colt back between his belt and his jeans. He opened his arms wide, like gates of a city, and embraced Chuka. Chuka leaned into the hug. Akin smiled, his embarrassment at his sudden explosion of vulnerability and humanity diluted by the realization that this was the first time he had touched another living person in months. Thank you for not shooting me, Chuka said, over Akin's heaving shoulder. Thank God for this miracle, Akin said, closing his eyes. For the first time in a long time, he felt something more than the mad drive to survive. He felt hopeful about the future, about his insane plan to take one of the many abandoned trucks by the marina, stock it with as much food and water as he could find, and leave Lagos for some other place he was sure had not eaten itself after the event. Some place with more underground infrastructure. Europe, perhaps. If enough of the Strait of Gibraltar had been lost during the event, Chuka could help him. The water purifier generator thing he had could help him. They could help each other. They could survive and together, maybe make some sense of what the world had become. Eyes still closed, he felt a strange but insistent pressure on his stomach. Then the pressure stopped and mutated into a throbbing. Akin's eyes shut open and he reached down, his fingers finding Chuka's bony forearm. He pushed away from Chuka violently, his knees dragging against something sharp on the floor. He looked down and saw blood spreading through his shirt from his midsection like a wild red flower in bloom. A throbbing pain pulsed through him. He rotated his eyes back up just in time to see Chuka's right hand maliciously tending toward his chest. The hand was wrapped around a small, red-tipped kitchen knife, the kind his mother used to cut onions and garlic to make a delicious oily red stew when he was a child. Acting more on desperate man's instinct than calculated thought, he threw his weight to his left so that the knife's edge only sliced into his right shoulder, and Chuka's lanky frame collapsed on top of his side, carried by momentum. Jamming his Colt into Chuka's belly before the man could recover, he fired 3 shots in quick succession. Each bullet sounded impossibly loud, a solid wall of sound that he could feel in his teeth. He crawled out from under Chuka, ears ringing, breath heavy and left hand pressed to his gut, desperate to keep the precious fluids from flowing out. Jesus! He shouted, banging the butt of the Colt against the dusty floor. No, no, no! Why? What is wrong with you? He screamed up at the high ceiling before turning his head to see Chuka immobile, on the floor, in a spreading pool of blood. There was quiet for a minute or 2, or maybe 5. Akin wasn't sure. Adrenaline and anger blurred time into a nebulous cloud. His thoughts drifted, and in his mind, he saw his sister's warm, hopeful smile. He felt his mother's tight, comforting hug. He heard his father's wild, reassuring laugh. and then the tears started to fall from his eyes. He yearned for them so much it physically hurt, much more than the persistent, throbbing pain from his belly. Beyond the yearning, the disappointment hurt too. He'd finally found another person, a fellow survivor, someone with whom he thought he could share his humanity for a moment, and it had almost cost him his life. Exhausted and thirsty, he envied the millions of restful dead scattered about the city. Slowly, the sadness condensed into the grim determination and still resolve that had kept him going after the event. He couldn't afford to cry or bleed. The end of the world had come and gone. The only thing that mattered now was staying alive. He rose to his feet, pain gnawing at his side as he studied the wound in his belly. It was a small slit, barely half an inch wide, and he wasn't bleeding nearly as much as he thought. The knife couldn't have gone in very deep, or he'd be in agony. He murmured his thanks to God through tight lips. He would have to cauterize the wound if he didn't want it to become septic. The thought of the pain that was to come made him grit his teeth. Akin ripped the left sleeve of his polo shirt where the knife had cut his shoulder, and folded it over itself until it was a small, thick pad. He slapped it onto the wound in his belly and slid his fraying belt from its place in his jeans. He wrapped the belt around his belly and buckled it, tightly securing the pad in place. The pressure made him wince. Picking up his gun, he walked toward the generator that Chuka had been willing to kill him over and regarded it, thinking of a good way to carry it with him. "I'm sorry," Chuka whispered from the floor. He sounded like he was speaking through bubbles. Akin turned to face him sharply, training his cold on the dying man in case he tried something stupid again. There was labored breathing for a while, and then more words. "Everyone tries to take it from me. Everyone. I wouldn't have," Akin shouted angrily. "We could have survived together." Chuka coughed a cough that sounded like a wet, diseased laugh, and tried to roll over, but he was too weak. He only managed to bend his elbow and point a shaky finger to his neck. A swollen, rope-shaped scar that Akin hadn't noticed before ran around it. That's what the last person who tried to take it from me said just before she tried to strangle me." He was seized by another coughing fit that made blood vessels visibly press against the side of his head and his eyes bulge. When the cough stopped, more words bubbled out of him, less coherent. You even have gone. I couldn't. I had to take my chance. Trust. I'm sorry. Then nothing. "Chuka." There was no response. Akin knelt down, still pointing his gun at Chuka's face. The man's narrowed and bloodshot eyes stared down the barrel unblinkingly. It took a few seconds for Akin to realize he was dead. When Akin finally exited the shopping mall building, the sun was still baking the earth beneath the pale turquoise of a cloudless sky, brutal and unrelenting, like a long unworshipped god's glare. One by one, he loaded the pair of 4x3 cartons of bottled water he had taken from the now empty storage area into a shopping trolley, arranging them carefully on top of Chuka's water purifier generator. He secured the shopping trolley to the motorcycle with a length of sinewy green rope, looping it several times along its entire length, through the Yamaha's metal short subframe and seat supports. A dirty green wheelbarrow he hadn't noticed when he arrived earlier lay on his side a few meters away, visible despite the swirling dust and the heat. Akin wondered briefly if it had been Chuka's. He looked away, to the dusty horizon, struck acutely by the realization that he had to get out of the heat quickly. He had water now. Perhaps he'd try to find somewhere he could stay near the marina, a base from which to continue to forage, rest, and prepare for his migration. He climbed onto the bike and throttled the engine, keeping it in low gear. The rest of Lagos waited for him, all blue, empty sky and dust, baking in the heat of the sun. The pain in his side and the heat from above made every breath of hot air he took feel like he was inhaling pure fire. Suffering, but smiling thinly, he thanked God that he had found the water purifier generator, that he had survived Chuka's treachery, that he had some bottled water, that he was still alive. And as long as he was still alive, there was still hope. Hope for finding more water, for finding a good truck, for living this arid, God-forsaken wasteland. He silently prayed that he would not meet anyone else in Lagos as he slowly rolled the bike back to the mall gate, rounded the right-hand corner of the exit, and entered the corpse of a Zumba Mbadiwe road, the loaded shopping trolley rattling uncomfortably behind him. If they can learn. Are you mad? Why did you shoot him? Captain Akumo screams at me. I convert my predominant logic bundle into text and parse it through the muscles of my bioplasmium larynx, adjusting the tone to one of polite but firm assertion. It was the optimum course of action, given the conditions. Captain Akumo throws his black digital folder at me, and it smashes against my face into 1,000 fragments of useless fiberglass and microprocessor. He screams an obscene word and reaches for my neck. I lean back, place my arms flat against the table in front of me, and allow him to wrap his thick, veined hands around my throat. I look down at what is left of his folder as he futilely tries to wring the life from me. It takes almost 7 seconds for the other human officers to break into the interview room, wrestle him away from me and out of the room. He is still livid when the door shuts behind him. He is still irrational. A few silent seconds pass, and then a compact, pale-skinned woman wearing a navy blue skirt suit enters the room. I scan her. She would stand at 5 feet and 4 inches tall without the 3-inch high open-toe black pumps she is wearing. Her hair is very black, and her eyes are very brown. A small nose sits symmetrically between the salient cheekbones of her face. Her biometric data does not auto-identify her to me, and her image does not exist in the Nigeria Police Force database. At least not in any part of it I have remote access to. She has small, lean Asian features. She is calm. She is not livid. She is not irrational. She may or may not be human, but she is definitely not an officer. Officer ABJ-033, I need you to explicitly state your reasoning in the matter of the shooting of Mr. Busayo Adefarasin, she says, pausing before adding, clearly and for the record. She might be a Borg, but if she is much newer than I am. At least 3 product cycles after mine, possibly more. She is definitely not a second-hand model bought by an organization that barely understands anything about Borg tech, just so they can pretend to technological sophistication. Not like I am. There are no electronic striae running through the whites of her eyes, and there's no telltale scarring behind her ear. She looks perfectly human. She probably is. I oblige her request by identifying myself and stating my motives, as she says, for the record. My name is Neville York. I begin, temporarily increasing my verbosity level from the default 2 to an almost maximum 4. Pegasus product issue code ABJ 033. I'm a Bog police officer attached to the Asokoro district, Abuja. I have been in active service for 11 days at 39% uptime since my last soft reboot. Today, I shot and killed Busayo Adeferson, age 21, and identified to be a graduate student at the African University of Science and Technology, majoring in pure and applied mathematics. I wish to explicitly state that I did so because it was the optimum course of action given prevailing conditions and input parameters. For the record, I add in a lower voice, as my verbosity resets back to default. I need you to explain how you arrived at this conclusion, the woman says. And something about the way she says it triggers anxiety, sign motion signals from my neuroprocessor. I'm sorry, ma'am. I can't find your image in the police database. Could you please identify yourself? For the record. She smiles, appearing to enjoy the apparent humor in my mimicry. The smile sits heavier than the lipstick on her lips. She is definitely human. Without moving, she says, "My name is Elizabeth Saw. I'm a technical resolutions officer with Pegasus Incorporated, Middle East and Africa geomarkets. I facilitate uptake of Borg technology in law enforcement. The Nigeria Police Force, your owner, is one of my new clients." "I see," I say, as I run her name through the official Pegasus database and find it. Its contents, however, are shielded from me. Insufficient security permissions. She is definitely someone important. My anxiety signaling grows. I turn up the resolution of my sensory capture system to record our encounter with even more granularity. "Could you walk me through the events leading up to your shooting Busayo Adeferson this evening?" she asks. Her hair is pulled back and tied in a single loop at the back of her head, so tightly that individual strands are straining against her hairline like fishing lines. Her glasses seem welded onto her face, and her alabaster skin doesn't seem to have seen much of the Abuja sun. She may work with the Nigeria Police Force, but she definitely doesn't live in Nigeria. She came here because of me. You're a Class 3 Pegasus employee or higher. I believe you have clearance to download my log file, I respond, removing my hands from the table and placing them beside me. "Oh, I will," she says. "But first, I need you to explain your reasoning, for the record." She keeps smiling as she speaks, but I can tell she is taking this extremely seriously. 2 screens silently project from her wrist and onto the table in front of her. They light up. Subject ABJ033, the first screen says in bright yellow letters across the screen. Reflector markers, the other screen says. She doesn't look at them, not even when encrypted data symbols begin to run furiously across both once I start speaking. "I was patrolling Maitama Sule Street," I say, a predominantly suburban area near ECOWAS Park. There was minimal civilian activity, a few young women walking their dogs. She raises her slender left hand to stop me and says, "I think I need a little more detail than that. Please change your verbosity setting to 3. Sorry." Her bright red nail polish draws my attention, temporarily increasing my visual processing routine priority. I reprioritize and continue. 5 minutes prior to the shooting, from 1647 to 1652, I observed 4 women, the youngest estimated to be 34, and the oldest to be 59, walking dogs. The dogs were all of different breeds. I also observed the man in a white BMW drive past at 1649. This was well within the expected activity parameters for the area. There appeared to be no anomalies. Until 1653? Yes. At precisely 1653, I observed a young man, identified as Busayo Adefarasin, entered the street from the north with a pair of noise-canceling headphones in his ears. He also had his hands in his pockets. I watched him approach, and when he was approximately 21 meters from me, my threat identification system flagged him. I sent a request for backup. Her eyes narrow. Yes, your backup request was logged in at 1654. What specifically about him did your threat identification system flag? I send the record retrieval request to my internal memory storage gland and continue speaking, expecting the data to be returned before I reach the part of my sentence where I need it, but for some reason, it doesn't, leaving me stuttering like a confused human. It flagged his. I blink and quickly run my memory optimization subroutine to try to boost record retrieval. There are no details with that timestamp. All I get is an overwhelming sense of being threatened and the powerful electronic impulse to draw my weapon, flooding my neuroprocessors. It doesn't make sense. It is not logical. I may be an old model, but I have never had a record retrieval problem before. It's either a symptom of critical system failure or something worse. I try not to let the signals from my neuroprocessor make me seem worried, unstable. I am sorry. I cannot retrieve the data at this time. Perhaps there is an undetected hardware problem. I believe technical support can download and review the data log from my memory gland when this interview is finished. I apologize. Elizabeth leans forward in her chair, and the screens in front of her shift automatically to accommodate her elbow on the table. She glances at the screens, and then she tells me, "Your memory gland and processors seem to be working just fine." The smile is gone from her face now. There is obviously some kind of... It's okay. Don't worry about it. Please continue. Tell me what you can recall. But... Please, continue, she says. I glance at the observation panel set into the wall of the room, aware that beyond it, Captain Ekomo and the other human officer's eyes are probably on me right now. It makes me uncomfortable being so unreliable in front of them. They have always treated me like a delicate new gadget, not one to be valued for its utility, but for the status it confers. A gadget to only be casually brought out in front of fancy friends and quickly put back. Most of its functions never even explored. This makes me feel inefficient. Very well. I drew my weapon and approached Busayo. He did not respond to my verbal calls for him to halt. Because of the headphones? Yes. I detected high-amplitude sound waves being emitted from them, and so I sped to his front, blocking his path. I identified myself and requested for him to show his identification cards. He reached into his back pocket. Scenario prediction returned a 95.3% chance of aggressive behavior. At that point, fearing for my own safety, I fired my weapon. The logic I am describing does not sound right to me, even as the words escape my throat. The actions I am describing are irrational. I believe I am suffering a system failure. You shot him. Yes. Because you were afraid of him. I say yes, because it is true, but that does not hide the irrationality of what I am saying from me or Elizabeth. She seizes on the point and does not let go. Let's assume scenario prediction was correct. You're a Borg. He was human. So why were you afraid? My neuroprocessor must have detected some nearly imperceptible action of his. Something threatening enough to necessitate his incapacitation. As you are aware, My algorithms are based on a wide variety of real-time environmental input. I believe a log analysis is required. The encrypted data symbols whiz even more furiously across her screens, and I feel like I can smell the sound of the light coming from the floor beneath the interview room. I am definitely suffering a critical system failure. How many times did you pull the trigger? She asked, forcefully now. 9. Is this within the normal range required to incapacitate a potentially dangerous suspect? I tell her that it is not. It is a 3 sigma outlier. So you use excessive force, which is by definition not the optimal course of action. The colors in the room are swirling into each other, and the smell of ozone is jangling against them, making the world sound like it is made of bells. I try to parse data to text but cannot. It's not, it is, I'm sorry. And then everything is gone, and the world reduces to 3 words. Data reconciliation error. Data reconciliation error. Data reconciliation error. Null. You shot him? Yes. She's pulling back from me and settling back into her chair, even though I am sure she never leaned forward or approached me. There is something odd and discontinuous about the room, as though it had shifted suddenly or someone had quickly overridden my visual processing algorithms. I remember my sensory input being corrupted, but there is no trace of that now. I think through a system health check, and it returns normal function. Elizabeth continues questioning me as though nothing has happened, even though I am sure something has. So after you shot Mr. Busayo, what did you do? I secured the scene and waited until backup arrived at 17:02. And then, somewhat abruptly, she asks, "Are there other details you would like to enter into the official record at this time?" And I say, "No, there are none." The smile she is wearing now sits awkwardly on her lips. Her pupils are dilated. She seems anxious and in a hurry to leave the room. Good. This being an officer-involved shooting, your memory gland will be removed and entered into evidence. Your entire memory log and all neurocomputing debug data will be taken. Not copied? I ask, confused. There is nothing standard about the process she is describing. No, she says, rising to her feet and swiping her slender fingers across the screens in front of her. Extracted. Original gland data only. No copies. The screens fade to black and recede into her data dock, which I see now is disguised as a rose gold wristwatch. Will I be offline for a long time? I do not like this feeling of inefficiency, of incorrectness, of irrationality, of failure. Perhaps I am corrupted, and due a decommissioning, after all. I don't know. It depends on what we find. I'll be back soon. I see, I say, calculating the probability that I will be destroyed and discarded. It is uncomfortably high. Thank you, officer, she says, and then she leaves the room.
Thank you, officer, I say, and then I leave the room. I exit the interview room a little less confused than I was when I first walked in, but no less surprised. This is the first time I've ever had to hard reset a Borg in the field. Everything about this case gets stranger as I obtain more and more information about it. Captain Ekomu is waiting for me on the other side of the door in the ugly gray hallway, still fuming. He resumes his ranting and raving with a new target. Me. What is wrong with that, your Borg thing? Shooting an unarmed student 9 bloody times. He says, protesting and waving a thick arm in the air between us, like the tail of some strange beast. And now it's saying it doesn't remember 1 thing, 2 thing? Is it not a machine? How can it forget? Rubbish. We will sue you Pegasus people. Oh, don't try me. This is Abuja. We don't take nonsense here, you hear? I take a deep breath. I am not sure if he is just putting on a show of authority for his men, or if he genuinely thinks all this shouting serves any purpose other than generating noise and delaying some actual useful activity. I say, I have an idea what's going on, sir. I just need to call my office briefly. He keeps on talking angrily, but I stop listening. I think about Neville instead, and the data I have just recorded. I try not to think about Busayo's grieving family. I need to find out what is going on. Nothing makes sense yet, but I have found what I think is a promising thread. I need to pull on it and see exactly how much of this mystery will unravel. Hopefully, it's enough that I can do something about it quickly enough to be on the 5 a.m. flight back to Beijing before Captain Ekomu blows a gasket. I wait. When there is ebb in the tide of his words, I ask him if I can use one of their secure communication stations or get a private room to use mine. He seems surprised by my request. His mouth hangs open for a second or two before he says, "Okay, fine. But you better have answers for me in the next hour, or I'm calling your manager in Dubai. Me, I don't like rubbish." Thank you, Captain. He turns around uncomfortably and asks a skinny young officer with wiry arms and a hawkish face to take me to a private room. The officer shows me the way to a room on the 4th floor of this 5-story complex. The room is white. Not the clinical stark white of morning snow in Xinjiang, but the soft, fragile white of an old chalk mine. There is one window that I am sure would overlook the highway, if it were not closed. A large map of Abuja, mounted on one wall, and a gray door set in an ash-colored frame in the middle of the opposite wall. There are 2 chairs and a desk in the room, but only one of the chairs looks comfortable. I take it, thank the skinny officer, and wave him away. I point my watch at the desk, and 2 screens project onto it, a grid of light keys just below them. I use them to enter the contact code for Alex, our service delivery manager. I need that data analyzed now, and by someone who will know exactly what they are looking at when they see it, not some rookie support technician. The screens blink twice, and then Alex's pockmarked face comes into view on one of them. His afro is frizzy and unevenly compacted, like it hasn't been combed in days. He has a scraggly beard clinging to the caramel skin of his face in clumsy clumps. He seems groggy, so I go straight to the point. "Alex, wake up! We have a problem." "Liz, where are you?" "Abuja, Nigeria. I just sent you some data." He interrupts me and starts complaining, which is what Alex always does. "Oh, them again? What now? Are they asking us to install real-time evidence mining programs again? Because if they think—" "Alex!" I almost shout at him. "Alex, stop talking and listen to me." "Fine. Why are you in Abuja then?" "Alex, seriously, stop talking and just listen to me, okay?" I say, almost wishing I'd decided to endure some random rookie's doltishness instead of Alex's garrulousness. Our Borg just shot and killed an unarmed civilian. His face blanches, and his eyes widen in disbelief. "That's not possible," he says. "Well, impossible or not, it happened this evening, and we need to figure out why, and quickly. I was transiting through Addis Ababa when Jim from the Global Operations Management rerouted me here to fix the situation. So let's fix the situation, okay?" "Okay." I just sent you a full data phone recording of an interview I conducted with the Borg. I need you to take a look at the data reflectors and tell me what he was thinking when he shot that boy. Alex reaches for his data dock just out of frame, and the creases in his face deepen. Full memory gland and processor log data will come later if you need more information. I'm really hoping this is enough. I need someone that can see through this quickly. That's why I called you directly. Alex is staring at his screen, and he is silent. That is not a good sign. Alex is hardly ever silent. I give him the thread I picked up on back in the interview room. You might want to look for fear in his sin emotions. He said he was afraid of the victim, and I think I saw fear in his eyes when he described those events to me. That's not normal. Humans shouldn't trigger Borg fear. Also, I had to reset him during the interview. He crashed. Like really just straight crashed. I've never seen anything like it outside the tech center. Some sort of data reconciliation error. You should see it there, near the end of the recording. Alex lets out a series of deep breaths, punctuating the silence as he looks, thinks, and analyzes. Then he says, "For one thing, your Borg couldn't tell you why it did what it did because it probably doesn't even know. I don't see any sin emotion processing preceding the action, just a flash response from the engine. It doesn't remember because the process logs don't exist." I'm confused, so I mumble a meaningless, "Okay." He goes silent again. I decide to try to find a coffee and let him focus for a few more minutes. "Alex, that's all I have for now, so I'm going to get some coffee while you take a look at—" "Hold up!" He stops me halfway out of the chair, and I almost fall over. I wasn't expecting anything so quickly. "You said you're in Abuja, in Nigeria?" Alex asks as he swipes furiously across something just outside the range of my screen. "Yes, Alex." I nod. "Oh, fuck. What race was the kid?" "Of course he was black," I say, settling back into my chair and assuming a more serious tone. "What does that have to do with anything?" "Age?" Alex asks. 21. "Male?" "Yes. Now tell me what the hell you think is happening." "I think—" Alex starts uncharacteristically slowly, but his speech only quickens as he keeps speaking, as if he's iterating toward a conclusion. "I think that this is the second one. Unarmed young black male, attacked for no reason, excessive force. First one was 2 months before we commissioned, in Arizona. Phoenix. Borg attacked a young black electronics technician. Male, 22. He died in hospital. We thought it was just an isolated case. A corrupted data parse. Single-bit error in the software that threw the threat detection system and induced fear in the Cinemotion matrix. We paid out compensation and destroyed that Borg, but it seems—" He is saying a lot of worrisome things that don't make a lot of sense to me, and he is saying them very quickly, so I stop him. "Keep it simple, Alex." Alex sighs heavily and starts scratching his clumps of beard. "I think our Borgs might have a bug that makes them attack young black men." I think about what he just said, and I don't think I buy it. But Alex never jokes when he's talking Borg tech. So I ask, "If this has happened before, then why did no one tell me?" "It was all very hush-hush, Liz. You're tech res. You're supposed to sell us up to the clients with the deepest pockets. You aren't supposed to worry about this sort of product development horseshit." "Well, I do now." Alex scratches at his beard again. "This is bad. Really bad. One Borg attacking an unarmed black kid is an anomaly, a random data point. 2 is the beginning of a pattern." "Okay, Alex. Even if this is a pattern, I need to know why. It doesn't make sense." I don't tell him that we've had this Borg online and patrolling the suburban streets of the capital of Africa's most populous nation for 11 days. If it is a race-related pattern, then it would be nothing short of an absolute miracle that no one else has gotten hurt until now. The first problem with that is I don't believe in miracles. The second problem is that this could expose Pegasus to an unholy firestorm of litigation. I hope the next thing Alex says neither implies miracles nor portends lawsuits. Alex looks up at me, then down at his data dock, and begins to move his hands wildly. The electric orange light stains his face, and dances through the edges of his afro, giving its edge a strange, otherworldly glow. He looks like an upside-down volcano. And then, he erupts. Shit! Shit what? Shit. It's the history match. I knew this would come back to screw us. I need you to make sense, Alex. Alex doesn't respond at first. He glances back down at his data doc, then up to me. This Borg still runs on the BAE 7.1 engine, he says finally. The Borg Artificial Emotion Engine is installed in all our Borgs. It's how we can take an artificial bioplasmium body, install neuroprocessors in it, and make it autonomous by dynamically inducing optimized emotional responses based on the situation. It's AI, but with synthetic feelings, and it's as close to artificial life as anyone has ever come. It was the first piece of code to pass a Turing test. It's also Pegasus Incorporated's intellectual property. The BAE 7.1 engine was built to work with the first set of law enforcement Borgs we ever made, and there was never any significant problem with them in the field. So I still don't get what he's telling me. I ask, okay, so it's first gen, so what? Alex speaks quickly, his hand stuck in his afro. When we were designing BAE for smart cops, we found it was almost impossible to create appropriate cinemotions for all possible law enforcement conditions. There were just too many variables to consider when doing a threat assessment. The police committee gave us a requirements list 4,000 pages long. We just couldn't do it. Then Alex adds, so we took a shortcut. That's what people always say when they are about to tell me something terrible. Well, it was the only way we could do it. He continues, neural networks. We used neural networks to train BAE to recognize threats, mimic human cop behavior. My eyes widen, and all of a sudden I am aware of how close my face is to the projected screen on the desk. I lean back as I say, Oh. Alex goes on. We used police records to train the neural network, figure out which input data mattered to the officers when they made their decisions, and if the outcomes were favorable. A justified shooting, a good arrest, a conviction that was not later overturned, that kind of thing. I don't like the sound of this, I say. I want to say more, but Alex's words have made me extremely uncomfortable. So I focus on the case at hand. If the BAE engine couldn't really create an appropriate law enforcement cinemotion matrix without the help of a neural network, I say slowly, thinking about each word, why did we commission the Borgs and put them in the field with humans? Because it worked, Alex says, almost apologetically. The neural nets worked. We developed a solid base cinemotion matrix and built from there. There were a few hiccups along the way, like in Phoenix, but all kept under control. Plus, the 7.1 was a limited release, only issued in a few cities. By the time BAE 7.2 was being built, we knew enough to not need the neural nets anymore. I shake my head and say, okay, now go back a bit. Make this make sense to me. What exactly about BAE 7.1 makes you think our Borgs have a bug that makes them specifically attack young black men, and why are the attacks so sparse? Alex's hands seem stuck to his head now. He isn't even looking directly at me anymore. Look, Liz, with neural nets, the more input data they have, the better. So we used all we had. Everything from the 20th and 21st centuries. Most of it from the United States. And I remember stories my grandmother used to tell me about cops killing unarmed black kids back in the day and getting let off. The cases were recorded as being justified, so they were used as part of our training data set. I think the 7.1 Borgs mapped some element of that history into their logic. A small but deadly ghost of pattern recognition. Given the precise nature of both attacks, I'd say the neural nets mapped a very specific median age, race, and general appearance to a sudden fear response. This case is becoming more of a nightmare with every passing second. Suddenly, I am desperate for a cigarette. So what you're saying to me, in essence, is that we made racist Borgs. Is that what you're telling me, Alex? No, not racist per se, Alex says, his eyes visibly red and roomy, despite the orange light from his screen flecking them. It looks more like it's an irrational bias, a hard-coded potential for fear of young black men. BAE Cinemotion matrices don't map into hate. Or love, for that matter. We don't use those for anything, and to be honest, we don't really understand them as well as we do most other emotions. But fear, yes. We use that. A bug that creates a potential fear spike in the presence of young black males. That is the only thing that explains all the data reflectors you've just shown me. Shit. I suck my teeth. He may have a point. This is what we get from relying on the past to design the future. Irrational bias, as Alex says. And if he is right, then this bug has now cost at least 2 young men their lives. It could cost even more if I don't do something about it. And suddenly, I remember the anger and agitation of Captain Ekomu, the undiscerning and irrational way he has handled everything so far, how he tried to attack and strangle Neville to death as though he were human. How long would it be before he tried to lock up the 300-kilogram bioplasmium and titanium alloy Borg like a common criminal? I try not to think too much about what would happen if Captain Ekomu sent a group of young male officers to move Neville, or worse, tried to lock him up in a jail cell full of young Nigerian men. How long would it take before the bug, if indeed it was the problem, found someone that fit its precise trigger parameters, produced a fear spike, and sent him into a murderous rage? I exhale, and embedded in my exhalation is worry, even fear. Alex, I'm going to shut the Borg down right now, before it sees anyone else in its bug trigger range and does more damage. Alex nods his understanding, uncharacteristically stoic, and I rise to my feet. My screens fade to black and recede into my data dock, taking Alex's image with them, but not the sound of his steady breathing, which I can still hear coming through my induction microphones like a whoosh of rainfall. I turn them off and step out of the white room into the corridor. Do you need something, madam? The skinny, hawk-faced officer that is my escort asks, snapping to attention. Please take me back to the interview room, now, I say, as I realize that shutting down Neville may be the easiest part of what will be a long and difficult resolution case. I will have to call the Dubai Operations Center and probably arrange for victim compensation. I won't get back to Beijing anytime soon. He throws a sharp salute, then says, Yes, madam, and takes me back the way we came, descending the stairs rapidly and rounding the corner that leads us into the gray corridor, where the interview room is set into the left side of the building. He opens the door for me, and I step through, coming face to face with Neville for the second time this hour. Neville looks at me with a glassy wetness in his eyes, his cinemotions rearranging his brow into remorseful furrows. You found something. Have you come to shut me down? He asks softly. Yes, I say. You're malfunctioning. You should have already noticed that. It's not your fault. But we have to take precautions. I know I am malfunctioning, he says, without breaking eye contact. Can you tell me what is wrong with me? I don't think I can, I tell him as considerately as I can. He appears human enough for me to afford him that courtesy. Neville goes quiet for a while, and then he asks, Will I ever be brought back online? I think about it for a few seconds, and then I say, I don't think so. because there is typically no need to lie to a Borg. They are not irrational about anything, not even their survival. Except this one who has a highly specific problem. I cannot guarantee you will be fixed, but we will try. We will try our best. I don't want to be irrational, he says, his metal organic eyes boring into mine. And then they close. Please, go ahead. I walk briskly but cautiously behind Neville. He sits perfectly still as I quietly work the tip of my data phone jack from the barely visible slot in my wristwatch and use it to press open the bioplasmium casing underneath the scar behind his left ear. He does not flinch, but he turns his head slightly. I pause. I am sorry, he says quietly. Me too, officer, I say. And then I pull on the wet cylindrical cartridge of the BAE 7.1 neuroprocessor that is attached to his very real bioplasmium brain and disconnect the two parts that make up one of the world's most complex, but fatally flawed, computing systems.
Neoma. Technically speaking, I am dead. But I won't let a minor inconvenience like that prevent me from telling you the brief, yet undoubtedly fascinating story of how I came to be this way. Besides, I have plenty of time. We all do. Much more than you can possibly know. I should know. I used to be like you. But I have become aware, even in this in-between place, that the shadows call home, of a great vastness and elasticity of existence. Though I am caged, the presence of things far and unseen reach me, as though they were only a little distance away and knowable. I have conversed with things that be not as though they were. I have treaded the thoughts of children like shallow pond water. I have run through their tears like a wild animal caught in tropical rain. I have seen the hearts of the aged. I have clutched their anguish. I know the moment of death. I know the cold and the pain and the searing light that neither melts the ice of nothingness from the bones of men, nor extinguishes the fires of pain that dances on their flesh as they crush the threshold between existences. All these things have come to me in little whispers that echo through nebulous absence, hollow voices of my brothers in the void, sharp breaths that blow from nowhere and everywhere all at once. Through this haze of whisperings and pseudo-palpations, I have come to understand that there are many more places than the human eye can see, while it is still blinded by the gift of sight. And there's so much more to being than the binary states, dead and alive, which so many are so certain of while they yet live. Besides, what does it even really mean to be alive anyway? Beyond the basic precepts of eating and breathing and thinking and feeling and moving, every human, while they draw breath, keeps locked away in some seldom swept corner of their mind the knowledge that there is far more to being alive than being able to tick off the appropriate signaling and self-sustaining systemic functions on a list. Life is far more complicated. Anyway, forgive my periphrases. I am bush beating. The story then. I am now in the state which you would consider dead because I fell in love with the kind of woman that entire religions, cultures, and civilizations concoct elaborate legends and myths to warn men like me about. She was beautiful, in the manner that such women always are, as a matter of necessity. Her name was Neoma, and it was raining the day I met her. She was sitting at the bar in the recently completed Oriental Hotel, the one that stands between Lekki Road and the Lagos Lagoon, like a monolith to a dubious water spirit. She was alone, sipping on an almost clear Long Island iced tea that was clearly drowning in its own ice. Rain pattered against the building like the drumbeats of ants going to war. All around the bar, there were expats smoking slim cigarettes, svelte, dark-skinned sex kittens in short skirts and barely existent necklines, and the odd corporate yuppie group here and there. The bright strobe lights crawled along their flesh, the carpeted floor, angular walls and high ceiling in a wild, aimless hurry to go nowhere. In the corner to my far left, about 20 feet in front of the bar, there was a live band whose vocalist was a compact man with too tight clothes and too little regard for pitch, sweating as he stood on a small stage, screeching something strident, while a few of our dressed men simulated slow, savage sex with skinny, scantily clad seductresses on the dance floor below. The rain and the songs did not complement one another, creating instead a discordant background noise that only bothered me in the detached way that chirping crickets would bother a man lost in his thoughts on a quiet night. Besides, I didn't care much for music or rain. I was taken with her. The first thing I noticed about her was how sleek her fingers were, wrapped around the highball glass. They were long, thin, and smooth like a French cigarette. She had radiant ebony skin, and her own natural hair was augmented with the hair of someone who had evidently been Latin American, Peruvian or Brazilian or something of the sort. I never could keep up with Nigerian women and their constantly changing choices in sourcing for and applying the latest hair extension fashions. Her parted lips were full and painted in a shade of red so bright it was a hair's breadth away from being gaudy. And she was sheathed in a bodycon dress so tight it could have been a condom. She was improbably attractive. I am a fool, and so I did then what fools do. I fell in what I thought was love with her instantly. I stood up, ignoring the sudden increase in my heart rate, and focusing instead on her and how the brightly colored lights seemed to bend to her body's whims whenever they hit her, as though her hills and crevices were subtly more difficult to navigate than any other surface in the room. "You look like you need another drink," I shouted over the noise as I walked up to her, timing the end of my sentence to coincide with my final step, 2 paces away from her bar stool. "Perhaps something with a little less ice in it," I smiled, hopeful. "Buy me one then," she said tersely, without looking at me. Her accent was hard to place. It was not Nigerian. Of that I was absolutely sure. It was not full British or forced American, or any of the other atrocious, appropriated accents that a certain class of Nigerians sometimes struggle to put on in order to appear more cultured and traveled than they actually were. And yet it had an uncommon, unfamiliar prosody to it, an almost musical quality that rendered her words more sung than pronounced. I mused on it as I ordered a caipirinha from the bar without giving it too much thought, desperately hoping she would not take offense to having a drink ordered for her without her approval of the choice being sought first. I had to show some measure of confidence. Women liked that, I believed. "So what's a nice young girl like you doing in a bad place like this?" I asked loudly enough to be heard over the music and ambient noise of the bar as I placed the caipirinha in front of her and leaned on the hardwood bar, trying my best to appear smooth and confident. She looked first to the drink, then to me, before chuckling and asking, "You really think this place is a bad place?" "No, not the bar," I said hastily. "I mean Lagos. Lagos is a bad place. And I have a feeling you're not from around here. You don't seem like a Lagosian." She smiled an almost otherworldly smile at me. It was a small, strange smile. Her teeth were barely exposed, but the sparkle in her glassy eyes that caught the light frequently, flashing a different color each time as though it were an inside joke between her and the building, revealed just how amused she was by my admittedly shabby attempt at a pickup. "Well, no, I'm not from Lagos," she said, "but I like it here, and I don't think it's a bad place." I do think it's a bad place, but it's bad in a good sort of way. I placed my own drink on the bar and looked right into her eyes for effect. You know, it's always the things and the places that are bad for you that end up being the most pleasurable to experience. You're cute, she said abruptly, ran a finger through her hair, and paused to take her first sip of the drink I had bought for her before adding, "How long have you been married?" I recalled sharply and regarded her with uncertain expectation, as though her statement might be the opening to some sort of joke whose punchline was yet to arrive. Then I remembered I had forgotten to take off my wedding ring. A sort of cold fear gripped me, suddenly, like the memory of some sin long forgotten. I lowered my voice and spoke softly. "I'm not married. I just wear this for—" "Stop. Don't do that," she interrupted me, shaking her head. "Do what?" I queried sheepishly as a thin sheen of sweat seeped through my pores and coated the skin of my forehead like dewdrops on elephant grass. "Please, don't do that." "Do what? I'm not doing anything." She interrupted me with a loud sigh before speaking again, her tone caustic. "Look, I know you want to have sex with me. You've made that painfully obvious. And while I appreciate the drink and the attempted conversation, I would appreciate directness even more. I'm not sure if it was intentional or not, but I like the fact that you didn't take off your wedding ring before approaching me. That would have been tacky. And even if you just forgot to take it off, though you intended to, which now seems to be the case, please don't insult me by trying to cover it up with a silly, obvious lie. I'm not stupid, okay? Okay. I agreed because there was not much else I could do. I felt I was teetering on the edge of losing whatever measure of her interest I had aroused. And even though I cannot quite explain how the fear of losing it felt, I can tell you that the thought of her dismissing me sent a raw, potent dread coursing through me like liquid lightning. So when she finally asked again, "How long?" I simply replied, 7 years, because it was true. Good boy. She uncrossed her long legs, flashing me a swath of polished thigh that stoked my yearning for the place where her thighs met and then crossed them again. I dry swallowed. "Now, sit down beside me and be quiet," she said. "Just wait until I finish my drink and don't say anything. When I am done, we will go upstairs. Make love until dawn, until you can't keep up with me anymore, and then I will leave. You will go back to your wife, and you will never cheat on her again. You understand?" I didn't, so I protested, my voice small and whiny, even to my own ears. "But I really like you," I began. "Look, it's not just about sex. Tell me your name. I want to get to know you, and—" "No." "No?" "No. It doesn't work that way. Now, will you be quiet and wait, or do I have to make a scene? Do you want me to slap you, toss this drink in your face, and walk away?" At that, I found myself silenced and suddenly pensive. She seemed almost angry, but not quite. Her manner was that of a professional being forced to deal with a child, not a woman that had just been seduced. The entire situation was emasculating, unsettling, and to be honest, I was tempted to walk away from it there and then. But I've already told you I am a fool. She was stunning, and I thought I was in love, so I do not really need to tell you that I did not walk away, do I? Instead of leaving, I waited for her to finish her drink, walked down to the concierge with her arm in mine and her heady perfume in my nose, and paid 170,000 naira for a deluxe suite on the 16th floor. While I did all this, she did little except squeeze my arm and smile her small, strange smile at the right times, in measured, efficient bursts, like machine gun fire. I collected the plastic black key card from the chubby, plastic-faced concierge after informing him that we did not have any luggage and therefore would not need an escort. His expression might have changed, but I did not notice it. It was difficult to distinguish one of his strange smiles from another. We headed for the elevator. Alone, in the claustrophobic embers of the elevator, without warning, she grabbed my arm, pulled me close, and drew me in for a kiss. It was a hasty, frenzied thing. There was no passion to it, but there was need. I kissed her back fervently, and we clung together like a compound name until the ding of the elevator informed us that we had reached our floor. We spilled out of the elevator and into the expansive, expensive luxury suite, a fluid mass of heavy breaths, limbs, and lust. The night quickly took on the quality of an alcohol-induced daze. I could attempt to describe it in vivid detail here, but that would not do whatever I have that passes for memories of it justice. I will say of it, however, that one pleasure blurred into another as we used our bodies to dance in all the ways a man could dance with a woman. One moment I was behind her, her thighs bouncing wildly at every thrust, breathing staccato breaths in the heat of tropical evening. The next she was atop me, riding fiercely like an ancient warrior queen charging into battle. In some other moment, suspended in between times and passions, we made love to each other slowly, gently in the way that only lovers who are also friends can. It was beautiful, and it was strange, and it was intense. And it only made me fall deeper in what I believed was love with her even more. When the sun rose, and brought with it the clarity of morning, I awakened in the smooth, plush embers of the hotel's sateen bedding, instantly aware that I was not in my home, and, perhaps, even more intensely, that there was no one beside me. I turned to lie on my side slowly, carefully, reaching out as I did, hoping that I would feel warm flesh. I did not. Instead, I felt somewhat diminished, overwhelmed, with an inexplicable feeling of absence of something which I could not quite identify, as though I had lost some essential, intangible aspect of myself. Craning my neck to look along the bed, I saw her. She was sitting at the foot of the bed, naked and beautiful, her lightly dimpled back bathed in a sliver of yellow dawn light, and her lips pursed around the end of a cigarette, sucking gently. She held the smoke in her chest only briefly before blowing out a lazy plume. "Do you always smoke after sex?" I asked, because it seemed a harmless enough question, and I was not sure what else to say. "No," she said, without turning to me. "I only smoke when I'm thinking." She took another deep drag and blew, lowering the half-smoked bud clenched in her fingers to her side. Intrigued, I sat up, gathered the sheets around me, and asked her what she was thinking about. She said nothing, and so I asked again, "What are you thinking about?" She turned to me, her supple breast bouncing gently and catching the light that had been dancing along her back. It arced across her polished flesh, and in that instant, she looked like she was carved of pure obsidian. There were whitish streaks running all the way from her eyes to the bottom curve of her cheeks, and I knew then that she had been crying, but I had no idea why. "You really think you love me?" Her voice shook almost imperceptibly as she spoke. "Yes," I said, "because I am a fool. Do you even know what it really means to love someone?" It did not seem much like a question. The stress was placed on the middle of the sentence, not at the end, and yet it undoubtedly was. Besides, the pause that followed left little doubt in my mind that she fully expected me to answer it. "I don't know if I really know what love is for sure, but I know that whatever I believe it to be, I feel it for you right now. I have felt it since I first saw you." Her laughter came suddenly, genuine, wild, and all-encompassing. She flung her head back and gripped the sheets with her left hand, as though she needed them to anchor her in that storm of mirth. I was not sure why she was laughing, but I was afraid of the strange, unexpected reaction. "You find my feelings funny," I asked, cautiously. She stopped laughing and thought for a moment. No, she said. You know nothing about love. You know nothing about life. Let me tell you what love really is. She let go of the sheets and pointed a long, slender finger at me. Love is death in its kindest and most honest manifestation, and falling in love is just like dying. Sometimes, it's a sudden, inexplicable madness that seizes you when you least expect it, and it feels like you were stabbed in your sleep or shoved off a cliff you didn't even know was there. Other times, it is a slow, serrated sword cutting away patiently at everything that is you, working its way towards your heart. It is always painful, and it is always messy, and it is always complicated, but it is never a stupid pickup line in a bar or some stupid sex with someone you just met the night before. That is not love. If it does not feel like death, it is not true love. You should know better. You should have known better. She put her left hand down and turned away from me as she added, You shouldn't have said you love me. There are things in this world that do not suffer untruths. Stunned, I said nothing until the silence between us began to burn my ears. I wanted to say something, anything, to counter her statements and buttress my declaration of love with the perfect words to convince her of their validity, but I could barely breathe. It felt like the air had suddenly become thin and hot. Then, just when I could not endure it any more, she opened her mouth and finally broke that horrible, excruciating silence. Do you even know my name? No, I exhaled. I don't. What is your name? I asked, genuinely curious. You don't truly love me. You shouldn't say you do. And you don't really want to know my name. You shouldn't say things you don't mean. Every lie calls upon ancient things that live in the darkness. You should not say things you don't mean, or you will join them. But I do want to know your name, I protested, confused. You need to stop rambling and just listen to what I say. I love you. You don't mean that. I do, I said hastily. You've been crying. I can tell something has upset you, but please, tell me your name, and let us just talk like normal. My name, she started, and then paused as though considering carefully her next action, is Neoma. She wailed, turned to me, and stared at me with eyes that were no longer brown and full as I remembered them, but were now narrowed and burning a bright vermilion. She spoke them with a voice that was an entire register below her natural speaking voice. It vibrated and shook and reverberated throughout the room, and her next sentence was an earthquake of syllables. To love is to die. Her eyes flared, and suddenly, a soft but insistent force like a giant fist, made of large pillows, struck me in the chest. I fell back into the bed, supine, my hands pinned to my sides. I tried to rise but couldn't. I started to panic, fearful and filled with dread. She leaped up in one impossible motion and latched onto the ceiling with claws I had not noticed she had before, extending from those slender, long fingers that suddenly seemed more like tentacles than fancy French cigarettes. Her body rippled and spasmed in localized bursts as her polished, supple skin and brazen nakedness regressed to reveal a scaled and fearsome visage. Its spine arched so the dim sliver of light from the window hit her shoulder and about a third of her face. I lay still in the bed, rigidified by something, perhaps simple, abject horror, but more likely by some other unknown power of hers, as she sprouted wings with the suddenness and unexpectedness of an explosion. Long, dark, feathery wings that extended seamlessly from the flesh of her naked back. I opened my mouth as wide as my facial muscles allowed, and screamed with all the inspiration fear afforded me, but no sound escaped. She removed her claws from the ceiling and descended slowly downwards, gracefully, like a great, grand butterfly, or perhaps an especially graceful moth. Her wings fanned gently, almost imperceptibly, each gust pulsing through her sleek artificial hair, animating it. She sat astride me. You shouldn't say things like, "I love you," if they aren't true. I like to believe that there was something about the beautifully horrific creature. Her ochre pupils trained on me with a sort of pained intensity. I saw it in her eyes as she spoke her final words to me. Like a disease lurking deep inside her veins, she carried within her a sort of concealed compassion and regret for what she was about to do. It was written in wetness of her eyes, in the way her lips were pursed, in the way she turned from me when she stuck her hand into my chest, parted my ribcage, and stole the thing that bound my body to the world from me. She rose and let out a wild cry that somehow seemed tender and loving, before leaping to flight and bursting through the window, ripping the curtains and taking off into the bright carmine and sienna hues of Lagos at sunrise. The light poured in through the broken window, like a flood of geometrically precise paint, covering me in all its glory. That was when I started to burn like a teenager's passion, intense and sudden, the flames high and wild, until I was nothing but charred pain and ash on the hotel's expensive sateen sheets. And that is the end of my story. Fascinating, is it not? What am I now? I do not know. Of the fact that I am what you would refer to as dead, and that Nyoma killed me in some manner which is not easily explained, despite my best attempts, I am sure. Why she did it, I do not know. Why did she seem to regret it when she did? That is even less clear to me. Perhaps this is what the illusion of love does to us, makes of us when we give into it without thinking, without considering. Every coin has two sides, and every force has a dark opposite which is also its equal. I suppose love is no exception. I have now become a shadow thing, like all her other victims before me, hiding in the world but not allowed to participate in it, watching from the places where light fears to tread, skulking in the dark places of this hotel room that is now my prison, waiting, watching tired businessmen and wealthy lovers come and go, hoping that one day Nyoma will return, perhaps to finally free me, or perhaps with another love-struck fool and soon-to-be hapless victim, whom she will ride to some peak of pleasure, and then abandon to ash and ruin as she flees to the skies. But even this thought is foolishness. The others have been in these non-places much longer than I have. Some of them are bound to rocks and forests that men no longer hunt in. Others are bound to houses inhabited by modern families, condemned to manifest their age frustrations in minor acts that confuse but do not truly scare their inhabitants, and yet even more like me are bound to roads, rivers, brooks, open places from which they constantly watch the living. We can all sense across the distance and through the darkness the specific longing, desire, and sense of loss unique to us. I understand, as do they, that even if Nyoma does ever come back, I will probably be unable to speak to her, to call her name, to tell her I still love her. I doubt I will. I am dead. I am nothing now. Nothing but a persisting melange of thoughts, shadows, pain, consciousness, and the final echoes of what was once a fool in love. I, Shigidi. Prologue. The Shrine, Ikeja, Lagos, June 20th, 1977, 11:46 p.m. The air was saturated with a heady mix of lust, freedom, and marijuana. Audit Kumar was sitting at an unstable table, carved of cheap wood, and held together by the skill of a poor carpenter. Fela was on a small makeshift stage singing something socially scathing, while simulating strange savage sex with a sweaty, skinny seductress to scintillating sounds from a splendid saxophone. The girl sitting next to Audit, stroking his shaggy black hair with her long, sleek fingers, was driving him insane. She seemed, in his mind, to be African-made flesh, dark, mysterious, and just a bit little dangerous. She had radiant ebony skin that seemed to be made of midnight, and the edges of her frizzy afro refined stray bits of light to an eldritch fringe. She'd ignored everyone else at the gathering and come to sit by the hairy man with the Hindu name, gold chain, wedding ring, and American accent, wearing the Ankara shirt and khaki bell-bottoms. He thought, charitably, that she was a very beautiful prostitute. They were alone at the table, and the space around them buzzed with electric lust, as Fela moaned and laughed, and shouted and sang with fervid ebullience. Audit endured the aching in his head and in his loins, until it became a mad pounding in the space behind his temples. "Want to go to the back?" Audit said to her carefully, trying to mask his embarrassment, but still possessed with hot desire. She laughed sharply, then smiled and stood up without saying a word. He concluded that his guess had been right. She let him lead her to a dark alley just outside the shrine after slipping an oily security guard a few 1 naira notes to ensure they would not be disturbed. He leaned in to kiss her in the darkness, but she pulled back. "I know what you really want," she whispered breathily before turning around, hiking her leather skirt up and shoving her hands down his trousers. She seized him. He could barely breathe. Saxophone notes echoed around them. A cornucopia of sensations overran him as images flitted through his mind, like butterflies in a field. Birds, lips, music, flowers, wings, skin, Sachika. Sachika. His mind instantly recrystallized into a lattice of coherence. "Please, I'm sorry. I can't do this," he mumbled as he pushed her away and started to struggle with his trousers. She glared at him with eyes like dying coals. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. I have a wife. I'll still pay, but I can't. I have a..." Her voice took on the quality of an earthquake. "What is this? You think you can just stop? There are things that cannot stop once they have begun. Understand?" Audit's loss was hastily replaced by fear of equal magnitude, perhaps greater. He glanced at the ground and noticed that despite the harsh light from a lone bulb hitting them at the same angle, his shadow was alone. "You must finish." Audit realized with all the abruptness of tropical rainfall in July that he had done something terribly wrong with something that was not quite human. Driven by a wild, mad need to escape, he snatched the gold chain hanging around his neck